On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Good morning and welcome to HPI 2020 Day 3. And today we have a strong investment theme for you, don't we, Max?
We do indeed. It's a fascinating time with so much dry powder around and yet also so much uncertainty.
This morning we're very excited to have an actual real-life guest here
person.
in our actual virtual
person.
studio. We're very excited about that, aren't we?
We
Overly
are very
so.
excited about that. Very excited. Very excited. Yes, we have Martin Henrichs, the Managing Director and Head of Healthcare EMEA at UBS, and he's also going to be leading our Investing in Europe panel later. Before that, I'll be talking to Dr. Nick West, who's the Chief Medical Officer at Abbott Vascular, about how he sees personalised care and the way it's set to transform healthcare. So Nick's a really interesting guy. Before joining Abbott, he was a consultant cardiologist at the Royal Papworth, which is probably the most prestigious cardiology centre in the UK. And he's also was involved in as a CMO in a startup. So he's seen many angles of life. And he's giving his personal view based on his experience as both a physician provider and now at a large medtech group.
Okay, great.
So
Let's take a look at what Nick has to say. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Aaron. Excellent. Good. Okay.
Okay, and we're going to go close on that, are we? You can tell Sharon when she
Yep.
comes on stage.
Okay. Yep. Okay. Hi, Nick.
Good morning, Max. How are you?
Hello. Hi. Can I hear you, Nick? I think I can.
I hope so. I can hear you.
I can hear Nick, but not very loudly. Hold on a second, Nick. I'm just going to adjust my speaker so that I can have a good conversation with you. There we go. Say something, Nick.
Can you hear me now?
Nope, I can't hear you at all now.
Oh,
Whoa.
I'm definitely talking.
Yeah? Okay. Fine. Okay.
Nick looks very excited to be there, though, doesn't he?
He looks very excited to be here, and he can clearly hear you, which is good,
can.
isn't it?
He is very happy that
He is very happy to be here.
confirmed.
Can I do it in sign language?
Ah, and sign language, yes. Well, I heard that, and then I don't know.
Very good. Unfortunately, my Macathon is not very good, so I'm not sure I would sustain an interview in sign language.
All right, okay. I have no sign language either. I could write. You could write your answers.
We could try that.
We could indeed. Well, we seem to be. I don't know. Are we okay, guys, or not? It's fine. Okay, it's fine. We're due to start, are we? Okay, good. Fine. Okay, thanks for letting me know. Okay, hi Nick. Hello. Well, welcome and thanks very much for joining us today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be on. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, I can. So I was. So it's just very interesting, I think, to talk to somebody who's been a physician and then joined, I guess, big med tech. And I know, for you, personalised medicine is really something which is very dear to your heart, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think it's fair to say that personalised healthcare has always been something that we've spoken about in medicine. And I think that people have always, I won't say laboured under the misapprehension, but they've always thought they were giving their patients a personalised experience. But in truth, the problem is that with increasing reliance on guidelines, which tend to be sort of patient-specific agnostic, if you like, if I can use that term, people get all lumped into the same bucket, and every patient is different. Every patient has different comorbidities, different experiences in the past, different genetics, different medications they're taking. And of course, that means that one patient with a heart attack is very different to another patient with a heart attack and another one. And to think that we can simply follow a recipe for a one-size-fits-all solution, really, it's not intuitive. And although guidelines are great for increasing the uptake of some of these evidence-based techniques, it really is a one-size-fits-all. So it's the equivalent of buying a suit from a shop rather than having one tailor-made for you.
Yes. So, and was it the case that when you were working as a cardiologist, that actually the pathways became more and more rigid, and that I guess at one level you were moving away from a situation where you were an expert who at some level could have a hunch about somebody or could look at the data and could towards something which was much more prescribed in a way.
No, I mean, I think that's fair. But I think, not to do down guidelines. I mean, the whole purpose of guidelines is that it removes some of the variability in practice, so that at least, you know, people are doing the same sort of things. But you are right, they become a little bit restrictive. And if we're going to really truly transform vascular care, which obviously is my interest now, it's always been my interest has always been in cardiology care, but vascular care as part of a large med tech, we've really got to look at ways that we can try and address this. And rather than me say this is something that I've stumbled across in the last several months, I was looking back through my LinkedIn posts, and as you kindly mentioned, I was CMO of a small Cambridge-based startup for nearly 10 years, and my very first LinkedIn post was about personalized healthcare with regard to that technology. So this is a drum that I've been banging for a little while now.
So what does this mean from an Abbott perspective? I mean, I guess it's stents is the kind of main business, isn't it? And so you're going from selling a product to doing something very different, basically.
Yeah, and I think this is key. You've hit the nail on the head. As you say, you said stents is the business. For Abbott Vascular, you're absolutely right. It's all been about the technologies that cardiologists and endovascular interventionists use during procedures where they will non-invasively or minimally invasively, if you like, replumb bits of the circulation. But I would like to think that this is a big change of mindset, or it needs to be a change of mindset. And I hope that we're undergoing it in a timely fashion. We need really to move away from the concept of a device. The device takes up such a small snapshot of the patient's, if you like, disease career. And we're so focused on that moment that the patient is in the catheterization lab, the operating theatre, whatever you wish to refer to it as. We're so focused on that moment when the stent goes in. But of course, the patient existed for 30, 40, 50, 60 years before that. And they may have had symptoms for, you know, upwards of 5 years before that. And of course, one hopes they're going to survive many years after the intervention. So it's been a process of really trying to think how we can change what we offer from a device to considering actually a therapy for forms of vascular disease, and then to go on really to provide a solution. And this is all part of trying to look at the entire patient holistically, consider the pathway, the continuum, and think how we can intervene meaningfully on that to improve things for patients. And I'm going to say patients again, because as a physician, or as a recently ex-physician, the patient has to be the center of everything. And if we start from that premise, we've got to do things for the patient, not necessarily primarily for the doctor or even for the hospital. But if we make it better for the patient, it will make things better for the physician or the surgeon, because the patient won't be coming back as often. They won't have problems with their procedure. They won't keep coming back with more symptoms.
Yes.
And in turn, then, of course, that benefits healthcare systems. There's less of a burden for these patients coming back, if you like, as frequent flyers. So I think it's a mindset change, and we are trying to digitally transform ourselves internally. And in parallel, we've undertaken this very large external survey, which we published as a white paper in the summer, called Beyond Intervention, which addresses this exact issue, considering the whole patient and really drilling down onto how data and technology can improve our interactions.
Yes, so it's a really massive journey, actually, isn't it? I mean, it changes everything, I imagine. I mean, in Abbott at the moment, you've got islands on the journey. You can see different places where you are doing a lot of this work, aren't you? And that's producing results. But it's also now about bringing in the big data and the AI to make it much more precise, isn't it? That's another step in the journey as well, isn't it?
No, I think that's right. And I think you've highlighted another parallel there. I mean, at the present, and our Beyond Intervention survey highlighted this fact that even before the COVID-19 pandemic, which I think has highlighted some of these matters, healthcare systems are incredibly fragmented. Not only do the things like the patient records not join up, so physicians or healthcare providers at different parts of this patient journey may not have access to all the bits of information and investigations from before, but also the way that we interact with patients is very piecemeal. You'll see a patient when they come in with a heart attack. You might see them when they have their follow-up appointment. You may not see them again. Of course, months and years may pass between some of those interactions. So it's very staccato. And I think that if we look at how medtech in general behaves and we look at that patient pathway, our interaction is very fragmented. We'll have tools that address certain bits of the journey without really a thought as to how they can join up and really create an offering that creates a solution for vascular disease, if that makes sense.
Yes, no, it does. It does. So that means starting quite early on the prevention route, or identifying people who are likely to have problems with predictive analytics.
That's fascinating. I mean, you mentioned AI before. Big data is something that it's a very 21st century buzz phrase, and I have to be careful when I use phrases like big data and artificial intelligence, because they are used a lot by people when they want to look futuristic, and we just trot these phrases out and say, this is what we need. But I think in the vascular field and in many medical fields, one can really see the value of these. And there have been examples where these machine learning algorithms have brought meaningful change. I can think of, there was a Microsoft project on sudden infant death syndrome where they were able to synthesize data from publications, from primary research, from genetics, to really begin to unlock that. And that's, if you like, a model. But if we consider cardiovascular disease, of course,
yes,
many studies have been published that look at predictors of poor outcomes or predictors of if patients are going to come back with more symptoms or so on. But they are relatively crude and they rely on, if you like, Excel spreadsheet statistics. If we really want to go a level deeper and really drill down to the granularity of what brings these things about for particular patients, we need to treat the patients as individuals. And that means looking at all of the data. And when you consider all of the data, there's a lot of it. It's not just their diabetic status, their sex, their age, their body mass index, what their glucose might be. Yes. It'll be how many cigarettes in their lifetime, what their genetics are. It may encompass the use of imaging, so CT scans or X-rays they've had, going back many, many years. And you integrate that with, for example, what we find in the cardiac catheterization laboratory. And one can imagine, cloud analytics that will then give perhaps real-time decision aids to physicians based on comparing that individual patient with many other individuals, locally, nationally, worldwide, to try and see how patients like this one did, rather than just lump them into a big bucket that says patients with angina or patients with coronary heart disease. So that level of analysis of the data is beyond the human mind. It's beyond many computers, but that's where AI really does come in. Think of the number of data points. Think of trying to relate unrelated issues, and that's where the AI machine learning algorithms come in.
Yes. And I mean, the other problem, I suppose, really is that you can come up with a new tech. It's that then how you then integrate all this into a healthcare system, isn't it? I mean, I know you've done a lot of work in imaging, haven't you, around the placing of the stent.
Yep.
And that is very interesting because you can actually I think you can demonstrate, was it that I think 90% of the time this imaging enabled the stent to be placed in a slightly better position than it would have been otherwise.
No, that's exactly right. You remember that very well. You're right. We have an intracoronary imaging technology called optical coherence tomography, or OCT. Now, in English, what that does, it's a light-based imaging catheter that actually goes into the coronary artery that you use during a stent procedure. And it's been used in many ways historically, but our recent data suggests that if you use it as an adjunct to your intervention, physicians do change their minds about what they were going to do based on just the angiographic appearances in 88% of cases. Now, we've demonstrated that, and we can say, okay, well, physicians change their behavior, and this technology, one of our big studies, the Illumian 4 study, we hope is going to show improves outcomes, and those data will be available in a couple of years' time. But going just a bit beyond that, it's not just about how using this can change your mind and how that can change the outcome. It's also about how that fits in more holistically as a therapy. Of course, we're interested in changing physician behavior. Of course, we're interested in changing patient outcomes. But also, we've got to think about all those other pieces that fit into that jigsaw that could really bring about meaningful change. And if we think about that benchmarking, if you like, against other subjects in a cloud-based analytic, you can see how the device could begin to, or the system, if you like, could begin to give real-time decision aid to a physician, which is a bit like having a co-pilot or asking a colleague for advice, find a friend, if you like. And what we're conscious of is that whilst everyone is well trained as physicians, of course, the level of training does vary between people, much like this business of guidelines, as I said to you, that is a one size fits all. Yes. We are aware that the level of understanding and comfort with these technologies does vary a lot between clinicians. So again, going back to that big data piece, the artificial intelligence, in the next release software for this technology, we are incorporating artificial intelligence enabled algorithms to help physicians understand what they're seeing. These algorithms will detect automatically without the need for lots and lots of training to say, when you've used this, this is what you're seeing. And by automating that, we're actually going a step further, saying, if you use the technology, we'll actually tell you what you're seeing. And then potentially in the future, we can then tell you what you should be doing. So this is all about improving the patient outcome and also reducing the variability in the kind of experience a patient will get, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. So, and I guess there's also the other side of this aspect, which is what happens to the patient after the operation, really, isn't there, and how they recuperate and recover. I must say, I know several men in their 60s who've had stents, and well, they don't actually appear to me to have changed their behaviour very much. They continue much as they were before, and they're not doing an awful lot of exercise. So it's quite interesting to see how people can have this life-changing surgery and then actually not respond much in a way, not feel a need to change their own behaviour.
Yeah, I mean,
this
is it's a big problem, and it's a big problem. I mean, you can view it as a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, if I think back to my own family, my grandfather was a general practitioner in London before the NHS even existed, and he had a heart attack in the 70s. And at that time, his treatment was to sort of basically have bed rest for 6 weeks, and that was kind of it. And then if I then fast forward to my days as a registrar or fellow in training, of course, we were using clot-busting drugs to treat heart attacks, and patients would stay in hospital maybe a week after their heart attack and have a treadmill test to determine whether they would go home. And now, in the era of the 21st century, in fact, the late 20th century, we moved to what's called primary angioplasty, which is if you have a heart attack, you come straight into hospital and someone unblocks the artery on the spot with a stent. And the problem now is that we've gone from being in hospital for 6 weeks to 1 week, and now these patients often go home at 48 hours. So we're really we're in the process of almost demedicalizing the procedure. So you can understand that if it becomes no more than a trip to the dentist, people, those kind of advices about lifestyle behavior, which we know are so important in terms of the success of any therapy, may not stick. So I think you highlight something here that we need to be cognizant of, because there are so many things that determine a patient's outcome or the success of a procedure. And some of them relate, of course, to the devices you use and the way you carry out the procedure. But some of them are kind of out with our hands. And rather than just say, well, that's not our problem, we need to be thinking about how we can affect this. And I think one of the ways that we can look at this is trying to engage with patients along their disease continuum or their care continuum. And we're looking at ways that we can engage with patients, how you can make some of those behaviors stick, how you can follow them up. You'll be aware there are many smartphone applications, engagement applications that can not quite do the job of some of the specialists, in this case, cardiac rehabilitation, but really reinforce some of that messaging. And I think that, as I say, in the 21st century, rather than just hope people are going to do what they're told to, there are ways manifestly of encouraging them to prevent them coming back into hospital. And education is a key part of this too.
So effectively, you're saying that at that end of it, then that there might be an app which Abbott provides, which backed up maybe by some coaching, so you're providing a platform which people could use to deal with these, to increase their chances of rehabilitation. Yeah.
Well, I think we have actually done a pilot in this regard. We did a pilot actually at Papworth Hospital using a patient engagement application for exactly that purpose. And the pilot results were encouraging, looking at ways that we can encourage patients. And this is not a new technology. I'm not going to say we haven't invented this. There are plenty of these platforms that have been out there. In fact, some of them have been out there quite a long time. There was a US-based one, which was probably ahead of its time, maybe 10, 15 years ago. But it's another way that we need to think outside of the box, if you like. So we are trying to not just think about the stent, the device. We're much more thinking about how we can actually modify the entire patient journey. And if that includes thinking of some way of engaging with the patient before, during, and after their procedure, so we can help to maximize the chances of success for that patient, improve their outcome, which, as I've already said, if we put the patient at the center of everything, it's better for the patient because they are actually the end customer. It's not really the physician, and it's not really the healthcare system. The patient is actually the customer. He's the one who, if you went to a car dealership and parted with however many £1,000 on the premise of getting a car, and you left without a BMW, you're going to be a bit disappointed. The patient is the one who goes home with the stent at the end of the day, not the physician. So that we've got to view the patient as
true, isn't it? Who is the customer is always a good question. It's like that in education as well, isn't it? I mean, I think in a state education system, the customer is the state, and in the private education system, the customer is the parents. But actually, the customer is the pupil. I mean, you can apply that there as well, can't you?
No, I think that's fair. But I think the point of it is that we've got to do things for patient benefit, and I think that we need to shift our focus to: is this technology, is this therapy, does this provide a solution for a problem for that patient? And if it does, it will work for everything. It will improve things for physicians who are pushed for time, etc., and they don't want patients coming back, and they want good results, and it will thereby improve things for healthcare systems. And we want to be viewed as the kind of partner that has that vision and can enable that kind of care for any healthcare system's patients to drive improvements across the board.
So it also means we're talking about a huge cultural change within Abbott itself, aren't you, really? I mean, you're going from selling a very technical product specifically to doctors to something which is much broader and which is more holistic, and therefore you need to engage not just with the doctor but with the future strategy plans, I suppose, of the department or indeed the hospital. So that again changes a lot, doesn't it? It changes your relationships in a sense.
I think it does and it doesn't. And I'm just going to bring in some other data from that survey I mentioned, the Beyond Intervention survey. I mean, we interviewed a large amount of patients, physicians, and administrators worldwide, and the results are surprisingly congruent in that all those three groups believe that data and novel technologies have the potential to transform healthcare. Now, that is not a surprise, but it is good to hear that everyone thinks there is a benefit to this. We heard that patients understand that sharing their data will improve things for them and for others, although there are obviously some concerns about data security and so on. But it is interesting to see that both physicians and administrators really see the value in streamlining pathways, in making things more efficient, and obviously improving things for the patient. So I think this is a 21st century solution. It is a culture change. We've got to think about therapies and solutions rather than the device or those individual episodes where a patient happens to come across a healthcare provider. And I think that we hope this vision resonates with people who've read the white paper and who are listening today.
Yes. Well, it's very interesting. We had a session yesterday, actually, on medtech and services, in which we had Martin Brunninger, who's Director General of Austria's health and social care system. And he was saying, if you go into an operating theatre, there are, I think it was 45 different dashboards, all from different manufacturers, or many from different manufacturers. So you compare that to a pilot. And it was very interesting hearing a customer really expressing that some of those concerns, I thought. So we're moving in this direction. So when are we going to see this platform from Abbott then? I mean, What's the launch date, Nick?
Well, I would love to say it's going to be here tomorrow, but of course, whilst we are moving towards something that is a more holistic solution, I think to think it'll be a platform anytime, a single platform anytime soon is optimistic. Let me put it that way.
Yes.
But I would say that if we look at the ways that we are trying to interact on that patient journey from first presentation, development of risk factors, right the way through their intervention or interventions and into the follow-up and rehabilitation phase, we have lots of projects at the moment. And as you can imagine, there's not a magic bullet. We suddenly, turn a switch and everything is sorted out. We're looking at ways we can meaningfully interact on that patient pathway. And then we're in the process of joining the dots. And one of the first pieces in that jigsaw, as I mentioned earlier on, is a novel software platform for our imaging technology, optical coherence tomography, or OCT. That will be with us next year. And that includes those artificial intelligence enabled feature detection algorithms, which we think will be a massive step forward. But that's not the only development. I mean, alongside that, we are also, the other developments we have, we're aware that one of the barriers to the use of this technology, of course, is training. In the COVID-19 pandemic, things have been very tricky. We've just introduced a novel way.
Yes, gosh.
We've introduced a novel way of training physicians via virtual reality headsets. So this is very 21st century. We've used a platform technology that's been used in gaming, which enables physicians to train without having to do what I did when I trained, which was the NHS adage of see one, do one, teach one, which probably any patients out there will be rather frightened by that concept, but that's really the apprentice way of training. Using virtual reality and that kind of technology enables physicians to go in and get familiar with a novel technology without having to try it out. I mean, would you get on an aeroplane with a pilot who's never been in a flight simulator? Of course you wouldn't. So that's a direct analogy. So we have those two developments. We've also developed a novel solution for patients with what we call critical limb ischemia. That's foot ulceration. It's a novel device that opens up the blood vessels and then is fully resorbed in a couple of years. And that's a revolutionary piece in the management of these patients with critical limb ischemia. And finally, I want to point out another technology that we're folding into the platform, if you like, which is for measuring something we call microvascular dysfunction, which is rather than furring up in the big arteries, which get fixed with stents and bypass surgery, patients can have disease in the very small arteries you can't see. And that's a very important thing because it has a huge healthcare burden. Patients with microvascular dysfunction and microvascular angina, they keep coming back to hospital emergency rooms. They keep coming back to clinics. They have multiple investigations over years and years and years without a clear therapy. Again, we're folding that in, and that's unique to us.
Yes.
And we're folding that in. So we're looking at different solutions for different things and trying to build those all together and really think about engaging with the patient along their entire, as I say, their disease continuum.
Wow. So that's real change, isn't it? Coming down very fast, actually, really, isn't it?
Yeah, and we've got lots more things next year, which I can't tell you about now, but trust me, they're very exciting.
Yes, so it must be very interesting going from being a doctor to going into a large medtech company. Is it as you imagined it was going to be?
Well, it's very different to a small medtech, that's for sure. The small medtech I worked with was literally a handful of people in a single office. But it's been very exciting. It's been very interesting. It's very different, obviously, to a life as an interventional cardiologist. But I think this is for me, this has been and remains a very exciting opportunity. If I'd have continued NHS practice for another 10, maybe 15 years, if I think about the number of patients I could have treated and reached in that time, it is absolutely dwarfed by the amount of patients that I can potentially affect in this role
and work with in this role.
And so I see my role very much as to be the patient advocate, the physician voice within a large medtech, which, as we've said, is often very focused on devices. If I can just push the agenda of the patient and really make people inside and outside the company understand that we are interested in more than just that single device and thinking much more holistically about patients. If we can leverage data, if we can leverage novel technologies and innovations with the aim of improving outcomes for patients, then everyone's a winner in this.
Your job. And I mean, within all this, I mean, you are also, when you move to that kind of larger platform in which people live longer, happier, well, hopefully happier lives, you are also at some stage going to have to change the payment mechanisms, aren't you? And move away from DRG towards value health outcomes and things like that. I remember talking to a guy from Pfizer, actually, who was trying to sell a chronic disease management solution into the NHS. And eventually, finance director of an NHS trust turned around to him, he said, why do I care if somebody lives another couple of years? What's the financial benefit to my trust of that? And he actually said this, and that's when the guy realised that actually it was really hard selling chronic disease management solutions, which prolonged the life of the patient, to NHS trusts, because they didn't really see the financial logic in a sense. I mean, so that was really interesting to me to hear that anecdote.
Yeah, and you highlight something that I think is very, very important, because if you like, both ends of that sort of paying spectrum, and I would emphasize that, as Chief Medical Officer, I'm medical affairs, and it's like church and state. We are separated from commercial by a very tall wall. But I think one end of the spectrum, as you say, is people don't see the benefit. And the other side of it is that taking it to its logical extreme or illogical extreme is if you work in a fee-for-service healthcare system, actually, in some ways, you encourage patients to come back, which makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. So you're implying you want to do a bad job so the patient comes back more frequently so you can charge them more often. So it does require a bit more thinking about this. And I'm not going to say that we are going to change legislation or policy or anything of that sort of thing. But our attempt in this white paper, which you can find on the Abbott website, is really... It's, if you like, it's a rallying call. It's starting the conversation about this issue. We need to pursue an inward vision of patient centricity and patient-centered and patient-benefiting care. The rest of the world, we hope, will change around us also. We can see many other sort of avenues are changing as we go. And eventually, one would hope this will lead to a conversation about the kind of issues that you described, because it makes no sense for healthcare systems to make money out of patients being chronically unwell, and we should be encouraging health and wellness for everybody, all patients, all people.
Yes, indeed. Okay, fine. Well, thanks very much, Nick. I think that was very interesting and covers it off nicely. Thanks very much for your time. And that white paper is available, of course, online. It's called Beyond Intervention. I think we've got copies of it as well. So thanks very much. And I look forward to hearing more about the Abbott platform. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Nick, Max. It's been lovely to be with you.
And you. Thank you, Nick. So I'd like to ask Martin Hendricks to join me on the stage.
Thanks very much indeed.
Hi, Martin.
Hi, Max. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Let's.
Very good to
there
see
you go. Well, thank you for coming out to this wonderful film studio that we've created here in sunny West London, and welcome. No, it's been very interesting, these kind of medtech platforms, which seem to be developing more and more. And yesterday we heard from GE and Siemens as well, and about the integration, I guess the integration of medtech and services that's going on. I know you follow medtech as well as services. So how do you see that, those two sectors converging?
Well, first of all, everything that I say, you need to see it with the disclaimer that I'm a banker and not an operational person. But it's indeed true that we're seeing an increasing convergence between the two sectors. Product is nothing without the service, and the care service is nothing with the product properly applied or implanted or utilized. So it's not surprising that we're seeing an increasing convergence between the two sectors. And there are multiple examples. I think Nick just talked about it very eloquently from an Abbott perspective, but there are multiple other examples. I'm thinking about radiation therapy, for example, the integration of the device or the product on the one hand, and then the application and the service on the other hand. I think there are other areas of medtech where we're equally seeing this. I'm thinking specifically about medical supplies and consumables, where you see some of the very large companies in the chronic care space having acquired services distributors to distribute their products to the patient. So there's an integration between the products that they have and delivering them through a services network that they have built up, even though this is not their core competence. The other example that comes to my mind is the audiology space. The hearing aids manufacturers, some of them, the example that comes to mind is Sonova, who bought AudioNova. They have their own retail stores where you get the product, the device's product, implanted, and you get the product being put into the patient, not into the patient, but that's where the product is being sold. That's where the audiologist is advising the client on the appropriate product, the fitting, and all the services that come with the calibration of a hearing aid. So I think that is another example of where we're seeing devices manufacturers moving into something which is not their core business, but a services provision.
Yes, no, it's very interesting, isn't it? And I mean, I guess it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? I remember talking about incontinence, female incontinence pads, and the problem that many women had in choosing and selecting the right one, and the problem you'd have if you go to a doctor and not getting the right product, and how I think was it Hartman? There was who basically have got telephones manned by nurses who really understand the products and understand the problems and can talk to women about this in a way which means that they get the right product. So is all this a good thing?
I think it is a necessity because we need to break down the barriers between maybe producing the best product in the world, but if that product is not being properly applied with the patient, it is worthless.
Yes.
So then there ought to be an integration between both. Another example that comes to mind is orthopedics. And the way surgeons are really trained for a long time by the manufacturers to really have the best-in-class procedures, being able to run them cold, partially aided by robotic surgery as well, to make sure that the product is utilized and implanted in the best possible and most efficient and safest manner for the client and for the patient in this case.
Yes. I guess in all of this, of course, there are always conflicts and dangers, aren't there? There's always a danger that you will end up with a captive audience in the case of the orthopedic example, for example, that you will capture the physicians and then the hospital will want to go in and do procurement and be told, no, we need to use this device because we've been trained by these people and therefore we need to pay this premium for the product, and that's not open for discussion. Or so there is a danger of creating silos, isn't there, I suppose, in that way.
Well, at the end of the day, what matters most is the best possible and safest outcome for the patient. And if a surgeon feels more comfortable with one product or with one way of implanting that product, I think one ought to respect this.
Yes, and go with that solution. Right. Okay. Fine. So that. Yes, it was interesting. Yeah, in the session yesterday, how much the Frederick Ragmark from Medicover and the guy representing the Austrian government, Martin Brunninger, were both very much on side with MedTech. They didn't see any sort of serious conflict here at all in terms of MedTech building much larger and more complex and more expensive platforms and they didn't have any fear of being captured, as it were, by this process. So that was good. So, I mean, I suppose the other big trend we're seeing at the moment really is the big service groups, healthcare service companies, kind of extending out the areas they're covering, isn't it, Martin? I mean, and extending out the amount of the patient journey that they cover. I was very struck by Sophie Boissart-Corian saying that they were increasing their home care activity to be 20% of revenue, which is really quite substantial in a €4.5 billion euro business, isn't it? Are you seeing that trend as well?
Absolutely. We're seeing this across various areas of healthcare services, and you could even argue that for some companies it's more of a necessity than for others. I think one of the examples is clearly the Nordic region, where you can see some of the healthcare services providers having a very broad range of services which they're offering, from elderly care to occupational health, diagnostic services, yes, both clinical labs and imaging, hospital provision, ASC services, in a way that we don't see this in some of the other countries where the model is still very focused around a core business. Why is that? It's partially a necessity in the sense that if you really want to grow in a country with a relatively small population, I'm thinking about Finland with 5 million people,
you have to
for
cover
example. You have
vertical.
to broaden your services offering.
Yes.
And I think a fundamental question that from a capital market perspective many clients are asking or have to ask themselves is, how can I grow my business going forward? And there's fundamentally two ways you can do this.
Yes.
The first way is to continue to stay with your core business, be it elderly care, be it acute care, be it imaging, just to mention a few examples, and then go international, export, yes, that competence to other countries,
yes,
and create a multi-country business, which has been the model in long-term care, which has been the model in acute care as well. In acute care, partially driven by the necessity, again, that if you are a Ramsay Health Care and you have at heart your home market with 25 million people,
you have to leave it, don't you?
You
the
have
Australians, the South Africans,
exactly,
they had to get out, didn't they?
Exactly. So it's not a surprise that you see in France the market leader in acute care being an Australian company. You see the number one clinical labs operator in Germany being an Australian company.
Yeah.
The number one hospital group in Switzerland being a South African company.
Yes.
For that reason, to a certain extent, they had to go abroad to find new growth avenues. The other way to look at this from a growth perspective is to say we are going to horizontally expand our services offering, like Sophie was very eloquently describing yesterday, where you're going into adjacent areas to your core business. And to take the example of long-term care, you could go into post-acute, soins de suite et réadaptation in France, mental health,
yes,
ambulatory. There's multiple areas where you could grow into.
Yes, yes. So those are the two routes, aren't they? I suppose in Finland, because of the outsourcing model, it made sense to the Finns to go broad, so that when they were dealing with any municipality, they could say, all right, you want to outsource primary care? Yeah, I can do that. Nursing homes? Yes, we can do that. So in other words, they had the menu because it was coming mainly from one customer, wasn't it? And it's harder to do that in other countries, isn't it? I mean, it's like when you talk to Sophie about it, the obvious question is, well, so can you get... if you start doing domiciliary care, aren't you stepping on the toes of the established public sector players in that market? And her response was, yes, but we can get people to pay privately. So she identified a payer. So each time you expand horizontally, obviously you need to identify the payer or bust the payer silo. I don't know many examples of people who've busted the payer silo successfully or persuaded do you? I mean, it seems to be a constant frustration in home care, in medicalised home care. You know, people like Linda and Air Liquide want to offer a holistic suite of products for all kinds of medicalised home care, but it's very difficult for them to extend beyond the provision of oxygen in many countries, I think. Or
well, look, it's not a necessity to have a broad horizontal offering to be the one-stop shop for payers, because even within payers, there's large segmentations.
Yes.
Municipal payers, national payers, private payers, insurance payers. And take the example of the UK, for example, where the NHS is a very big provider of own services, but also a big outsource of services without necessarily requiring that there is a counterpart who can offer all of those services in a one-stop shop model. So I don't think it's a necessity, and I think one needs to look at the individual regions, the individual countries, the population, the payer structure. I think there's no one-size-fits-all approach.
Yes, you really have to understand the payer geography, don't you, really? I am slightly surprised by the resistance that companies do encounter when they try to broaden their product range, insofar as you would have thought that if you were a local authority, the one thing you'd want would be a medicalised home care company which can provide everything you could possibly want for your patients. So rather than trying to restrict them, I hear what you're saying. So do you think people are going more towards that expansion at national level? Who's doing that at a sort of national level? Who do you see outside of Finland doing that?
So I think we're seeing an increasing segregation between those who are pursuing the internationalization avenue, and those who are pursuing the avenue of expanding their services horizontally, and then actually also those who are doing both, like Sophie at Korian, for example, to mention that example. And if you're going back 15 years, and you're looking at the journeys that in the acute care space Ramsay and Mediclinic have taken, when they used to be fundamentally domestic companies. They were focused on the home market. Look at them today. They are multi-jurisdiction operators in multiple jurisdictions. And actually, they're not even the most international ones. If you're looking at the diagnostic services space, the clinical lab space, where you've got operators like SynLab in 40 plus countries now. So truly international models. But then also those who have expanded their services offering, and you were describing the Finnish market. You can see this in the Swedish market as well. You even see it in the German market with some operators now increasingly going broad, having a much broader spectrum. Think about a company like Ameos, to pick one, who have a broad services offering beyond acute care. So
into
it's not
psychiatry,
only
into elderly care.
Correct.
As well. And I suppose you could talk about national private equity investors, like Apposite Capital, for example, who effectively create something which is across the board by buying different businesses in each sector, don't you? In a way, they're doing a similar process, aren't they?
Well, at the end of the day, it needs to make operational sense. You cannot just pile up businesses, put them beside each other, and then put an umbrella above them. That doesn't work. I think somewhere there needs to be an operational sense, even behind a private equity build-up, and I think every private equity has a strategy behind doing these build-ups.
You have to have a level of simplicity, don't you? I mean, one of the striking things about Aleris, which of course, well, it went rather badly wrong for Investor, really, and when you actually unpackage what Aleris was trying to achieve in Sweden, it was it's covering every single vertical, addiction specialists, labs specialists, hospitals. I mean, you looked at it and you suddenly thought, oh my gosh, how do you actually manage? How do you manage all of those sectors? Do you know what I mean? So it's easy to overexpand. I mean, insurers who buy service businesses, it's not always easy, is it?
I think you ought to have some critical mass in the services that you're offering.
Yeah.
You cannot be everybody for everything or everything for everybody. You need to have competence and a critical mass. A good example is, and we're seeing a parallel debate on the acute care side when looking at the increasing specialization of hospitals. If you're looking back a number of years ago where the hospital was the provider, the healthcare provider for virtually everything, while we're now increasingly seeing hospitals getting very specialized to make sure that surgeons also have the necessary number of cases.
The disaggregation of the hospital model, really. I mean, interestingly, we're talking to Chinta Bhagat, who from El Catterton, who did a lot of hospital buying in his previous role at Kasana, and he's really saying he's now interested in disaggregating the hospital.
Absolutely. So the phenomenon that you described at the group level with a broad range of services being offered, that can be seen at the micro level in the hospital, where we're seeing now specializations as opposed to the hospital wanting to be the one-stop shop for everything. They can't. They possibly can't.
Yes. So it's a really a changing landscape, isn't it?
Absolutely.
In every way. So it's interesting times we live in, isn't it? And it's been a fascinating year with COVID, hasn't it, Martin?
Absolutely.
What do you learn from that? I mean, what do you think COVID's impact has been on healthcare services?
So I think we have seen a clear segregation between sectors which have been much more affected than others, sectors that have benefited. And if you're just going back to my initial remark, looking at it from a capital markets perspective, you can see a mark-to-market sentiment reflection on some of the subsectors in the share prices and in the valuation multiples of certain sectors. So, not surprisingly, everything that is related to diagnostic services has gone through the roof this year. And if anybody ever had any questions around the systemic relevance of diagnostic services, I think COVID has answered that question.
Blown them out of the water. Yes.
The other one that has gone through the roof, less so in Europe because we don't have that many listed companies, but in the US, is the telehealth models.
Yes.
If you're looking at, you had Teladoc here yesterday. If you're looking at their share price, how it has gone through the roof. We can see this in Europe on the e-pharmacy side. If you're looking at the Zoroses of this world or the Shop Apothekes of this world, their share prices have gone up enormously because clearly COVID has benefited them. Then on the other hand, we have those who have suffered a bit more, those who depend on elective procedures.
Yes.
And actually that dependence is twofold. You've got on the one hand the medical devices companies, the orthopedic companies, audiology, dental.
Dentistry has been very badly hit.
So these companies have suffered. But you see that also reflected in those who provide the related services. We have seen at the peak of the crisis in dental or in ophthalmology companies losing 80% of their revenues.
Yes.
So there has been a clear segregation between winners and losers. I think this will level out next year, hopefully.
Hopefully. Well, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it, how soon patients will return for electives, isn't it? Okay, Martin. Well, thank you very much. It's been good to chat. And I think we're now going for a short break, after which Martin will lead a panel session on investing in Europe. So thank you very much, Martin.
Thank you.
See you guys soon. Bye.
Thank you.
On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Welcome back. Next, we've got Investing in Europe, and we'll be joined by Kugan Satyanandaraja, who's Head of Europe at KKR, Angelika Schöchling, who's the Senior Partner at Antin, Steve Nitschke, Managing Director and Head of European Acquisitions for MPT. Before I hand over to Martin, I want to remind you of two things. First, you can post questions in the session chat, and we will answer them, either in this session or in the chat I'm going to have with Martin afterwards, I promise you. And secondly, really importantly, please fill in the feedback forms, the link to the feedback on the app for each session you attend, so that we really know how it's gone and what you think. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to leave you to it, Martin. Thanks very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Max. And welcome to the Investing in Europe session today, live from the HPI studio here in London. And for those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Martin Henrichs. I am responsible for healthcare investment banking at UBS in Europe. We have the privilege of having three prominent speakers here, all with very diverse backgrounds, all with a long-standing track record in healthcare services, which should make a very interesting discussion for all of us. So the way the panel is structured is that each of the participants will briefly introduce themselves. Then I will ask all of the panelists a few questions for about 40 minutes, and we will have time, 10 minutes for the audience to ask any specific questions. So let me maybe start with our three panelists. And Angelika, do you want to start and briefly introduce yourself?
Sure, happy to. And good morning to everyone. My name is Angelika Schöchling. I'm a senior partner with Antin, looking besides a number of different things after our social infrastructure franchise, which is quite large. So over the last 8 years, we've invested across crematorium, psychiatry, labs, general hospitals, IVF centers, schools for autistic children, nurseries, and we are due to be closing our latest acquisition in the area of pharmacies next year. Antin is a €6.5 billion infrastructure fund. That's our latest fundraise, which we completed this year. We're a partnership, so we're an independent firm, and I look forward to this panel.
Great. Thank you, Angelika. Kugan, do you want to briefly introduce yourself?
Sure. Thanks, Martin. Hi, everybody. My name is Kugan Satyanandaraja. I'm the Managing Director at KKR. I've been at the firm now for 10 years. I lead our healthcare strategic growth business in Europe. Over that time period, I've worked across both private equity and growth. On the private equity side, I was involved in some of our transactions like Alliance Boots and LGC. Healthcare growth, I'm sure we'll come on to talk about it a little bit more, is a more recent venture for us, particularly in Europe. And we've done our first two deals now, one being Gamma Biosciences, and then more recently, an animal health focused services business called Argenta. But nice to be here and looking forward to the panel.
Thanks, Kugan. Steve, over to you. Steve? We can't hear you, Steve.
Well, sorry, I muted my mic. Good morning, everybody. My name is Steve Nitschke. I'm Managing Director and Head of European Acquisitions for Medical Properties Trust. We are a $17 billion US-based NYSE-listed real estate investment trust that focuses on hospitals. We have about 385 facilities across 9 countries in the world. So formed in 2003 and focused generally on hospital properties. So we're generally a freeholder.
Great. Thank you very much, Steve. Angelika, if I may, I will ask you the first question. So under your leadership, Antin has become one of the main financial investors in healthcare services in Europe. And you were speaking about the Hippocrates deal that you did in Italy earlier on. What is infrastructure like about a pharmacies business in Italy or a clinical labs business which you own, which is called Amedes?
Oh, I mean, a number of things. I mean, first of all, they both provide a basic service to the community. They are businesses that are downside protected with a good visibility on future cash flows. They are highly regulated with very high barriers to entry. And we see quite a bit of growth opportunities. In terms of the pharmacies in particular, in Italy, they're the only entities that are allowed to distribute prescription drugs, and frankly, rightly so, because these are quite dangerous substances, some of them at least, and that is over half of the business. In addition, the creation ex nihilo of a pharmacy in Italy is very regulated. You need to be at least 200 meters away from the next one. You need to service at least 3,300 people in terms of your catchment area of population. And so it's not that straightforward to get a license to open a pharmacy. And it's quite similar when you look at labs in Germany. You will see that over the last decade, probably most, if not all, the new labs that emerged haven't really emerged. It's been M&A of existing licenses where new entities were created, or existing entities actually grew larger and larger via M&A. But it's very rare to see a new lab starting because it's very difficult to get an authorization to do that.
Understood. Kugan, if I may, next question to you. So you first joined KKR about 10 years ago, worked for the traditional private equity fund, and are now heading KKR's Healthcare Strategic Growth Fund in Europe. Based on your experience from working both in the US and in Europe, what are the fundamental differences between doing private equity in the US and in Europe?
Sure. I think many of the underlying fundamentals around healthcare that we all like are very similar. Obviously, similar structures around funding, and some of the secular trends are pretty similar. The big difference is, I think, first and foremost, from a service perspective, which I think a lot of folks here are more interested in. US is broadly a profit center. It's a commercial model all across its various subsectors, and so there are lots of highly innovative and profitable business models. And private equity has a deep and strong track record. Clearly, we have very similar trends here in Europe, but I would say by and large, there are more pockets here that behave more like cost centers compared to the US, given the participation of central governments in a lot of our systems versus the US. I would say that's the big difference from a structural investing perspective. I think biopharma and medtech are pretty similar. Two, the US healthcare market overall is roughly 2 times Europe, right? It's a $4 trillion market, probably a $2 trillion market in Europe. That means from an investor perspective, there's just a lot more competition, and it's a more liquid market. And so I think my colleagues, and while I was there, would see a lot more deal flow and a lot more transactions that you look at per deal. And the final difference is just, it's a very liquid market, as I mentioned, a very efficient market. And so there aren't some of the nuances that you absolutely have in Europe around local relationship building. The need to be a partner of choice is universal across the world. But I do think in Europe, it's a skill set that we all have to develop, often in different cultures and different languages. That is less the case in the US. So I'd say those, very broadly, those would be three differences.
Yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for that perspective. Steve, Medical Properties Trust have been one of the most active investors in healthcare real estate worldwide. And here in Europe specifically, you have done the 2 billion BMI deal last year. You did the Infracore deal in Switzerland, and earlier the Median Kliniken deal. Why is Medical Properties Trust specifically focused on acute and post-acute care as opposed to any other healthcare services sector?
Well, I would say that it's generally been in our business plan since our foundation, and ultimately our ranks are filled with hospital people as well. We saw a need in 2003. We built up our sophistication, and we believe that hospitals are the foundation of the cornerstone of the healthcare market, right? We look outside of hospitals as well in different asset classes, but generally our down the middle of the fairway sort of opportunity is hospitals.
Understood. So we're all living through very challenging times in COVID-19 environment and living through the pandemic. And one question that I would like to ask all three of you, and again starting with Angelika, in how far has COVID-19 changed the way that you look at healthcare investments, both in terms of the healthcare subsectors that you look into, but also the countries that you would consider for an investment?
Look, I guess for an infrastructure fund, that's an easy one in quotation marks, in the sense that, we would naturally look at the stable part of the healthcare kind of world. So, we're not active in the fancy tech and similar areas that our colleagues in private equity are covering.
You mean Coogan?
So really, I guess it has nicely tested both our investment thesis as well as, did we invest in line with our investment thesis? And the answer is yes, because our healthcare portfolio has been performing very, very resiliently under this ultimate stress test. So if anything, really it has comforted us in our investment thesis. It's fair to say that we have done 2 additions to our social infrastructure portfolio in this year.
So Coogan, you're clearly investing in the fancy areas of healthcare, as Angelika just said, the high growth areas. So in how far has the crisis changed your perspective on healthcare investments?
Sure. I'm not sure, Angelika, I would say it's that fancy. I'm sure my tech colleagues would argue what they do is a lot fancier. I think it won't come as a surprise, especially for kind of what I do day to day, which is healthcare strategic growth. COVID's clearly been a horrible thing for humanity, but for growth funds and the subsectors that I'm focused in, it's really been a tailwind, almost an accelerator of some trends. Some are very obvious. Gamma Biosciences, which is our first deal in Europe, is a bioprocessing business focused on advanced therapeutics, cell and gene therapy, but also vaccines. And so some of those key, and we supply the critical components that are required to manufacture some of these products. Such a business, has not been, if anything, it's been a positive tailwind under COVID. We have other examples in our broader portfolio which have actually had, positive tailwinds from COVID itself. Clinical trial recruitment businesses which have been involved in the vaccine defense. So I would say that's the bucket which is sort of directly positively impacted. The rest of the portfolio, ultimately we're talking about critical businesses across biopharma, medtech, services, tools and diagnostics. These have not really been impacted, and from a growth perspective, we have no or very little leverage, limited liquidity issues, and so the portfolio has done very well for us. And then clearly there are some parts of healthcare more broadly, discretionary parts of services and maybe parts of medtech that I know have had some sort of slowdown. They are still fundamentally good businesses, and I think many folks look through this COVID cycle as they look at those businesses. But it isn't necessarily a focus of what we do currently in growth. So overall, I would say, COVID has been a net positive for growth investing globally.
Steve, what is your perspective from a healthcare real estate investment perspective?
Ultimately, we're a long-term investor. I would say that generally, it's been COVID's been terrible, obviously, but it has also validated the basic thesis that hospitals are here to stay and are a very important part of the local infrastructure and fabric of each community. So, there are different layers of how it adds complexity to looking at investments, right? But in the long run, we're looking at long-term investing anyways. For asset classes that are kind of outside of, our core types, there may be headwinds that have been hit or things like that we have to take into account. And that may ultimately, though, as a long-term investor, I don't think that we necessarily consider it as a huge negative into our business thesis.
Okay, well, thank you for these perspectives. Angelika, back to you. How do you think an infrastructure fund can add value to a healthcare services company?
I think as an infrastructure fund, we would naturally have a more long-term perspective. And in the areas, in the subsectors of healthcare where we probably should be active, I think that's a plus to give more time to the portfolio companies. Things to change something in a healthcare company very often takes time because often there's a lot of employees, you need to take them along. And so I think a longer time horizon for the more resilient long-term kind of businesses that are not in a strong growth mode can potentially be beneficial. I think that's another area maybe as an infrastructure fund, we're naturally more used to regulatory topics and regulation because infrastructure is always heavily regulated in some shape or form. I think that suits our investment profile very well. So I think that's a space for an infrastructure fund within the overall universe of healthcare investing.
Thank you, Angelika. Kugan, you were talking about your portfolio and your involvement in Alliance Boots. Is it easier to do large deals such as Alliance Boots, or is it more difficult or easier to deal with smaller, high-growth healthcare companies?
Yeah, I'm going to frustrate you with the answer. I think they're both equally difficult. Let me take a step back. For KKR, we actually see this as a very integrated effort. The teams are integrated. My colleagues, both in Europe and in the US. Underlying both sets of deals is a common experience and a common track record. We think we have a great network and ability to add value and a great track record in healthcare. All of that is where growth comes from. We rely heavily on what we've learned in the subsectors that we've invested in and the folks that we have worked with. And so there isn't so much of a difference in, more formally speaking, in the go-to-market or in the people that we're speaking with and kind of playbooks that we would use. I think the big difference is the kind of value creation plans. The larger deals, they're clearly very large businesses. They rely quite heavily on operational value improvement, and of course there'll be an M&A piece to it. But they rely heavily, I think, on the existing operations of the business. In these smaller businesses, there's an element of business building. There's an element of kind of imagining something that doesn't exist today. Now we do that, of course, in private equity and in larger deals, but there is a lot more of that in growth. These are small, less mature businesses. They're relying on you to provide that support. And so there are maybe different kind of nuances or concentrations of which parts of the KKR toolkit and brain are being used, but we don't see them as so different, and that's why someone like myself, who's had an experience across both, would be the typical experience of the broader team and growth that you would see.
Right. Well, thank you for that perspective. Steve, how do you look at financial returns and holding periods compared to traditional private equity funds or infrastructure funds?
Well, I think that ultimately the fundamental difference is that we're more of a capital provider, or that's generally our model. So, we don't look at things like exit multiples, and we're more of like a partner for capital to assist operators in growing their platform, right? So generally, while we look at a lot of different financial metrics, risk-adjusted yields and things like that are primary importance above things like IRRs and long-term kind of exit multiple type metrics.
Great. Well, thank you for that. Going back to the COVID theme, one of the questions that I very often get, and I would like to ask this to all three of you, how do you price transactions in the current COVID-19 environment where neither company earnings nor transaction multiples or yields are normal in quotation marks? And maybe we start with you again, Angelika. We can't hear you, Angelika.
Yeah, the classic.
Perfect.
The classic. There we go. So look, as an infrastructure fund, we're starting out of looking at businesses that are not or very slightly affected by COVID, because else it wouldn't be infrastructure in the first place. And then we look, it's all interesting to look at multiples and what have you, but in reality, we look at discounted cash flow models. So I think the skill set then to some extent boils down to having, a model that reflects the future, which is, more uncertain today than maybe in more normal investing periods. And then we really go with a discounted cash flow approach. So, but it's fair to say it's a tricky environment, as all uncertain environments are for principal investing.
Kugan, how do you price in transaction uncertainty and COVID environment?
Very similar to what Angelika said. We look at our own versions of long-term cash flow returns or NPVs, but I would say there are two valuation questions or problems that we're trying to solve for in this current climate. So there are the businesses that are overperforming because they have some COVID tailwinds like diagnostic, and management and folks will try and sell off that EBITDA or sales multiple. And so we need to come to a view of what is the right structure or risk sharing, because for some of these businesses it may be a one-off, and so that's a risk and a risk sharing question that we have to see alignment on. The other is the other way. There are businesses that are underperforming, where clearly there is a trough in earnings and a recovery to be priced in, and so there that again the long-term discounting is very important. And if you're looking at a sort of pre-COVID to a post-COVID multiple, I think multiples are irrelevant. It's more how much value has been lost across a typical holding period because of this COVID disruption. How much can be caught up, and if it can't, there clearly has to be a discount. And so those are the two, the more sort of the tensions in the process for kind of long-term discounting.
Steve, what's your perspective on this?
I think the answer is for us is cautiously, but with a long-term view, while still considering the current dislocations in the market. I think that there are a lot of people coming into the market, and there's pressure on pricing for certain assets, and then there are other certain opportunistic assets that have less pressure, and then as a result, the the range of pricing has changed considerably. So the consideration that needs to be given to where something towards valuation of a given opportunity really is, a significant amount of time. But at the end of the day, it's long term, and consider it as a current dislocation. But with hospitals and things like that, I think that generally our view is that price over it.
Yeah, thanks for that. Angelika, talking about pricing transactions, how do you look at financial returns compared to traditional private equity funds? Are your return requirements lower than traditional private equity?
Oh, Martin, that's a trick question. Plus, I would love to know what the target returns are these days for private equity, because sometimes
Kugan will tell us in a second.
I feel they're below ours, maybe. So, it's. I think it's a difficult one. Look, I think we'd have a longer term kind of model. I guess we might have lower return targets, but again, in some of the situations, I really do wonder where private equity is these days.
Yeah, understood. Kugan, one question to you, and considering the two other panelists, what do you consider to be the fundamental advantages and disadvantages that private equity funds such as yourself have over REITs and infrastructure funds when it comes to doing healthcare investments?
Sure. Look, I actually think increasingly, the lines are getting blurred. I think both parties compete fairly for assets. So, I'm not sure, how much of a difference there really is. I mean, I can talk at a high level. I think traditionally discount rates is the big one, where a traditional private equity fund should have a higher cost of capital, and for businesses where a REIT or an infrastructure steps in, we would historically find it difficult to compete. Having said that, I think increasingly private equity is diversifying and having different pools of capital with different duration and return. I think that gap, and like KKR can offer, infrastructure itself can also offer different core funds. So I think that's that line is clearly kind of merging. The second difference, I think private equity would always claim that they had a kind of value creation capability, a track record, and an ability to impact the business. But as you've heard today on this panel, I think that is also changing from the other side. I think infrastructure, and Angelika, I'm sure you're a perfect example of this. Playing in healthcare and having a track record in healthcare means I think they could just as well claim those skill sets. And so I do think actually some of the maybe perceived traditional disadvantages, they are sort of coalescing to the point where I think it's fair game and it's a fair competition.
Yeah, no, indeed. Steve, one question to you. When comparing the healthcare services sector in your home market, US and Europe, where do you see the fundamental differences between those two geographies?
Well, the U.S. is a larger market, as Kugan said earlier, and the payers are slightly different, but the fundamentals generally are the same. I think that, to me, ultimately, there's a lot of opportunity for consolidation in Europe. And while there also is opportunity in the U.S. for consolidation, those are generally bigger ticket types of transactions. So I think from a transactional perspective, in Europe offers a lot of opportunity a consolidation opportunity within the market.
Okay. Looking forward a bit, Angelika, what do you consider to be the most attractive areas for investing in healthcare services in Europe, having just done a pharmacy deal in Italy? Are there any other sectors that you find attractive?
Yeah, that's another trick question, isn't it? Look, it's an interesting one because I think that within healthcare, COVID probably readjusted a little bit the relative value discussion across sectors. So, for instance, if you look at hospitals, I think whilst they have probably been less appreciated kind of 3-4 years ago, I think people take a higher interest. There's been a large transaction in France this year. I think equally in areas that are less infrastructure, in which we really spend a lot less time on, like dental, maybe, these are businesses that have been more affected. As a matter of fact, anything that has been not, a real urgent need to be done, probably people have been more hesitant to do it, and hence these businesses have been more affected. And I think valuations have been very high, and they probably come down a little bit. So that's more a theme around, relative valuation across subsectors, which I think are adjusting slowly. In terms of, attractiveness, you look at labs, and yes, labs probably did take a one-off hit to some extent, but I think there's a fundamental shift in paradigm when it comes to labs, in the sense that, as you've said at the outset, the structural importance to the whole healthcare system has been, I think, highlighted and is better understood, not only by investors, but also by payers, which is, arguably more important. So really the systematic part to some of these healthcare assets is going to be appreciated more. So I think labs are quite interesting. I think hospitals, it's been demonstrated that in many jurisdictions, the government has had a very strong will of supporting them. And there's probably going to be more focus on some sort of availability kind of services in healthcare than what it used to be historically.
Great. Kugan, talking about your secret deal pipeline, what do you think are the most attractive sectors to invest in?
I wish I had a secret deal pipeline. I think you know all of my deals. Just taking a step back, I think the fund is purposely pan-subsector. We want quite diversified exposure to all of the subsectors that we look at: biopharma, medtech, tools and diagnostics services. I think the two trends that are interesting in Europe, and it's the reason why we're excited about Europe as a growth market. One, we've definitely seen over the last few years, and I think COVID has very much accelerated this, a step change in how innovation and broadly defined innovation is funded and supported by governments across a number of different life sciences hubs all across Europe. And I'm not going to name all of them, but clearly, in the UK, London, Cambridge, Oxford, there's a sort of hub of activity around company formation. Now, we don't necessarily invest that early, but we're beneficiaries at the growth stage of those companies developing. And Gamma would be a great example. Europe leads the world really in genomics and tools and diagnostics and pharma services. And so some of those businesses are pretty interesting for us, and we have this play currently in that space. And the other piece, which has already been mentioned, is this fragmentation across Europe. It's a local market, a number of family-owned businesses. Actually, it's common to all different asset classes. But that sort of consolidation play is still happening and still interesting for specialist growth funds like that. Those would be a couple of areas that we're focused on.
So, Steve, your focus is firmly on acute and post-acute, but what would be maybe the geographies that you find more interesting than others?
Well, I think that we look at things other than acute and post-acute. Generally, those are our wheelhouse. But so I think that there's great opportunities throughout other different asset classes throughout Europe, right? particularly, with consolidation and things like that. But as far as geographies go, I would kind of consider us more of, we don't necessarily target an area. We look for a strategic opportunity that looks good with potential platform growth and additional opportunities to assist operators or sponsors grow the platforms. So, when you apply that to Europe, it's not that there are particularly any red countries where we wouldn't go to or anything necessarily like that. It's more along the lines of whether there's the proper opportunity within such country.
Okay. So we've got roughly 3 minutes left before the Q&A. Let me therefore ask 2 brief questions to each of you. So what is your investment outlook for 2021, Angelika? Would you expect to invest more in healthcare services or less than you did in 2019 or 2020?
I think the market is really going to be booming, and we're going to be seeing a lot of transactions. And we continue to be, a very keen investor in the segment. So I'm actually very positive when it comes to healthcare. Maybe a little less than I would be for transport, actually.
Yes. So Kugan, 2021, more or less?
Yeah, similarly more. I'm bullish on healthcare broadly, but particularly growth. We've had a good year across the firm, as you know. We've deployed a lot of capital, but I think 21 is going to be, in my opinion, even better given some of the things, particularly in healthcare, in terms of the trends that we're seeing.
Steve, what's your perspective on 2021?
I think more, but I think that ultimately we're looking at about 18 months of kind of normalization of the kind of transaction world. There's a lot of dry powder out there. People are still not totally certain about valuations and things like that, and short to midterm prospects. So I think 2021 is bigger, but I hedge and say maybe there's a little bit of a lag that leads to 2022.
Okay. So let me conclude the panel with a provocative question to each of you and a request for a very short answer. So Angelika, if you could swap with any of your fellow panelists, with whom would you swap?
Oh, that's another trick question. Martin, I think I'd like to swap with you because you've been traveling today.
That's a good answer. I like that one. Kugan.
Yeah, I can't believe I was going to go for you, but Angelika stopped my. I think probably Angelika. I think infrastructure is similarly a big mega trend, and it would be good to have that perspective and invest behind that sort of secular thesis.
Steve, what's your perspective? In which chair do you want to sit?
I like where we're at, so I generally wouldn't want to swap necessarily, but I do think that both have excellent platforms and portfolios. If I had to choose, I guess I'd choose Angelika because infra is just fascinating in terms of the different types of acquisitions and things like that. But KKR does the same to some degree, so both.
Great. So I think that concludes the main part of our panel. I think we will have Max joining us again. Let's now open it up to the Q&A. So let's look at the live questions. So one question that we're getting here is, and maybe that's directed to you best, Kugan, is success of new disruptive business models in the US an indicator of potential success in Europe? What's your view on that, Kugan?
Yeah, I think it's nuanced. There are many examples of disruptive business models that have worked in the US that have been transported here. I think it's a private equity, parts of vet, dental, would be good examples of that success that we see globally. But there are also clear differences around how Europe works, in particular how we reimburse products, the scale of where you start some of these businesses, and so not all disruptions are going to be immediately. So I think you have to be mindful of the business model that is, in particular, the economic model that is working or not in the US. Can that be replicated in Europe with our reimbursement systems? And of course, we're 28 different geographies. Our starting position, which is, if you can pass that, they are transferable. But I think some do and some don't.
Yeah. Well, thank you for that perspective. Okay, so thank you very much for this, and I welcome back Max to the panel.
Hi.
Max?
Yeah, hi, hello. Martin, hi panel, hi. Yeah, no, what an interesting discussion you had, Martin.
Well, all due to our panelists.
Yes, indeed, yes. I mean, that question about the how far you can take disruptive business models from the States, it's a very interesting one, isn't it, really? I mean, the questioner actually asks about Teladoc, for example, and One Medical. What's your opinion about it? Do you agree with Coogan that depends? I suppose it depends upon the payer model, doesn't it, I guess?
Well, the US market in general, across healthcare services, we're talking about healthcare services, but the same applies to pharmaceuticals and medtech, is a much more developed market in many instances. If you're looking at the number of healthcare services subsectors that we have in the US, which we do not necessarily yet have at the same scale in Europe, is very impressive. If you're looking at the universe of listed companies in the US in healthcare services, we'll probably be talking about 20 plus subsectors, while in Europe it's only a handful. From a pure market cap perspective, it's also a much larger sector in the US than it is in Europe. So not surprising that some of those models already exist in the US, but will at some point in time also come to Europe, maybe in smaller scale in the beginning, but we will definitely see that transition.
I'm struck by how very few American healthcare service groups, well, traditional American healthcare service groups like hospitals or elderly care move out of America. And I always think that's probably because America's a very fat market. So we were talking earlier about how Australians and South Africans were forced to expand internationally. And in a way, the larger your domestic market, the less the requirement for you to go abroad. I mean, it was very interesting talking to Ping An on Monday, and what Ping An was really saying was, well, we've got a very large Chinese market to deal with. And I guess the same argument can apply on the healthcare services side. But I mean, Teladoc is coming into Europe, isn't it, in quite a big way. I'm not sure about the other players there, like One Medical or Ramada Health. I don't know if you know them, whether they are also coming in or not.
Well, I think there's a fundamental difference between what you describe long-term care and hospital businesses, which are very local businesses with local services provision for a local community.
And the digital platforms like Teladoc, I get your point, yes. Where you want to get in early, don't you? There's an imperative, there's going to be telehealth in Europe, and if you're Teladoc, you need to grab the market and before somebody else does.
Exactly, and you could argue that ultimately, if we didn't have the implications of payers and of course data protection and a few other things to consider, reality is that a doctor in a telehealth setting could sit in Australia while you are in San Francisco, or you sit in London, as the two of us do.
Yes. Okay. So we've got a couple of other questions here, haven't we? Has the last one there is, has the distress in the integrated healthcare real estate and services caused by COVID, is this an opportunity to acquire real estate at a lower price? I think when they say RE, they're talking about real estate, aren't they? So do you think property prices have dropped?
Well,
or do you know if they have?
I think it's a question we should have asked Steve, but I would say if you're looking at transactions right now, the transaction funnel continues to be very broad. Transactions both on the real estate side but also on the operator side continue to be very competitive. And based on all of the discussions that I have had with people from the REIT world, there hasn't been an observable drop in valuations, frankly. I think the yields are still very much in line with what we have seen pre-COVID, and demand for assets with an infrastructure backing, with a real estate backing, continues to be very high.
Yes, and one has to remember that there are a lot of property investors who've been in the much larger sectors like retail and office, for whom healthcare is obviously going to be a safe haven. I mean, there must be many, I imagine there are many property investors who are eyeing up healthcare quickly and fast.
Yeah, absolutely. Would you want, in these days, invest into an airport, or would you rather want to invest in a hospital or in a healthcare property? Question.
Yes. So the other question next we've got here is again about property, isn't it? And about, are new investors targeting the comparative security of healthcare? We've got a healthcare property session later, of course, where that question I'm sure will come up. But I'm sure you, Martin, have come across people who are targeting healthcare property, haven't you? Or
absolutely. And generally what we're seeing, it applies to healthcare properties, but it also applies to operating companies. In crisis times like this, healthcare tends to be a sector that performs better than other industries. Yes. It's not the industry that outperforms in the boom and bust days of the internet bubble, but it tends to be the sector who outperforms whenever there is a crisis. And we've seen this specifically at the beginning of the year, where general market indices went down very significantly, while healthcare actually held up very well. And the same phenomenon on the real estate side, where there has been notably interest in healthcare properties, which has remained, while, as you said, high street retail, airports, toll roads, probably yes, less interesting.
Dropped. So are you a bull? You're fairly bullish then?
So if I'm just looking at my own transaction pipeline, and if I'm just looking at what is going on in the market, if I'm just looking at the processes being prepared for 2021, I think I have all reasons to be quite bullish. There's a lot going on right now. I think healthcare is, at the end of the day, let's not forget this, the causes for this crisis, but it's also the remedy.
Yes.
And I think you will also see this when you speak to your friends or to anybody else. Nobody has ever been as knowledgeable about clinical labs, diagnostics, testing, approval pathways for drugs, vaccines. So it couldn't be better times for healthcare.
Yes. So in general, you don't see multiples dropping to any extent, really, even in elective areas like dentistry. So dentistry multiples did get very high before all this happened, didn't they? There were some very high, very toppy numbers there, Martin. You know,
absolutely. But what people often forget in this discussion is people are very multiples focused, and the question that I often get is: so are multiples going to be higher, or are they going to be lower, or are they going to be the same pre and post-COVID? But what people often forget is that a multiple is always applied to underlying earnings.
Yes.
And to the point that Kugan was making on the panel, the multiple is one part of the valuation equation, but the other part is about what is actually the underlying earnings. Do I normalize for the COVID impact? What has been the COVID impact, positive or negative? Are there long-term effects in the business model that I need to factor in, given what I just learned from the COVID crisis? So that's actually probably the more difficult question, and the question of applying mechanically a multiple. It's also a question of really looking at the quality and the underlying earnings.
This is of course the quandary with labs, isn't it? Because I noticed some recent stats from Belgium showing that the traditional business from elective testing is down 5% in the year to August, but of course the total volume of sales is up because of the COVID contracts. And then the question becomes, How much of that is going to be retained and carry on once the crisis is over, and will the labs retain a special relationship with government and public payers once the crisis is over? We're looking at that actually later on, but I don't know. What are your thoughts on that? Do you think?
But it's not only labs.
Would you like to?
No, I think it
Some
applies
big transactions. There are some big transactions coming up in labs, aren't there?
No, absolutely,
absolutely. Unilabs. I mean, yeah, it's a lot going on.
It's not only labs. I think this question applies to all of the subsectors, or to many of them. It applies to disinfection, for example. It applies to telehealth. Will the current telehealth boom be sustainable in the longer term? The other question is also, a big question is the catch-up effect in elective. So are all of these volumes lost volumes, or are they just deferred volumes, or will there be a mixture between lost and deferred volumes? Big question mark.
So when I talk to CEOs of some very large operating companies, they will admit that they have never lived in a period with more uncertainty than today. That they have very little visibility on the future, and in particular, very little visibility on where governments are going to go with contracts, and where that's going to go. So it's a party, but there is still that wall of, we're faced with a miasma of uncertainty.
It really depends on the business model, to be honest. Think about in healthcare services about dialysis.
Dialysis is clear. Okay, so dialysis is always going to be
Dialysis is one example, but
care homes is another example.
Care homes is another example.
Yes.
Think about tertiary acute care hospitals. They will not go away. Think about testing in general. This will not go away. So I think actually, if you're looking at it, you really need to look at it specifically by individual subsectors. And for many of the subsectors, given the underlying drivers of healthcare, which remain there, it's actually much less a question than people think.
Yes.
I totally appreciate it affects many other industries much more than healthcare. But in healthcare, there's many subsectors who are very much immune against what's happening.
I suppose it's the core elective hospital market, which is the one which is where there's a large question mark, isn't there, really? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Well, thank you very much, Martin. That was a very interesting panel discussion, and thank you for being here with us and coming into our lovely studio here in sunny West London. So we're now going to have a quick break before we come back with a very engaging emerging markets panel discussion where we really dig into what's happening in emerging markets. So that starts at 10 o'clock UK time. So I'll see you then. Thank you again, Martin.
Thank you. It was a pleasure, Max.
Okay.
Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can. Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can. Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can.
Hello and welcome back to HBI 2020. Next, we're going to be looking at investment opportunities in emerging markets. Now, this next section was pre-recorded, but as ever, of course, all of our guests are happy to take any questions, so just pop them in the chat section. Okay, let's join the session.
Welcome to what I know will be a fascinating discussion on investing in healthcare services in emerging markets. An hour later at 11:45 a.m. UK time, you can have your say by joining our interactive roundtable. And that's a chance to talk in groups of 3 or 4 and to network and discuss your views on investing in emerging markets. We find that format of very small groups really forces everyone to interact and create something which is quite similar to the normal conference experience. So I very much hope you'll be able to join us there. So this is a fascinating session. Emerging markets, I think, have been particularly hard hit by COVID because healthcare operators there typically have lacked the state support that you get in many West European countries. And we also saw, of course, a collapse in electives, a big hit on healthcare tourism. So they've been hit hard, but underlying demand clearly remains high, and new digital solutions are on the horizon and indeed are taking off. So with this panel, we want to explore what the impact of COVID has been on businesses and valuations, and also what are the new business models of the future. We've got an absolutely great panel here today. Let me introduce you to them. Charles Dalton has spent the last 7 years flying around the globe, investing in healthcare services for the IFC, which of course is the world's largest investor in healthcare services. So he really knows the sector extremely well, and he's also got this global vision of it. Vishal Bali is the executive chairman of Asia Healthcare Holdings, the single speciality delivery platform of TPG Growth. Over the past 4 years, it's built South Asia's second largest chain of oncology hospitals under the American Oncology Institute brand. And it is also now the largest mother and child speciality play in South Asia, with a chain of 12 motherhood, women and children's hospitals and 27 Nova IVF centres. He's also the founder of Nightingales, which runs home care and care homes in India. So he knows quite a lot about the elderly care market, which of course is fascinating in emerging markets. In his spare time, he's the non-executive director of the $1 billion Evercare fund backed by TPG, which took over from Abraj, I think, in 2018. And this, of course, was an extremely ambitious platform which aimed to provide healthcare for the multitude and to have a double book column thing, so that you're doing good as well as making money. So that is very interesting. And our third panelist is Dr. Amit Varma, who co-founded Quadria Capital a decade ago. It's invested $2.2 billion across the Asia-Pacific region, including in specialty hospitals, in home care, in LabLink, the largest lab group in Malaysia, and a stake in Healthcare Global, which is the largest oncology chain in India. So we've got a bunch of really expert and involved investors in healthcare services. We're going to start off with a very short slideshow from Charles, looking at how the IFC has seen COVID impacting the sector, and then we'll go into a panel discussion. Over to you, Charles.
Thank you, Max. I'm having a few issues getting the tab to come up, I'm afraid.
Oh, well, you can always ask Richard to go on to the next slide if you want to.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to have to. Sorry, everybody, the tab stopped. So thank you very much, Max. Thanks very much, HBI, for asking me to attend this presentation. So I'm basically going to spend a very short amount of time giving you IFC's views and perceptions on where we think the COVID impact has been on emerging markets. Richard, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. Thanks. So basically, I'm going to talk about 4 areas. The first area is that disrupted demand that Max had highlighted at the introduction. We're then going to talk briefly about the government sort of intervention, so how the private sector and the public sector has or has not been able to work together successfully on this. I'll touch on the supply chain related issues, and then I'm going to talk about the financial implications that have faced these health service providers in multiple markets. And I must state from the outset, there's no one country fits all. There are different experiences, different learnings from different countries. But as you'll see in the presentation, there are some underlying themes and lessons to be learned. Next slide, please. So the disrupted demand, let's just talk about the sort of the backlog. So in some markets, there's been growing concern over the backlog of care, and that seems to be a consistent theme that's coming through. So chronic care, NCD care, etc., and it's not just emerging markets. We are seeing this in the developed world as well. So that's something we're going to have to watch very carefully. In 2021, there is going to have to be a catch up in some regard on that care, but it just depends how that's going to be managed and implemented, given that we have demand and supply gaps in many of the markets that we're working in. Definitely some elective care has been lost. I don't think some elective care will be captured back. So that on the elective side of things, that's going to be lost. And medical tourism, it's going to take a while to recover. It's been hit badly. We still have the travel restrictions. We still have specific countries requiring what you need when, certain tests to get into the country, or you're not allowed into those countries. We don't think medical tourism will recover to the back end of 2021. And we've just got to see what happens with the vaccine rollout. So there has been a revenue loss. That's very clear. What we've noted is 2 months of major revenue loss for health service providers, up to 70% during the respective lockdown periods, if I can call it that, in a country. And it's taking plus minus 6 months to bounce back without the wave 2. So we're seeing wave 2 in some markets, and we haven't got to wave 2 maybe in others, and we're watching to see what happens. But it's taking about 6 months to sort of bounce back to where hospital, labs, primary care providers were prior to that. But it does vary per market. But we are seeing the defensive nature of healthcare. And this is a consistent we've seen in other recession-like activity in the past. The healthcare sector, the private healthcare sector, is pretty defensive because people are still needing access to healthcare services. But we think we're going to see return to financial positions pre-COVID at the back end of 2021. So it's going to take a while for recovery to happen. And also one thing that we've noticed, COVID income does not offset revenue from other services. So for those private sector players that have been able to offer COVID services, that income gain, if I can call it that, has not offset the main losses they've made from this chronic care, the NCDs, etc. Next slide, please. Government intervention. This is a really interesting one. And we, from an RFC perspective, are very pro, and we really support the increase and utilization of public-private collaboration. We think to strengthen healthcare systems, we need more public-private collaboration and better management. But what we've seen in many markets, the public sector still doesn't have the mechanisms in place to engage with and contract with the private sector. So this has highlighted some gaps that are going to need to be addressed over the next few years as we move towards social health insurance, as the need for public and private contracting increases. It definitely seems to be a gap. Contracting has started, so it's looking at price, its volume, quality, and transparency. There's definitely an expectation that if I give you volume, you give me price. There are a couple of markets where it has been done in terms of the contracting. South Africa has been one of those. And also, it's not just COVID care that this contracting has been taking place for. Some governments have got a backlog on their chronic care as well. And there have been some examples of the private sector being asked to take on some chronic care workload, but only in a few countries. Next slide, please. The supply chain, absolutely. It's been disrupted across the board. What we did see initially was price hikes, quite considerable price hikes in a number of goods and services related to COVID. So PPE, ventilators, etc., etc. The trend seems to be going back to normal. So the initial price hikes went up and the prices are now coming back. But there does seem to be a elapsed time delay for ordering goods and services. And so, again, hospitals are having to plan more in advance, more forecasting, more awareness of the sort of limitations of that supply chain. We are hearing, for example, about delays at customs or at ports as these goods come into specific countries. So that we're going to have to watch very, very, very closely. As I've said, the ports and the customs are delaying the access to some of these goods and services, but prices come down. Next slide, please. The financial implications. I mean, this is where we spent a lot of our time looking at our portfolio and engaging with other third parties outside of IFC as well. And there have been some liquidity issues. So to us, it's highlighted the importance of active cost management and performance analytics. Quite often when we look at entities in emerging markets, understandably, they've been focused on revenue, but they may not have had in place the good performance analytics, the good cost oversight, and the ability to manage when things go slightly astray, as we've seen recently. So what we have seen, there has been headcount reduction in some markets or a percentage of salary saving in some markets as well. And also large scale expenditure has been delayed. But those groups with the better focus on cost and performance analytics appear to have been able to respond better than others. CapEx programs have definitely been delayed. So there's been a push out of some large scale CapEx for existing hospital groups into 2021. And so also we've seen some greenfield projects have been delayed as well into 2021. Unless there's been a specific COVID-related infrastructure development, and some hospitals have had to do that to separate services, build ICU. But on the main, a lot of the big expenditure initiatives have definitely been delayed. Next slide, please. So overall, and in conclusion, sort of the market dynamics with COVID, it's a mixed bag. So there is definitely an increased focus on quality, patient safety, and value for money coming out of this. Questions are being asked about pricing, but also questions are being asked about quality and better access. We are anticipating increasing labor restrictions in some markets. It's not been easy to move people between markets, and we know we have a healthcare shortage. So I think this is healthcare professional shortage. So I think this is something we're going to have to watch really closely over the next 18 months, because I think we are going to see in some markets access to healthcare professionals, the challenge is actually going to go up. We also are seeing investor reflection in some markets, not that they're going to exit, but they may be taking a little bit longer to make a decision about entering a market or expanding within a market. Definitely, and this isn't really linked to COVID, this is a general observation, and we do know over the next sort of decade we're going to see an increase in private health insurance as the middle income and corporates grow, but also linked to that we're going to see a big growth in social health insurance. So that's also going to play into the need to look at the role that the private sector plays and how this private public collaboration and can work, and the expectation on maybe a business model shift in some markets for the private sector. There may be some immediate M&A activity out there, because we do see some groups maybe getting themselves with liquidity issues, and it may release some M&A activity. Financial resilience strengthening, that's going to be required, and increased interest in primary care and out-of-hospital services. We knew this going into COVID, that there was a shift coming in the market. What we're now definitely seeing, that it's not all about hospitals. We need to look at what I would call, the easiest way to call it is these ecosystems. We need to look at healthcare as a system, and where do we best provide that access to care for the patient? And it doesn't necessarily have to be in that hospital. So how do we take care out to the community, if that makes sense? Increased use of telemedicine, absolutely. I mean, digital health was here before COVID. It's now exploded during COVID. And the opportunity is to harness it and grow it, but it needs to be embedded into the systems. Telemedicine operating in a silo is tough to make commercially viable for an investor. We need to look at how we embrace telemedicine. The increased use for data assessment in the healthcare sector is poor. There's lots of data. It's collected, but it's not used in the right way. So we need to look at how we use data to look at population, to look at disease, to look at access, et cetera, et cetera. I've mentioned about the whole healthcare system. We think there will be some infrastructure realignment. You know, groups may start looking at where are we going to put the hospital? Where are we going to put the supporting clinic? Increased investor oversight. I think there's a lot of lessons here, and some investors will have learned from their portfolio that they may have to take the magnifying glass out just a little bit more in the short to medium term on some of their assets. And then the key thing here on healthcare investing is there's going to be limited quick wins. Healthcare, as we all know, is a longer term game with longer term horizons, and maybe for investors, that shifted a little bit as the dynamics have changed over the last 12 months. Final slide, please. And finally, COVID has taught us no health system has got it right. So I'm not sitting here advocating that a health system A or country A has got it right. I think we can see from a developed world and emerging world perspective that everybody has got some challenge. But it's all about strengthening healthcare systems, to remove silos, improving coordination and promoting value, and increased opportunity for the private sector with the right business models. The future requires the private sector to step in and step up and look at how they can strengthen these healthcare systems. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you very much, Charles. That's a very interesting overview on it. Perhaps we can start really by asking the other two panelists what their experience has been with COVID and what lessons they've learned from it briefly. Amit, what are your views on how it's affected you?
Well, thank you for the opportunity. And Charles, that was a very well put summary on what we've been facing. But just to add on and maybe be a bit contrarian, I view this pandemic as an opportunity to become smarter in healthcare. There are a lot of things that took place which have accelerated the way we deliver healthcare. So as soon as the pandemic hit, because we didn't know much about it, there were three things we did for our company. We wanted to make sure that our company survived. That means that they had enough cash to last. The arbitrary nature of lockdowns ensured the fact that a lot of our patients could not access healthcare even if they wanted to, because it's not like heart attacks and strokes suddenly disappeared. And the third, as you alluded to in your slides, was the gravity of shortage of the supply chain. So basics like gloves and masks disappeared, which is something that we had never imagined in our lives. I think as the initial shock went past and the first 2-3 months went away, we realized that this is here to stay. This is not a one-off effect and things will go back to normal. This is going to stay. And then we started to fine tune and ensure that the safety, security of our staff, mainly frontline workers like nurses and doctors, had to be paramount. And the entire operating efficiencies came into play. So we had COVID beds, but we stopped, we limited the number of non-COVID patients, and we started looking from the other perspective. But I think to me, the biggest benefit of all of this is the following. Number one, this is accelerated digital healthcare, and I'm using the term loosely, has accelerated digital healthcare by 10 years. Suddenly, telemedicine, the importance of electronic records, the importance of point of care testing, diagnostics, has become front and center. And for those of us who've been struggling in this field for many, many years, this is something which is welcome. The second thing that happened was that you took the opportunity and you cut away all the inefficiencies that we had built inherent systems by pretending that those are sacrosanct and you can't touch it. So you could go to doctors and you turn around and say, now guess what? You don't have these 3 operating theaters because these are not COVID proof. and they bought into it. Otherwise, if you went to a cardiac surgeon and said, I'm going to start doing orthopedics in your operating theaters, there would be a riot. So those kind of small incidents came into play. I think the third most important one is what we realized is the role, especially in emerging markets, on how you treat infectious disease. We had gotten so caught up in dealing with chronic diseases that we had forgotten that acute infections still play a massive role in our lives. I think the amalgamation of what we do in secondary and tertiary care, linking it to what we do in primary secondary care, which is linked to diagnostics, point of care testing, the focus on predictive, and lastly, which is the interesting part that I'm beginning to believe in, is as tertiary care experts, we had de-linked ourselves with primary care, which is predicting disease, and left it to local governments, because as tertiary care providers, we didn't care. And for the first time, what the pandemic has done for us is that we are linked to the community. We have to ensure that we have a healthy community. So we can't wait for the disease to hit us. We have to be part and parcel of the most abused word in healthcare, public-private partnership, and be an integral component of ensuring that we are part of the diagnosis and treatment in the community and not wait for them to come to the hospital.
How do you do that?
So I think the whole telemedicine network, the fact that we were able to create teams of getting diagnostic kits out there, integrated business models of now running remote outpatient networks, and most importantly, leaning on to the general practitioner networks in rural and semi-urban areas to make them part of our systems was a very, very important part. So instead of leaving those guys out there in the boonies, asking them to take care of all the stuff, but if they needed transplants, then send them to us. We were part of that integration. And Charles also mentioned a very important point. We create terabytes of data. Quite unfortunately for us, we don't do much with it. So because nobody asks us to, and insurance, especially in emerging markets, doesn't put pressure on us to look at outcomes and look at how we can predict disease, we've kind of left that alone. That, to my mind, is something that we are changing. And now you have business and analytical teams going through data, figuring out how to make us smarter and be able to predict disease before it hits us.
Right. It's fascinating, isn't it, how telehealth seems to have grown. And when I talk to people about it, that they will say that when patients have tried it, they want it again. This is 80, 90% of them say, yes, I want more of that. So it's really here to stay, isn't it now? I guess.
Max, and I want to give you if I may, I want to give you a live example. As COVID hit, we started doing a large number of X-rays and CT scans, because that's one of those things that you use to make predictive scores on how severe the disease is. Quite obviously, there is no country in the world, whether it's the US on one end of the spectrum or to emerging countries, where you have enough radiologists to go through reams of data. And we quickly started using artificial intelligence at the back end, embedded in our machines, to start doing the screening to at least get the normals out of the way and let the radiologists focus on the scoring part of it. And that is being done in most of our hospitals. We always had the ability. We always had the technology. We never used it. And suddenly now, because of the overwhelming number of scans, this became front and center and something that we did it as normal. And this, going forward, is going to be the new normal.
Yes, yes. Okay, that's very interesting, isn't it? And Vishal, what about you? What has been the learnings for you? I mean, in COVID.
Yeah, so I think we've had a very interesting 6 months, right, Max? And as Charles and Amit alluded to, I think this period has actually taught healthcare providers a lot more than what the previous decade really provided them in terms of learnings, and particularly related to operating efficiency, right? So we all know that healthcare, whether in emerging markets or in the developed countries, is a high capex, high opex burn kind of business, right? And it takes a long time for healthcare enterprises to actually get to break even, then to get to operating margins, and then to sort of hit that 20-25% EBITDA margin that we all underwrite ourselves to. So I think one of the big things that happened during this time was we saw convergence of patients and the appreciation that patients had for better clinical environments. I think that was one very big learning, which also from the consumer perspective, was very, very apparently felt, and particularly in some of our own portfolio companies. So like, for example, as you said right in the beginning, we run the largest mother and child platform in this part of the world. And we saw that, many of the mothers who were about to deliver and were also going to many other healthcare environments as a part of their, 9 months of pregnancy and follow through, actually converged into the motherhood hospitals, basically because we were following the CDC norms, the WHO norms, the safety norms, in order to make sure that our hospitals were not impacted as much by COVID as some of our competitor organizations, and particularly the ones which were finding it very difficult to offer safe environments because they have not really built that safety culture. So on the back of that, we saw, not just on the women's side, which is on the women's healthcare side, but also in terms of we operate close to almost about 150 NICU beds, for newborns and for premature babies. We saw the outbounds coming into the environment, basically because parents wanted them to be in safer environments, and also their gynecologists and pediatricians and neonatologists wanted to treat these babies in safer environments. On the back of a lot of this operating efficiency work, we saw our portfolio of the hospitals grow organically. In fact, while we have seen many of the other healthcare enterprises degrow during this time, we actually grew at this time. And in fact, we had almost a 17-18% year-on-year organic growth inside.
Really? It was on the mother and child side and on oncology?
On the mother and child side, yeah. And we actually graduated almost close to about 350 newborns from hospitals which were from smaller nursing homes where the babies were actually sent into the motherhood NICUs. And, on the back of this entire COVID situation, which has also sort of made a massive impact in the way that our operating margins have changed. So, our group was actually operating at operating margins of about 48-49%, which actually went up to almost 52-53%. At the EBITDA level, we have seen growth of almost about 60% on the back of this growth, and also on the back of the operating efficiencies on all the costs that COVID taught us, that you need to look a lot more internal than external, right? And as Charles rightly said,
you're saying your EBITDA increased by 60%.
Right. And that's basically because, we saw a big throughput of revenue. We looked at a lot of our operating costs and said, why do we really need this operating cost? And we skinned out a lot of operating costs of the system. And that really helped the entire operating efficiency of the model. Frankly, if I was a year back looking at the same parameters, I would have not made many of the changes that I made inside this portfolio at this point in time. Because when life is normal, you tend to make a lot of investments behind the future. But I think COVID taught us that we have to look at present and here and now, right? And this cannot just go on for the next 3, 4, 5 years. So in the quest for survival, I think many healthcare enterprises learned many new lessons, right? And they also learned the lesson of capital efficiency, which I think is paramount for this particular sector. So I think overall, yes, Max.
Yep. So I mean, how about working with governments, though, guys? Because what I've heard from other people in emerging markets is that it has been very difficult and quite chaotic in many countries, and that perhaps much harder than in a country like Germany, for example. That it's been a case of the government taking initiatives and suggesting things without really getting the buy-in of the private sector, and then them not being able to implement them, and that it's been really chaotic. Is that your experience?
Yeah, so I think Max, what has really happened is that the governments around the emerging markets were completely caught unawares in terms of, as it is in the emerging markets, public healthcare spending has been abysmally low. All these emerging markets have actually grown on the back of private healthcare and funding which has come through private investors in terms of making their healthcare infrastructure grow. So the first reaction was that governments didn't really know how to handle the epidemic and the size and scale of the epidemic. And as is always true, the first thing that the governments look to is control pricing, get into regulatory mechanism, try and control the throughput of beds. And that's really what happened in the emerging markets too. And, if you take a look at all the countries in South Asia, the entire push was that how can the private sector come and help us and deliver better quality of care so that we can look after patients who've been impacted by the pandemic. I think those conversations then got into the price control and trying to then control prices around COVID treatment, not looking at what it costs to sort of manage and look after these patients. But I think the way that the private healthcare institutions, the role that they play in emerging markets, during the COVID situation, a large portion of the government activity also got supported through the private enterprises. Amit wanted to say something.
Yes, Amit.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on to that, and be a bit more controversial than Vishal is. You're normally a very polite guy. I think governments in most parts of our regions did a phenomenal job when it hit the fan. So the first few weeks were wonderfully done. There were lockdowns, curfews, people actually following orders. This was a unique thing for our part of the world, where public was actually following what they were told to do. But I think, as Vishal rightly pointed out, as the weeks wore on, the arbitrary nature of the bureaucracy started to creep in. And whether it was price cuts or telling us how many beds we could open or not open, who could get admitted in an ICU, and it was suddenly getting decided by people who probably have a limited understanding of healthcare. And that led to a situation where I think there was a lot more intent by the private sector to want to contribute to the pandemic community, but was getting bogged, which is the main issue in our part of the world when it comes to bureaucracy. So in arbitrary, just to give an example, 48 hours ago, the governments in Delhi suddenly decided that the RT-PCR test should be 1/3 the charge that they'd been charging 48 hours ago. No concept provided, no context, and suddenly it's out there. Now, at this point of time, while I understand that you want to increase the number of RT-PCRs, should not that be a discussion? Should that be a diktat? And that leads to the disconnect between public and private. Now, I know IFC does a phenomenal job of straddling both public and private, and Charles will have his own view on it. But to me, I think it's incredibly important that if there's one learning that we have as we go forward, public cannot survive without the private sector, and the private sector has to be the support to the public sector, but we have to do it as friends. It can't be an adversarial relationship.
Charles, what are you seeing around the world in this area? Are you seeing, give us examples of one or two governments who've got it right?
Yeah, look, it's been, I'm not going to, I don't think there's any particular government that I can say has got it 100% right, because there have been issues. I mean, some governments have made a concerted effort to try and figure out how they can better embrace the private sector. And I think the most immediate example that comes to my mind is in South Africa, where the South African government in some of the provinces have contracted with the private sector for services, and my understanding, it's been at a lower tariff that the private sector has been used to. So there are pockets of these examples out there, but I think maybe the more important point here is we're at a reflection point now, and it's highlighted that the public sector needs to figure out how it can work with the private sector. There's a recognition that the private sector does provide core services that can support the government. But what it's also highlighted, unfortunately, that health still operates in silos. and there isn't enough integration across that. And the governments need to be strengthened to be the custodian of the overall healthcare system. And it comes back to some of the earlier points that were raised. I mean, the use of data, better planning, building trust between the public and the private sector, looking at new contracting models between the public and the private sector. We have to figure out how we bring the public and the private sector together in these different markets to build these long-term sustainable healthcare systems that consist of both public and private, and the private is able also to support the public. I mean, a common challenge has been the trust issue between the two sides, if I can call it that. But also, a lot of the time, the public sector is contracting for short periods of time. So for the private sector to make investments, to then support the government in short periods of revenue flow, that's not a good business model for the private sector. So we need to help governments look at where are our demand points, where are the supply gaps, how can we contract with the private sector for over longer periods of time for set volumes of work, and then we can start building that trust. So I think
at reasonable prices.
How we need to change. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, Amit, what do you think about that idea? Do you think it's going to happen, or are you skeptical?
I think that would. Yeah, I think that would require.
It sounds nice.
Amount of. It requires an enormous amount of trust, emancipated politicians, less greedy private sector, and too many things to point in the right direction. It sounds great, and I wish we could do it. It's just that the pessimist in me of 35 years of trying to do this in emerging markets makes it hard. Though I do want to point out here,
I'm not saying it's going to be easy. I'm not saying you could do it tomorrow. It's a long-term game.
Yeah, but I think there is a growing realization that we cannot work in silos. We have to survive together. I think there's one area that we should work in tandem is predictive diagnostics, point of care testing, and the private sector taking a lead role in preventive healthcare rather than just waiting for people to create patients. I am extremely worried about what the pandemic has done to chronic diseases. And I think we are sitting on an epidemic of chronic diseases. There is going to be a torrential flow of cancer patients, kidney patients, heart patients who have ignored care or ignored chest pain and have sat at home because they were worried about COVID. One of my most given examples that I keep talking about when I hear about all the worry that people like, let's say in India, have about COVID deaths. India does 4,000 tuberculosis deaths a day. Have we ever shut down a country for 4,000 deaths? The answer is no. The reason is because these are chronic deaths. And my big concern here is that we are going to see this kind of a chronic patient disease pattern over the next few years, which is going to be extremely hard for us to control.
Yes, so big increase in that. Just looking at the sort of financial impact of all this. I mean, I think when we were talking about this earlier, Vishal, you were saying, for example, that COVID had seen a collapse in medical tourism, and that this meant that you were changing. I think but all of you were changing your attitude towards Africa, and seeing a greater willingness to invest in Africa because you realise that you need these countries now, like Nigeria, and recognise that they really do need these facilities there for the elite, because if the elite can't leave the country when they're ill, then there is going to be a healthcare system in the country. Would you like to talk about that a bit, Vishal?
So, Max, I think, as we've seen even in this part of the world, which is the South Asia part of the world, the Southeast Asia part of the world, that over a period of time as countries develop, their healthcare systems develop. And as their healthcare systems develop, they get new technology, they get a lot of private funding, which basically helps the entire setting up of new healthcare infrastructure. New medical technologies come over there, that the clinicians tend to come back to those countries from wherever they had gone. So there is a net import of talent that begins to happen in these countries from the export of talent that used to happen a decade or 2 decades back. And I think COVID has actually demonstrated even more than ever before that countries again have to start thinking about their own healthcare infrastructure first, start looking at creating better quality of infrastructure, better quality of clinical talent, grow more doctors and nurses through their medical colleges and paramedical colleges, and basically create their own healthcare ecosystems, and also strengthen their own healthcare ecosystems, because it is true that from the sub-Saharan African countries, from many of these South Asian countries, patients have actually been traditionally over the last many years, and till the time countries like India and obviously Singapore used to be a big hub in Southeast Asia. Thailand was a big hub in Southeast Asia in terms of patients, and international patients going and getting treated over there, particularly from many of the African countries and also European and American countries. So I think,
and it's really changed your view on investment, hasn't it? You're now looking much more actively, aren't you, at African countries? Is that right?
Yes. So, in fact, we are strengthening our presence in Kenya. We are the largest providers under the Evercare Health Fund. We are the largest providers of healthcare services in that country. We are strengthening even more. In fact, over the last 1 year, there are 3 new hospitals that our group has started in Kenya. In Nigeria, which has sort of not seen a new hospital for the last almost 15 years now, we are launching a new state-of-the-art tertiary care hospital. We have invested almost close to about $65 million behind that enterprise. It's a 300-bedded state-of-the-art hospital, which goes up on 1st of February. So I think there is this thinking now that let's strengthen healthcare ecosystems in emerging countries, and why not provide as good a healthcare for people who are trying to access them in other countries, in their own countries. And I think international travel, frankly, Max, is not going to resume to normalcy the way that I see it, at least over the next 2 years. I think we are very, very far away from international travel to sort of resume to absolute normalcy the way it was pre-COVID.
2 years? Because I think the IFC was saying that you thought it would be the end of 2021, didn't you, Charles, or were you?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're getting back to normal by the end of 2021. So absolutely, into 2022 is we'll get the full recovery. Thanks.
Yeah, so
because
that's a long way off.
It's a long way off. And so what's going to happen to all the patients who are crisscrossing the world trying to get healthcare? I think this is the time to actually put in more capex inside these countries. This is the time to invest behind better clinical talent inside these countries. This is the time to strengthen their ecosystems. And I think this is probably a great time for all the investors to come in and start looking at some of these emerging markets or markets that we had sort of left open for a very long period of time on healthcare investments to actually strengthen.
And are we seeing an acceleration in smaller groups getting out? I mean, is it the case? I mean, you were saying, I think, that it's the case that as a larger group you're in a disadvantage. And so is this going to lead to a rationalisation in the sector with some family-owned businesses going, oh my God, I just don't want to do this any longer, or it's just too stressful? Are you seeing that happen, Charles? Do you think that's going to happen, or?
It may happen in some markets, but I think we need to understand that the demand-supply gaps are so large. I think we still will see, standalone hospitals, smaller family hospitals. But we are definitely seeing and this was pre-COVID, we were definitely beginning to see in some markets this realization that a standalone hospital on its own isn't the future, that we need to broaden the group out, either by adding additional hospitals or putting in what I would call the spokes that feed those hospitals. So the business model mindset was beginning to change. I think in some markets, yes, standalone hospitals will still be there because there's nothing there. But I think as
nothing else,
we get more towards this integration. If I could just make one last comment on the medical tourism, I think there is an opportunity for medical tourism going forward. Currently, a lot of the medical tourism is about how do I get a patient from Nigeria to go to the Middle East or go to India. What hasn't really happened is saying, how can I have an international hub that works with local players in Nigeria, in Kenya, or wherever, supports those health professionals and looks at how they can treat the patient back in the home country and provide that support when required from that hub elsewhere. So I think when we may see is there's a joining of the dots for medical tourism. It's not just about flying the patients in and out. It's how you can create a system to support a country that doesn't have enough healthcare professionals, but give the patient confidence to stay, knowing they're being supported internationally. If I'm making sense, thanks.
Yes, it does. Yes, and Ali, what do you think about this? Are you seeing a ration? Do you think there's going to be a rationalization?
Yeah, just let me. No, I just wanted to add a couple of points that both Vishal and Charles alluded to. I think there is no debate to my mind that there is going to be an acceleration of investment in local countries. So for us, for example, we get a ton of patients from Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines into Singapore, where we are incorporated. And now we are going to accelerate our plan, maybe by even 200, 300%, of starting to provide local care in these countries instead of waiting for patients to come to us. But I think the challenge that we should speak about is the lack of infrastructure and the lack of talent. It's not just about going and building capex out there. You don't have the specialists, you don't have the doctors, you don't have the nurses. And I think Vishal said it right at the beginning. This has to start at a base level where you start creating manpower and you start creating the talent. It's very easy to go build a bed. I just don't know how to staff the bed. So I think what's going to happen now is an acceleration of existing. And coming back to your point, Max, it's not just buying out the moms and pops. Unfortunately, the quality is abysmal. So it's easier to go in with an established player in that market and get them better. And I'm talking from the private sector, rather than try and build everything greenfield, which takes its own sweet time. So the next 2-3 years, I think is going to be incredibly exhilarating. There will be new models. We will get more efficient. There is more capex going in locally. But if you ask me as a doctor, my great wish is to be able to do primary and secondary care locally, but still export the tertiary and quaternary care, because it's going to be very hard, and that's the honest truth, for me to start doing liver transplants in Nigeria. That's not going to happen.
Right. Yes. Okay. Vishal, you had a...
Yeah, so I think, Max, if we were to sort of summarize some of this, right, and what we are already seeing across various sectors, so there is a massive reshoring which has begun to happen, right? So if you look at, active pharmaceutical ingredients in the pharmaceutical world, people are turning around and saying, why do we need to continue to get our API from China? We will go back to doing our own API. The medical devices businesses are talking about, why shouldn't I do more indigenous creation of medical devices and medical technology? Healthcare services providers are turning around and saying, I will treat patients in my own country, right? And I will strengthen our ecosystem. And clinicians are now beginning to say, and this is our own experience, Amit, that, when you start building out healthcare infrastructure, you do see some of the clinicians turning around and saying, fine, I'm happy to, give up my practice in the UK or the US. If I really see a big opportunity of growth over here. And that's where we're seeing some of the clinicians even come back to Nigeria from the UK and the US. So I think we are going to see a massive push around reshoring, which will strengthen countries and strengthen the healthcare systems in those countries. And this is a broader healthcare, right? It is not only on the hospitals and diagnostics, but even on the pharmaceutical and the medical devices side. So I believe that the next couple of years is going to be very sharp in terms of localization, in terms of indigenization of technologies. And, all the countries like India is trying to talk about indigenization of its medical devices. We are going to see a lot more localization. And also, there is this crisscrossing has sort of, which we saw even during the COVID time. Germany actually turned around and said, medical technology for our citizens first, and then to the world. I think we are going to see a lot of this. So I think see this to be a great time around building and strengthening local healthcare systems.
Yes. Okay. So, and sort of finally, to bring an air of vulgarity to the conversation, what's happened to valuations then? So you're not seeing a lot of distressed assets coming onto the market as a result of COVID, and And for you, Amit, valuations remain too high, do they? I mean, I remember Abrar, your partner, telling us how awful it was that multiples were still at sort of 30 times, and therefore it was very difficult to actually make any purchases. Is that still the case, or are we seeing any drops in that kind of thing?
So, to stay with the vulgarity, valuations in healthcare continue to be obscene, a bit distant from business reality. There are no distressed sales that I'm aware of. There are a few companies who have cash flow issues and are willing to have dialogues which are a bit more meaningful. But people have hunkered down, people have learned to live, and as Vishal rightly pointed out, all of our healthcare facilities, both in pharma, life sciences, healthcare delivery, healthcare at home, all of them are beyond pre-COVID levels. I wish I had the same margins that Vishal did. My revenues are, my margins aren't as outstanding as his are. But business is back, and business is back with a boom. And I don't see why they should be. And just remember, healthcare valuations in our part of the world are crazy because of lack of quality and not enough of them there. That's it. It's a scarcity demand issue. So I don't see those changing. Hopefully now, COVID will make them realize, and especially when people are looking at selling, they'll hopefully see that they need to be grounded in some reality. I don't know, Vishal, if you're seeing something different.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. So, and Charles,
also, I think
any thoughts on that?
Sorry, Max. I think FY21 has been a washout year, right? So for many of the healthcare enterprises, or even in the larger ecosystem of various industries and sectors, companies will probably, now begin to look at FY22, and those who sort of come back and show the rebound inside their enterprises, as I said, both on the revenue and the profitability side, I think will continue to play the valuation game there. But there will be others who have not shown any kind of movement in terms of creating the efficiency that is required, and probably those companies are going to get devalued based on the FY20 valuation. So I think we're going to see a very interesting 2-year run here in terms of how companies perform and where they go from there. So FY22 is really going to be a very, very interesting year for healthcare.
22, yes. Okay. Fine. And Charles, do you want the last word on?
If I can if I can just add, I mean, I'm not going to really. I've got nothing to change the dialogue coming through. I mean, I still think valuation levels are relatively high in most of our markets. We haven't seen a massive downward shift in valuation. I do believe you have a couple of good groups, and I'll come back to the quality in a minute. A couple of good groups that are operating at high quality, and you could argue they may warrant those valuation levels, but I think there's a number of other groups that are hanging onto the tails, and the valuations are inflated compared to their value they're adding to the actual care. But overall, there hasn't been that shift down. There still is that high expectation level on valuation. But just the last thing from me is the quality angle. It's come up a couple of times, and I think we must emphasize that what we're seeing with COVID is there's this patient wants confidence in the quality. The healthcare professionals want quality, so they'll come back into the hospital once they're happy that the quality's there, as with the patient. So I think what we're also going to see is this drive towards improving quality as well. And to me, if we can do that makes these businesses more sustainable, more attractive, etc.
And more worthwhile. Right. Okay, well, I'm afraid we're going to have to end it there, guys, because we have come to the end of our time. Do please join us, though, on the interactive roundtable, which takes place in an hour's time, I think 11:45 a.m. on December the 16th, so that you can join in and have your say in those discussions. So thank you very much, Vishal, Amit, Charles.
Thanks, Max.
It's been a very good discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoyed it. Thank you very much.
Now, an investment in healthcare is as much an investment in property. We now have a panel discussion moderated by John Gladstone with Luke Savage, Jan Ballet, Paola Pieri and Rika Moreau.
In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare. In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare. In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare. In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient.
Hello, and welcome to this Investing in Healthcare session today. My name is John Gladstone. I lead up the European Healthcare team, transactional team for JLL, where I've worked for the last 10 years. And I'm joined today by an exciting panel. It's quite a diverse panel. We have three healthcare investors, broad spectrum from senior housing, elderly care, hospitals, clinics, and a broad range of geographies right across Europe. We've got an operator, Paolo Pieri from Circle, and myself as an advisor. I will ask all of the panelists to introduce themselves just in turn in a minute. But just for a second, just for me in terms of JLL. JLL is one of the largest real estate advisors globally. We're in 52 countries. We're mostly advisory. We also have a fund management business called LaSalle Investment Management, but this is run completely separately. So in the main, it's advising people to sell or acquire standing assets. But more recently, we've broadened this work into debt placement, land development, and my development is in corporate finance, selling companies and helping them expand and raising equity. In focusing on Europe for 2019, we transacted around about 1.5 billion euros of healthcare assets. Those tended to be the larger transactions. We were in 8 out of 12 of the largest healthcare transactions in 2019. And we've got around about 25 people focused on healthcare across Europe in my team. So as described, let me just run around the panel and perhaps everyone could introduce themselves just briefly in turn. Could we just start with Luke Savage of Medical Properties Trust?
Sure, Luke Savage, lead the global efforts of acquisitions for Medical Properties Trust. And as a real estate investor for hospitals as a focus, so, we have almost 400 hospitals in 4 continents worldwide. That's Colombia and South America and Australia, a lot of countries in Western Europe and the United States. So over 17 billion in total investments. We look to expand all over, and I'm familiar with a lot of the faces on here already as it comes to that.
And I should have said we've got quite an interconnected panel with Luke and Jan involved in a joint venture. Paolo is one of Luke's tenants, so we're quite connected as well. Jan, perhaps you could introduce yourself. Jan Ballet from Primonial.
Yes, thank you very much. Nice to meet everyone. So Jan Balay, Head of Healthcare and Education at Primonial Real Estate Investment Management. We are a French asset manager and more global with the group Primonial. We have more than 25 billion euros of assets under management and 8 billion of assets dedicated to healthcare spread into 6 different countries in the Eurozone, and for diversified typologies from acute care hospitals to nursing homes and assisted living.
Thank you, Jan. And moving to the Nordics, could I hand over to Rika Moreau of Northern Horizon? Perhaps you could give yourself a brief introduction.
Brilliant. Thank you, John, for the invitation to the panel, first of all. A pleasure. Nordic Horizon is a aged care niche real estate manager, operator in the Nordics. Sorry, not operator, a real estate investment manager. We do run aged care niche strategies in the Nordic markets. We've invested so far to about 120 properties. As a group, we have roughly 1 billion euros worth of assets under management. And we are particularly focused in aged care homes.
Thank you. And finally, Paolo, CEO of Circle, perhaps you could introduce yourself.
So my name is Paolo Pieri. I'm the Chief Executive of Circle Healthcare Group. We are the largest independent sector hospital group in the UK. We have 53 hospitals in the UK and 2 clinics in Shanghai. I think making us also the largest European operator in China as well. Not by scale, but by the fact no one else is there. And our largest landlord relationship is with Luke at MPT.
Good to have you both on the panel then. So thank you, everybody. So we're going to focus this discussion on Europe, where most of us have most of our portfolios and most of our focus. And really, from a real estate perspective, HPI has a diverse operator membership right across Europe. So really, first of all, I just wanted to talk about the investment case for healthcare real estate. What perhaps I could start with Rika, as you come from a group that looks right across real estate, not just to healthcare. What is it that healthcare or aged care offers compared to other real estate sectors, would you say?
Well, it is definitely a megatrend-driven strategy. Aging is a fact. Just in the Nordics itself, we are looking at the very strong increase in the aging population, about 37%, looking at just on a 10-year horizon going forward. We see the resilience of the strategy in the Nordic environment, in particular with the universal healthcare. It is a core plus and very resilient to changes in GDP performance, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've had a lot of fund managers recently saying that with a lot of uncertainty elsewhere in real estate, and not knowing what's happening to interest rates, to inflation, that aging and population and the need for housing and care is a constant and something that's very tangible to them. And Luke, perhaps are there other reasons that you see, with your focus on cure and hospitals? Are there other drivers of investment, maybe spending on healthcare, illness? Are there any other trends that you're following?
Well, obviously, there's no better time than a pandemic to say that the strategy we've had for years is working, right, in investing in hospitals. One of the trends I've seen recently, actually, is just now with infectious disease being a concern, I guess, and how they treat other services like elective services. How does the real estate factor into that? So I see groups now thinking towards capital expenditures or development and saying we need funding so we can have infectious disease going into a different door, right? Or a building so our elective surgeries aren't compromised and we have to shut them down by a rise in, virus cases and things like that. So that, I think that's going to continue. It's going to obviously be a byproduct, something that moves forward even after, vaccines hopefully help, is how do we keep our elective surgeries and other things fully, flowing when things like this occur. And we need real estate to function and flow in that way.
Yeah, no, the real estate functionality and the services that tenants derive from that real estate and how we need to be flexible, I think is a key trend. Jan, do you have more to add on that, perhaps on the housing side, the senior housing side?
Yes, sure. I think that we were investing in healthcare for almost 10 years, so it's not new for us, even if it's still to be considered in France and maybe in Europe as a niche opportunity. But of course, we consider the investment in healthcare and mostly in the nursing homes as very sustainable, and which give a very good visibility for an investor in terms of cash flow. So, and as the operational side can be considered quite similar from one country to another one, and you have also a consolidation of the operator, notably French and European operator. I think that it was making sense for us to continue to invest outside France in the business, in the real estate of the nursing homes, to be able to accompany the operator in their development and to continue to organize a sustainable investment for our private and public investors.
Perhaps flipping it round to the other perspective, Paolo, as an operator and a leaser of real estate from a number of investors, not just Luke. What for you makes a good relationship with a landlord? What do you need out of real estate? What kind of services are critical for you?
So, look, I think healthcare is an interesting asset class because it's not like retail or offices. You need to have an investor who really understands the sector and understands how operators think and function, particularly when you're in the acute space like us. The pandemic sort of highlights that you do go through different phases, and the journey for operators can be an up and down one, depending on what state or what cycle they are in terms of investing in their infrastructure, in terms of growth, in terms of what the payer market looks like. So you do need investors, I think, take a long-term view on healthcare, and B, who understand that operators do go through cycles in this space. But if you look at the underlying qualities of the operator and the underlying fundamentals of the operator, then you've really got to get or find a relationship where they will back you in the longer term. And so I think those are the two key components. The third, and maybe slightly less relevant, but equally something we consider, is future transactions, ability to support the business further, to do more deals or to help grow the assets. So that's how.
Yeah, I mean, I think something that we'd all agree around was the strong operators, and there is a shortage of operators, of experienced operators in most markets. Unlike other real estate sectors where we have speculative development of offices and hoping that the tenant will come on once the building is completed, that's quite rare in healthcare. You would have an operator partnership right from day one. You would know exactly who your tenant was going to be. They would be involved in the design, in the flow of the building, the outdoor space, the relationship to the payer market. So that's something that came across strongly from what you just said. And perhaps, Rika, you could elaborate on that, because unlike elsewhere in Europe, Northern Horizon and other aged care investors tend to invest right across the social spectre, right through rehab, addiction, kindergartens, for example. The public sector real estate has a much broader definition in the Nordics than it has in the UK, for example.
That's right, and I think this has been evolving, and the market has been maturing. So when we started investing in the aged care space back in 2007, the market was very mature, and they were very fractionate. So there were a lot of small operators in the market, and we've seen the same, as you mentioned before, a lot of consolidation on the market. The operators having to also grow quite rapidly. Some of them were being private equity backed, so that impacts the operating model. And it also means that at some point they will have to grow beyond the pure aged care and expand into other segments, such as handicapped residential care or other. And what we notice today is that we as a group, we have a quite wide tenant base, ranging from municipal tenants or public sector tenants to the bigger commercial listed entities and associations and anything in between. Most of them are active in several types of care. And this has clearly been, for us as a group as well, an opportunity, like Jan said as well, to grow with our tenants into different markets. We started from Finland, and we now have presence also in Sweden and in Denmark, because we're partnering with our tenants in new markets.
Yeah, Denmark's been really exciting this year with a number of new deals, land deals happened. Are there any other markets that you're looking at or you'd like to grow into in the future, Rika?
Well, we have our track record and experience from the Nordic markets, and we are now seeing to replicate that in Germany as well. So that's clearly coming from north, maybe the more natural way to expand. We also have already an established team in Germany who's been sourcing us a rather good pipeline there. So quite excited about that.
Yeah. Okay. And just moving on elsewhere, I know we were going to talk about Europe, but we have two panelists with focus outside of Europe. Luke, just comparing, perhaps you can briefly compare the US to Europe. I know that's a very broad question, but just when I look at the US REITs, for example, clearly they're much larger, much more developed, much more specialist. But also, I've been impressed with how the market has evolved to such an extent there, where over the summer there was a lot of focus on the occupancy of tenant portfolios, but at a REIT level. So they were looking through to the tenant portfolios in the US, and there just seemed to be far more, well, a greater degree of sophistication in the way the US REITs looked at their portfolios. And I just wondered what if you could compare that approach to Europe, what we can learn from the US REITs.
Sure. Well, obviously in the US, the private hospitals kind of can take off on their own and run themselves. I guess in a pandemic, it's actually a benefit to both the US and Europe that you have to see this kind of interplay between governmental healthcare and private healthcare, and how do you take care of your people during a pandemic when everyone's overloaded with with patients, right? And so one thing that the US, I think, has, and Paolo knows this, as the operator, is there's kind of a stepped and staged approach to care. So when an acute care hospital gets full, right, and they need to treat the next person that's they're being overwhelmed with, where can the people more stable go, right? There's a rehab mechanism in the US. There's even something beyond that called a long-term acute care in the US. Germany has rehab, right, in a different form, but they have a piece of that. The UK, and maybe Paolo's like a pioneer to that, is looking at rehab and how can that help the UK. And so during this time, I think it's been in Europe. What America can learn from Europe is Europe seems to play better with the NHS and private hospitals, right? How do they tackle it together, right? How does the NHS get these overflow to these other hospitals? Where in the US, maybe the private and the public don't communicate and play as well together, but the private's always been there so long, they've developed this staged approach with like rehab and LTACs, that once the patient progresses, they're able to empty their bed faster so they can bring in another higher acuity patient. If all of that kind of makes sense, I think to kind of sum it up is both sides can learn from each other, right? Where Europe can learn how do we have various degrees of types of hospitals to take care of the people, and US can learn how do we play well together from a government non-for-profit hospital with a private hospital, right? That a lot of times is just viewed as trying to make the largest profit possible, but that's not actually how it usually works out, right? So that's kind of my summary of it. If you kind of want to add on a question to that or something, let me know. But that's the view.
Thinking like an operator, Luke.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fantastic. I mean, bringing it back to the real estate and during COVID, how has your experience been, and how have you managed to continue business, continue underwriting investments, travel, logistics? How's your approach to underwriting been during COVID? Perhaps I can move that on to Jan. How have you found that?
I think that from a pure formal point of view and organizational point of view, it was a little bit more difficult to organize our investment. But at the end, I think that we have performed a very good year because we have performed a little bit less than 1 billion euros of new investments, only speaking about healthcare, and first investment in Belgium, continue to invest in France, in Italy also, and in Germany. So yes, we have continued to be able to perform our investment. The reason notably is because we have also some teams on the ground on the countries that we are investing in. So of course it's helped a lot to have a vision of the assets from a pure real estate point of view. And after that, you can continue to discuss with the operator about the negotiation of a deal. But at the end, the crisis did not change anything to our strategy. I would even more say that it's reinforced our strategy and our willingness to continue to invest in this sector of the healthcare. And this is maybe the only or one of the only benefit of this crisis, as Luke said, is that it shows it has proven the sustainability of an investment in healthcare that did not suffer in Europe, at least, and on our point of view, did not suffer of any lack of payment of rent. And today we can say that we have recovered almost 100% of the rent to our tenants.
Yeah. No, I would agree with all that, Jan. At JLL, we've been comparing between asset classes, and if you look at what happened in another operating sector, hotels, for example, healthcare was very favorably treated, both in terms of government support, allowing to stay open and busy, and rent collection stayed very high compared to hotels. And really, yeah, I agree with that. We started the year off in a very strong place. Q1 was busy, and a lot of new investment looking to get into healthcare real estate. I think there was a bit of a slowdown in Q2 when this all hit home and travel restrictions just delayed transaction timetables, and people couldn't do the visits and the inspections that they needed to do. But really that just got delayed until Q3 when things opened up again, and we saw the majority of those transactions continue. And I don't think that pricing was hugely affected. It may have been at the margins where there was the need for debt availability or some other factor that was similar across all of real estate, but generally we didn't find that pricing was very much affected. And
absolutely
and on the
not.
operator side,
what we have seen is an interest of new investor willing to enter into the healthcare market because of this resilience of this asset class. So I think that it will put maybe more pressure on the price, and this is why it's important for an investor like us to be able to secure a pipeline for the next years.
And Paolo, perhaps you could just continue that theme on resilience, but from an operator point of view. And certainly what we've been saying is that healthcare spend as a consumer is not something that it's not discretionary. If you need eye surgery, for example, you might be able to delay it for a while, but eventually you need to have that operation, or you will feel compelled to go and have it. You've made the decision to do it, so you will do it. Did you find that demand and activity was simply deferred?
So it's interesting in somewhere like the UK, where obviously the state system is highly supportive of free healthcare for all, and very unlike some other markets where more distinct difference between the state system and what it supports and the private care system. So we have probably seen less of a correlation historically between what private demand does and pandemics or changes in the market, so to speak. But what we've recognized recently over the pandemic is a very strong switch now away from the state system into looking for private operator alternatives. And I haven't quite bottomed out whether that's a number of factors. One, is that because of an increase in waiting times? Two, is that because certain people are just wanting to take pressure off the NHS and the state system and viewing it as, you know, a moral, you know, duty that they don't have to put unnecessary pressure for elective type surgery, eye operations, etc., and choosing to take an alternative option when the NHS is dealing with COVID type operations? Or is it just an awareness that's become more prevalent about healthcare during this time, that they're researching and seeing what different alternatives are, which they maybe weren't aware of before? And I think there's going to be a blend of different things going on in the background as consumers change their habits coming out of this. And it will vary country by country, most definitely. You know, we've seen in China huge demand increase over the last 6 months for private access. You know, and that's because the state system over there provides very little in the way of healthcare, and so that's definitely seen a huge rise in demand.
Thank you. Sorry, Jan, were you were I cut across you. Were you saying something beyond resilience?
No.
No. Okay. We move on. Okay, that's interesting parallel from a resilience point of view, seeing both the reasons for both private spend and public spend, and I think someone else picked up on the point around this race from governments to improve their healthcare spending and increase the number of hospital beds right across Europe, which is certainly a almost exact reversal of the trend for the last 2 years. So back to the real estate side of things. Certainly since I've been working in healthcare, there's been a trend towards greater transparency in terms of leases and the relationship between landlord and tenant. We started off from a place where a lease could just be the same as an office or a retail lease, but increasingly landlords require a closer partnership, more visibility over the tenant's business and what's happening within the building. I think that's the corollary of that flexibility point, you know, being able to change the building as needed. Jan, what's your approach on that? How important is that partnership with the tenant and knowing what's going on in the building and the profit that's being generated in your building?
The transparency with the operator, notably about his operational figures, I think that is definitely part of the value of the asset, because here we are in healthcare. We think that we are not just investing in real estate, but first we are investing on the business of the operator, because what we want is an operator to be sustainable, to make profit, and to have the capacity for the longest period as possible to be able to pay the rent on a real estate, of course, that needs to be completely in line with regulation and with the own needs of the operator. So having the complete view on the figures, the way that the business is driven by the operator, I think that is fundamental, and this is why one of the best solutions to organize investment in healthcare is to organize sell and lease back on a basis of a formal or not partnership, but to have confidence and trust between the operator and the investor. We are not only in a relationship of a tenant and a landlord. I think that, as Paolo said, you need investor and landlord that completely understand the way that the business is organized and performed by the operator, to have the capacity for the landlord to be flexible and to have the capacity, if needed, to put money and to invest into the assets in order to respond to the need of the operator.
And Rika, is that a trend that you're seeing in increased transparency in this standardization of European leases?
I think our approach is a little bit different because we primarily buy new built assets on turnkey basis. So we don't have a lot of that regulatory risk that might be with the older property stock. But we do certainly, and now with the increasing importance on ESG, we see this dialogue with the tenants very important. In the Nordics, we operate on long fixed lease environment in general. So there is an option to just stand back and do nothing and just collect the rent. And then there is the way to be actively involved in a dialogue with your tenants and try to understand what is the political undercurrents on each location, because we are primarily buying the locations. It has to be the resilient value of the property on that location. And we work together with the tenants to maximize that.
Yeah, that's certainly something I spend a lot of time trying to understand. You know, where the ultimate reimbursement comes from and how it trickles through the tenant's business, and ultimately their ability to pay the rent. And Luke, presume you spend a lot of time on that when going into new jurisdictions.
Yeah, we spend a significant amount of time on the operator and the market, right? So before the retail and office and housing investors all decided to come to healthcare, you know, the view is that hospitals and healthcare, a lot of the buildings were built with a single use. You know, it's hard to convert a vacant hospital into something else like condos or whatnot. So you do spend a lot of time on the operator and the markets they're looking at because we're in it for the long term, right? We want these groups to, you know, for 20, 30 years, be able to pay the rent, obviously, as an investor. We want to partner with great operators who have growth because they, you know, who are looking for growth, because that's actually easy, right? It's easier as an investor if they come to you and say, we're growing, we need new hospitals, we want to enter into a new market. So a lot of the time spent on the forefront in underwriting in healthcare and hospitals specifically is, you know, who's running the business, right? Do they know what they're doing? And that's proven out over and over. And so I think that's why now all these other investors who are in office and retail and all of that are saying, well, maybe the real estate itself is not, maybe it is risky because it's a single purpose built facility, but if you figure out you have the correct people running it, then it makes that so much easier to understand how to invest and what to go for.
Yeah, no, agree with that. Moving on to technology, it's been a big theme over the summer, and I think it will be during this conference. But just in terms of the interrelation between technology and real estate, we get, you know, a huge variety of views on this. But you know, ultimately, technology has the ability to disrupt operator businesses, to make them more efficient, to make them able to use less real estate. How do the panelists feel in terms of integrating technology into buildings to you know, facilitate the tenant's business and to allow them to make those efficiencies? Is that something that you resist or something that you're very supportive of? And perhaps back to Luke.
I mean, absolutely supportive of, right? As Paolo said earlier, you know, the cycles change and the views change, and you know, what government's going to reimburse changes. So, you know, if you're up to date on technology with cancer, right? You know, there's always involvement in cancer, and you don't always have to have these huge steel-lined buildings anymore that you know, to do cancer. There's technology becomes smaller and smaller and more focused and whatnot. So we let the operator tell us, hey, we need the building positioned this way or built this way or to flow this way. And that's a lot of kind of recent requests is, hey, are you able to fund some of our CapEx? Can you provide a commitment that we've kind of earmarked for a 3 years investment run, and we're hoping to accomplish that as we go. And so, yes, absolutely. You know, as the investor, we say, hey, because we have underwritten you a lot and we trust you, you know, the movement towards this area or that area, that makes sense to us. We're there for you. We want to help as much as possible.
And Rika, perhaps we could move that on to aged care. You know, with the possibilities of aged care in tenant buildings in terms of remote monitoring, pressure pads. Have you worked with your tenants on those aspects in the Nordics?
Absolutely, and this is, we are really driving for using the innovation in the best possible way in our properties, but it is tenant driven because our properties are purpose-built to the specifications of our tenants. And clearly, there may be two bigger areas here. One is the environmental side of technology, and that also links to the monitoring of the property and the energy efficiency and consumption figures. And on the other hand, it's what makes the tenants' operations easier, better, more efficient. And this is of keen interest to us, absolutely. And this is also because I think in healthcare, we're all experiencing the same staff shortages that are becoming a real issue, in particular in aged care segment. And we are exploring different ways where technology could help to alleviate some of that pressure.
Yeah, no, it's a good segue into ESG, which certainly at JLL has been a large theme for us. Just ESG, sustainability, sustainable investing, and certainly I think I can't think of another sector that has more to offer in terms of the social side of ESG, in terms of enabling people, improving health, enabling people to live in an independent way, live better, more fulfilled and longer lives. I just don't think there's any other sector in healthcare that can fulfill that aim. I think generally governance, because of the operational nature and the operational intensity of the sector, governance has to be strong. But I'd be interested in, perhaps Paolo could pick up on that one. I think the E is the one that we need to work on. The cost of running these buildings, the cost of making these buildings is quite large. But Paolo, perhaps you could jump in on there and how you see sustainability.
So I guess it's an interesting timing, I guess, for that sort of question. I know we've got some very new estate and we've got some very old estate, and we've actually started a program of now how do we look at our 10-year horizon from an estate perspective, and then also from a patient and clinician's perspective. So we have a specific team who look at this now. In the capital side, we're thinking forward very much on, do we replace gas plant with electric? We've already started a program of introducing electric car charging points in all of our facilities. We're already looking at how do we reduce carbon footprint in a whole number of different areas. We've got a patient impact plan in terms of how do we engage with them more electronically, and how do we reduce, once again, footprint with patients unnecessarily coming back and forward to our hospitals, and how do we improve outcomes for them in a more sustainable way as well. And then for our consultants and for our doctors, the similar theme. So we don't just look at it in a singular platform, we look at it across the board. But it's I have to say, it's very new, for healthcare, I think, to look at it more broadly than just what the patient's outcome is, but actually across the whole sustainability chart.
Yeah, I agree. You can broaden the definition of sustainability, quite large. And how do you look at this aspect?
Again, I think that the same as for everyone. It's quite becoming a very important aspect, even more because our own investors are asking for more impact on this aspect. So it's something that we are looking very carefully. It's a work to be done with the operator. Again, I think that every time that we have the opportunity to implement works an already existing asset, we try to be able to organize the work in order to implement a new sustainability system in order to help the monitoring of the asset and the efficiency of the asset. And again, as for RICA, when we are talking about greenfield project, we are also very careful to be sure that there is technology that will be implemented in order also to have a very sustainable assets, not for only 10 years or 15 years, but of course longer than this period.
Do you use a scoring system for either for underwriting acquisitions or for assessing your existing portfolio?
Yes, we have implemented since last year a notification regarding all the ESG criteria. And so we are monitoring in every our investment those criteria, helped by the technician that of course organize the technical due diligence. But it's something that we are already putting in our note committee notes, and this is something that we continue to monitor for the years that we will perform the asset management on the properties. Again, it's something that is going very important for everyone. So we need to put in place all the process that has to be done to be able to organize this monitoring.
And same to RICA, I saw your big announcement about your achievement with the starring rating. How do you monitor this factor going forward?
Well, we do participate on a GRESB on an annual basis, and we found this one and some of the other frameworks very helpful. Also help us to structure and articulate our ESG strategy well. So we have to integrate this in all aspects of the business, like you rightly said, not only on the acquisition but also operations, on our governance. In the Nordics, we have quite a strict building code, and we are quite advanced in many aspects, but we don't necessarily brag about it or put it in writing in our policies. So we're getting a bit better on this one.
Okay, and just aware of time, just thinking to wrap things up. I just want to turn to each of the panelists in turn, just thinking ahead into 2021. What's the big aims for 2021 in terms of routes to market, new geographies, new sectors? How do you see the year panning out? Perhaps we could move back to Luke.
It's going to be a very busy year, 2021, right? Because a lot of things were put on hold at the probably start of the second quarter when it came to investing in healthcare. Sellers were worried that the operations were going to have a decline, and then they said, I don't want to sell in a time when the value may be perceived as low, and I know it's worth more. So a lot of those things have already started coming back here in the last month or two. 2021, and in our type of investment, right? It's not it's not like going to a fast food drive-through and you order something in 3 minutes, your transaction's done, right? These things take months, years sometimes. So a lot of that was already kind of in the pipeline, and then when it got put on hold, now it's kind of backlogged, and when 2021 opens back up, is going to be a lot of transactions, I feel, happening. Added to that is all these additional investors who've decided healthcare may be a place they should be, right? That they didn't have, but maybe 10% of their portfolio or zero, in February. Now all of a sudden let's be in healthcare. They're busy. It's full. You read the headlines about all of the doctors and nurses being busy and tired, and that's absolutely the case. And I respect all the hard work they've done for everyone, but it's just proof that it's a profitable, growing industry that people need. So I think 2021 is going to be significantly busier.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. We saw small transactions come back, and then the M&A market, small cap and mid market M&A came back. I think the really large portfolios there's a few still hanging out there unsold, but I'm hopeful they'll come back in 2021. Jan, how do you see the next year?
First, I have 3 weeks in order to finalize all the things that I need to finalize before to think about 2021. But no, of course, 2021 will continue to be a very exciting year, I think, for us, and we will continue to invest. We have more than 300 million euros of greenfield project that we'll have to monitor and to be sure that all the works will be achieved in time and that the assets will be delivered correctly to the operator. And of course, I think that will take time to see if there is any new opportunities for us, notably in order to invest in new countries outside the already 6 countries in which we are invested.
And finally, Rika.
Well, we're all hoping that we're just hoping that the pandemic situation will ease rapidly with the vaccinations. The same thing, we have quite strong pipelines, so hoping to secure that. Seeing increased competition for the good assets, so keeping really the focus on the good assets and secure them for our funds. Generally, very positive.
Yeah, I agree with that, and it's fantastic. I think all of us have worked in healthcare for a while, and it's been a sort of peripheral real estate sector, more of a niche peripheral sector, and I think we'd all agree it's becoming more mainstream. And everyone, governments through to other real estate investors have realised how important it is, both at the macro level, wealth and equals health, but also it has a place in an investor's portfolio, and I think other real estate investors are beginning to realise that. So thank you very much to the panel for joining me and engaging in this debate. So thanks for all your time, and have a prosperous Christmas and a good 2021. So thank you, Luke, Jan, Rika, Paolo. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you, John, and thank you, panel. Now, on to the roundtable discussions now, and plenty of opportunity for you to connect with others and discuss everything we've been hearing about in the panels. 2 choices for you this time: investing in Europe and property, or investing in emerging markets. I'll see you again at 12:15. Do enjoy.
Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can.
Hello. In this short video, I'll be showing you how to get the most out of the HBI 365 platform. This is the only way you'll be able to participate in all of our HBI 365 events, including HBI 2020, which begins on December 14th. It's available online, but also as an app in the Apple and Google stores. To begin, you click the link or you visit login.swapcard.com and you enter your email address that you registered for the event with. In most cases, this will be your business email. If you are logging in for the first time, it will ask you to create your password. Once you have done this, the first thing that you should do when entering the event is to update your profile. You can do this by finding your name in the top right corner and clicking on My Profile. You should add a photograph of yourself and check that all of your details are correct. And then you can move on to start adding various other details about yourself. Add a bio. You can also click to request to join any of the communities that we have started. You can make sure that your sector is correct, that you tell us a bit more information about your organization type, that you update the country that you're based in. And you can also add details about who you are looking to meet and the topics of interest there, and your topics of interest. If you then want to, you can add your social media links and further contact details about yourself and more details about your company. Once you've set your profile and completed your profile, you can then begin to start making connections with other delegates. To do this, visit the networking section of the platform. Here, the platform will make recommendations based on various criteria as to who you should connect with. So take a look at that. You can also see who is currently online in this section and wherever you might see a green dot on somebody's profile. You can search more specifically to refine the list of people that you would like to meet, either using keyword searches or by any of the filters which I've shown you just previously. So you can look for people in a specific sector. You can look for people in a specific subsector, for example, looking at all the dentists. And you can then drill down further to look at people based on their country, who they are looking to meet, and also shared topics of interest. So for example, if AI is a topic that interests you and you want to meet other people to talk about this with, click AI and you'll find a list of everybody who is also interested in AI as a subject. Once you find somebody that you would like to connect with, this works a little bit like LinkedIn. You simply click on the person and you can find out more details about the person. You can find more details about the company they work for and also which other sessions they are planning on attending at the event. If you decide you want to connect with that person, simply send a message and send a connection request. Once that person has accepted your connection request, visit your contact section of the platform and you will be able to then start a conversation with that person. To do this is quite simple. You send a message here, and what you can also do is if you agree that you would also like to have a one-to-one video conversation with that person, you can do this by clicking on the camera icon here at the top of the chat. And this will allow you to have a video conversation within the platform without having to use external software like Skype or Zoom. You can also add notes to that person. You can score them, tag them, depending on how you want to organize your contacts. And you will also be able to export all of your contacts at a later date. From here, I will show you how to look at the schedule of upcoming events. To do this, if you're joining this and you know that a session is about to begin, or during the actual event between the 14th and 17th of December, for example, you can click on Live and Upcoming Sessions. This will show you the sessions which are currently running, and it will also tell you how long is left in that session. The session will begin to automatically play, and the recordings will all be added later on to the platform. So if you miss a session, these will all be housed in the platform for you to watch at a later date. You can find more information about the session. You can find more information about the speakers here. And you can also participate in the chat to ask questions and participate in any polls, all on the right-hand side here. If you wanted to watch a session whilst also exploring other areas of the app, such as networking. Once the video has begun to play, you can click through different parts of the platform and the video will continue playing in the right-hand corner. You can move this around the screen if you would like, and then if you would no longer like to listen, you can also remove this. The live and upcoming sessions tab will show you everything which is coming next, and it will always place the current session in the top left corner. So if you wish to always view everything, to know what is coming next, then you just click this tab and this page will be the page which keeps updating throughout the virtual event. If you want to register for future events and add things to your schedule and also take a look at all of the other sessions which are coming up throughout the entire agenda, you can do this by navigating to the different agenda options along the top. And you can scroll through to find out more information about all of the different sessions. And you can also then begin to register for these sessions and add them to your schedule. So to do this, there are two ways. You can simply click this button here, this calendar icon in the right-hand side of the session, and it will add it to your schedule. Or once inside a session, viewing more details, you can click register in the top right-hand corner here. This will allow you to go through the entire agenda and take a look at the sessions which you are most interested in. And you can export this all at a later time so that you can add it to your calendar and you won't forget any of the sessions which are upcoming. For the majority of sessions, these will be live streamed through the platform and the video will play as I previously showed you. But for certain sessions, such as interactive sessions, where you will be using the Zoom platform during our roundtable discussions, you register for these sessions in the same way, but the link to join that session will appear in the description of the session. So when you come to join one of the roundtable discussions, this is where you will also find the Zoom link. So as I said, once you have set up all of the sessions that you would like to participate in during any of our events, you can visit My Event Agenda, and from here, you will be able to export all of those sessions into your calendar on the right-hand side here. Or you can also download these all into a PDF as more of a program guide for you to follow along. As well as participating with the Q&A and the discussions during the sessions, you can also join our community discussions or find any other discussions such as the help and support discussion or the chat here in the communities and discussions tab. These will allow you to post and share messages and content, and you can do this by sending messages, you can send hyperlinks, and you can also upload documents such as PDFs if you would like to. So please make sure you visit this page and also contribute to our conversations on our communities, which are open all year round. So those are communities looking at AI and digital healthcare, innovation in hospitals and outpatient care, investing in health services, labs and diagnostics, and elderly care. To connect with and to find more information about any of our sponsors, there are various ways that you can view their profiles. You can click on them from the homepage, or you can visit our sponsors tab here, and you can find more information about them. So if you click into one of the platforms, you will be able to find the details to contact any of our sponsors. You will find access to any white papers and any documents they've uploaded, which you might find useful. So for example, if you're interested in remote work for healthcare professionals, you can click on this platform and it will download a PDF for you. You can connect directly here with any of the people from that organization, or you can also send a message in this chat box on the side, and it will send that message to any of that organization's team to respond to. Finally, if at any point you wish to contact any of our team for help or support, then you can do this by visiting the Contact HBI team here, and you will be able to send messages and connect and requests to any of our team who will be monitoring this throughout the entire event. If you have any questions or any issues at all accessing the platform, then you can contact me, or you can send a message to our team or view any of the relevant documents. There'll be an accompanying PDF guide, which will show you all the different elements of the platform in the link beneath this video or in the email in which this video was originally sent to you. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy this platform throughout the course of the year.
on-demand glucose monitoring because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare.
To begin, you click the link or you visit login.swapcard.com and you enter your email address that you registered for the event with. In most cases, this will be your business email. If you are logging in for the first time, it will ask you to create your password. Once you have done this, the first thing that you should do when entering the event is to update your profile. You can do this by finding your name in the top right corner and clicking on My Profile. You should add a photograph of yourself and check that all of your details are correct. And then you can move on to start adding various other details about yourself. Add a bio. You can also click to request to join any of the communities that we have started. You can make sure that your sector is correct, that you tell us a bit more information about your organization type, that you update the country that you're based in, and you can also add details about who you are looking to meet and the topics of interest there, and your topics of interest. If you then want to, you can add your social media links and further contact details about yourself and more details about your company.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can.
Hello. In this short video, I'll be showing you how to get the most out of the HBI 365 platform. This is the only way you'll be able to participate in all of our HBI 365 events, including HBI 2020, which begins on December 14th. It's available online, but also as an app in the Apple and Google stores. To begin, you click the link or you visit login.swapcard.com and you enter your email address that you registered for the event with. In most cases, this will be your business email. If you are logging in for the first time, it will ask you to create your password. Once you have done this, the first thing that you should do when entering the event is to update your profile. You can do this by finding your name in the top right corner and clicking on My Profile. You should add a photograph of yourself and check that all of your details are correct. And then you can move on to start adding various other details about yourself. Add a bio. You can also click to request to join any of the communities that we have started. You can make sure that your sector is correct, that you tell us a bit more information about your organization type, that you update the country that you're based in. And you can also add details about who you are looking to meet and the topics of interest there, and your topics of interest. If you then want to, you can add your social media links and further contact details about yourself and more details about your company. Once you've set your profile and completed your profile, you can then begin to start making connections with other delegates. To do this, visit the networking section of the platform. Here, the platform will make recommendations based on various criteria as to who you should connect with. So take a look at that. You can also see who is currently online in this section and wherever you might see a green dot on somebody's profile. You can search more specifically to refine the list of people that you would like to meet, either using keyword searches or by any of the filters which I've shown you just previously. So you can look for people in a specific sector. You can look for people in a specific subsector, for example, looking at all the dentists. And you can then drill down further to look at people based on their country, who they are looking to meet, and also shared topics of interest. So for example, if AI is a topic that interests you and you want to meet other people to talk about this with, click AI and you'll find a list of everybody who is also interested in AI as a subject. Once you find somebody that you would like to connect with, this works a little bit like LinkedIn. You simply click on the person and you can find out more details about the person. You can find more details about the company they work for and also which other sessions they are planning on attending at the event. If you decide you want to connect with that person, simply send a message and send a connection request. Once that person has accepted your connection request, visit your contact section of the platform and you will be able to then start a conversation with that person. To do this is quite simple. You send a message here, and what you can also do is if you agree that you would also like to have a one-to-one video conversation with that person, you can do this by clicking on the camera icon here at the top of the chat. And this will allow you to have a video conversation within the platform without having to use external software like Skype or Zoom. You can also add notes to that person. You can score them, tag them, depending on how you want to organize your contacts. And you will also be able to export all of your contacts at a later date. From here, I will show you how to look at the schedule of upcoming events. To do this, if you are joining this and you know that a session is about to begin, or during the actual event between the 14th and 17th of December, for example, you can click on Live and Upcoming Sessions. This will show you the sessions which are currently running, and it will also tell you how long is left in that session. The session will begin to automatically play, and the recordings will all be added later on to the platform. So if you miss a session, these will all be housed in the platform for you to watch at a later date. You can find more information about the session. You can find more information about the speakers here. And you can also participate in the chat to ask questions and participate in any polls, all on the right-hand side here. If you wanted to watch a session whilst also exploring other areas of the app, such as networking, once the video has begun to play, you can click through different parts of the platform and the video will continue playing in the right-hand corner. You can move this around the screen if you would like, and then if you would no longer like to listen, you can also remove this. The Live and Upcoming Sessions tab will show you everything which is coming up next, and it will always place the current session in the top left corner. So if you wish to always view everything, to know what is coming next, then you just click this tab and this page will be the page which keeps updating throughout the virtual event. If you want to register for future events and add things to your schedule and also take a look at all of the other sessions which are coming up throughout the entire agenda, you can do this by navigating to the different agenda options along the top. And you can scroll through to find out more information about all of the different sessions. And you can also then begin to register for these sessions and add them to your schedule. So to do this, there are two ways. You can simply click this button here, this calendar icon in the right-hand side of the session, and it will add it to your schedule. Or once inside a session, viewing more details, you can click register in the top right-hand corner here. This will allow you to go through the entire agenda and take a look at the sessions which you are most interested in. And you can export this all at a later time so that you can add it to your calendar and you won't forget any of the sessions which are upcoming. For the majority of sessions, these will be live streamed through the platform and the video will play as I previously showed you. But for certain sessions, such as interactive sessions, where you will be using the Zoom platform during our roundtable discussions, you register for these sessions in the same way, but the link to join that session will appear in the description of the session. So when you come to join one of the roundtable discussions, this is where you will also find the Zoom link. So as I said, once you have set up all of the sessions that you would like to participate in during any of our events, you can visit My Event Agenda, and from here, you will be able to export all of those sessions into your calendar on the right-hand side here. Or you can also download these all into a PDF as more of a program guide for you to follow along. As well as participating with the Q&A and the discussions during the sessions, you can also join our community discussions or find any other discussions such as the help and support discussion or the chat here in the Communities and Discussions tab. These will allow you to post and share messages and content, and you can do this by sending messages, you can send hyperlinks, and you can also upload documents such as PDFs if you would like to. So please make sure you visit this page and also contribute to our conversations on our communities, which are open all year round. So those are communities looking at AI and digital healthcare, innovation in hospitals and outpatient care, investing in health services, labs and diagnostics, and elderly care. To connect with and to find more information about any of our sponsors, there are various ways that you can view their profiles. You can click on them from the homepage, or you can visit our sponsors tab here.
Welcome back. Now we have the third in our series of CEO interviews. This time Ronnie van der Merwe speaks to Max. He is the CEO of Mediclinic International. So over to you, Max, for this interview with Ronnie.
I once asked the chief executive of a large group what he was for, what his ultimate role in life was. And he said, well, it's simple. I have to just make sure that the company catches the right buses. Buses? What do you mean by that? He said, well, it's straightforward. I have to ensure that the company is standing at the right bus stop for the right bus, and that I jolly well push it onto the bus when the bus turns up. And that analogy has stuck with me. So today I'm talking about the three buses of Dr. Ronnie van der Merwe. Dr. Ronnie is the chief executive of Mediclinic. He's been in there since June 2018. Before that, he spent 10 years as the chief medical officer. He's an anaesthetist by training and background. Mediclinic had revenue of nearly £3 billion in 2019. It's listed on the London stock market. It's one of the big three South African chains. It's also, through Hurst Landen, the largest Swiss private hospital network. And it's probably the largest player by revenue in the United Arab Emirates. And it also owns a 30% slug of Spire, which is one of the largest hospital chains in the UK. So whichever way you look at it, it's a big old thing. It's fair to say that Ronnie, I guess, when he came on in June 2018, had been dealt a slightly difficult hand. There's some write-offs that had to be taken on Hurst Landen and on the Spire investment. And there's been an ongoing and quite difficult rationalisation of Mediclinic's United business in the UAE following an acquisition a year or two earlier. And then along came COVID. So before we start on your buses, Ronnie, I was just intrigued by the fact that you're a chief medical officer. I mean, in my experience, the chief executives of large hospital groups are more likely to be ex-PR men, or I've met people who've worked in brewery or fast-moving consumer goods and then become chief executives of hospital groups. So I'm interested in why you think so few chief medical officers become chief executives, and what being a CMO first, how that coloured your perception of things at Mediclinic.
Thank you, Max. It's always good talking to you, and thank you for the opportunity as well. I think healthcare businesses in general over time was seen as businesses who happens to be in healthcare instead of healthcare that happens to be a business. And therefore, most CEOs were picked for their commercial and financial skills and acumen rather than the broader perspectives of the core of the business, which is obviously healthcare. But having said that, I had a unique journey, and I was fortunate enough to be exposed to different parts of the business over the years that I've been with Mediclinic, and therefore I was able to build up my skills and expertise on a broad range of activities of the company, which gave me the fortunate opportunity to become the CEO. And I would hope to see some more medically qualified executives become CEOs in time to come. But to be a medical director or a chief medical officer is a very focused job, and they sometimes do not get all the exposure that I was fortunate to get. And I suppose that part of that is the reason why we see very few medical directors make the change to become a CEO.
I suppose it comes with advantages, doesn't it? I mean, if you've been the chief medical officer, in a sense, you know the guts of the business perhaps better than an accountant would ever do, and you've got a closer relationship perhaps with the doctors within the company.
It's absolutely true, Max. I must say healthcare is a lot more complex now. A group like ours, from 20 years back, I have to tell you, it's been a big change. And one has to really understand all the nuances of healthcare and all its different facets in order to be able to lead the business in the right direction. And I think it's been helping me tremendously. The fact that I did anesthesia and intensive care, I understand the business from that perspective. I also happened to be a patient once. I was run over by a boat and I was quite seriously injured. So I spent 6 weeks being a patient in the ICU and then in the ward and going back to theater many times. I had that opportunity as well, and that also broadened my perspective, but that was a unique experience, a very valuable, I have to say. But yeah, if you look at our first foray into Dubai, I mean, those first few years were wonderful. There were no regulations. There was always no competition. The market was growing. The oil price was strong. And that was a very simplistic way to be successful. Now it's the complete opposite. A lot more competition, a lot more regulations, much more intricate, patients behaving like consumers, and with a sluggish economy, the whole game has changed, and that's the way it is with healthcare.
Yes, so complete change. So let's have a look at your 3 buses then, Ronnie. Can we have the buses slide, please, Richard? Okay, so we chose coping with COVID, catching the COVID bus, I guess, or surviving COVID, perhaps. Digital and the care continuum, and how you extend the care continuum and digitalize it. And then a third bus, which you wanted to just call cultural change, and the issues around cultural change. So let's start off, perhaps briefly, looking at COVID then. So how soon, what was it like being the chief executive when COVID came along? I mean, how soon did you have any idea of what you needed to do or what the group needed to do? What was it like?
It was quite an interesting experience. It's almost like running an intensive care unit. There was just so many fires started to burn all at the same time, and we needed to change the way in which we conduct the business to a little bit more of a command and control temporarily type of arrangement, and to prepare, get the supply chains moving, protecting our staff, getting the treatment regimes and treatment modalities for the COVID patients, to get that all straightened out, and then it started coming at us, and now having treated 20,000 COVID inpatients by now, we've got the treatment regimes very much under control, and we're doing very well on that. Our staff is well protected. Our supply chains are running quite well. And we are also able to, even in parallel to treating the COVID patients, also carry on with emergencies, other essential work, and even elective surgery. So it was quite a challenge in the beginning because everybody was overacting, I would say, and reacting in a big way, from governments to local authorities to ourselves, the public sectors in the different countries. And obviously the lockdowns with suspension of elective surgery was really quite difficult to get through. But once we got going, we learned more or less on a daily basis. And so now the main thing now, and that's why it's a buzz, Max, is we now know we can cope with this and we carry on. The important thing now is to keep the staff morale up, because the staff has the confidence. They know they can deal with these cases, but it's been relentless, and people haven't had the time to take a vacation, and with these protective gear they have to wear on every single shift all day long. It's very hot, very uncomfortable, and patients don't always do that well, so they lose patients. And what we have now, that's my short-term bus, is just to keep the morale going, keep the energy levels up, keep the motivation going as we move through maybe one or two.
How do you do that? How do you keep up staff morale?
We do a lot of communicating. Yeah, we do a lot of communicating, giving them perspectives on life and perspectives on their jobs and what our main purpose of our company is, and how that aligns with enhancing the quality of life, which is our main purpose, and then make sure that they feel we care for them. So we have support programs that we've launched, that some of them really need that. And but the mere fact that they know we are looking after them, and I'm talking frontline staff mostly, although the support staff is also important, and that we look after, we care for them, we look after them, we will not retrench them, because they all know the company went through quite a dip. And that certainty is really important. I've seen uncertainty creating a lot of paralysis in companies. And in this instance, but it's going reasonably well. It's just one of those things we can't let. We can't let.
They have to feel that you've got their back, really. Yeah, that you support them like that. Yes.
Absolutely, and we can't. We keep focusing on that.
Overreaction and how people overreacted to the crisis, and how governments suddenly started sending out things. So, did you basically have to get on the phone to a lot of people and say, look, you almost have to start relationships with a whole bunch of people you didn't really know. Was that right?
Yes, to a large extent, that's correct. We obviously started working very closely with the health authorities of the different countries, also at a political level, but mostly on the health authorities level, to align with and to work on joint programs on how we will help one another to deal with the possible surges. And, we obviously developed worst case scenarios that we needed to cope with. Luckily, and touch wood, none of those worst case scenarios materialized. But the very nice end result of all of that is, or positive end result, is that we have much better relationships now within different authorities in the different countries than we've had before. We understand each other's worlds better, each other's capabilities, and it definitely brought us closer together. So that's been the positive spin-off of this pandemic.
Okay, fine, thank you. So I guess you think those relationships are going to last? I mean, I suppose I would characterize typically the relationship between public payers and insurers and the private sector as one of, well, distrust really on both sides. And you're really picturing something with a lot more trust now in it and a much more clarity about the two of you. Do you think that's going to last? I mean, why would it last? I mean, we're going to go back to normal and then they'll go back to normal, won't they?
Yeah, that's obviously the danger that it could happen. Very positive. I mean, it's quite possible that it might happen. Sorry, but I think that we've got quite good momentum with some very small initial public-private partnerships in some of our countries, and a big focus on what can be done if we work together. So maybe I'm just an optimist, but I really hope and I believe that these relationships will be strengthened in time to come.
Yes. So you've gone from being a group which was really not very much working with mainly private insurers, I guess, or to one where you are working where a much larger percentage of your revenue today is from the state. Is that right?
That didn't really change, Max, and it depends on the countries in which we are. I mean, in South Africa, it's all private healthcare, and private insurance. As you know, they call themselves medical aid schemes, which is just a private health insurance, more or less. In the UAE, we have a mix, mostly private, but also some state funding. And in Switzerland, as you know, everybody's on general health insurance, and then there's a supplementary component to it as well. So the makeup of revenue, the contribution to revenue didn't change, not materially, but But the mere fact that we came to the table to say, okay, yeah, we are here to play a rightful role in the broader healthcare industry in the particular country we are in, we are going to do everything we can to make sure that the state doesn't get overwhelmed, and we will serve as a backstop for them, and whatever it is we can do. That in itself, without referring the whole time to, how we want to protect our commercial interests, that built us a lot of goodwill over the last few months.
Okay, good. So let's look at your second big bus, and that's a very large one, isn't it? This is the digital and care continuum bus. So let's look at care continuum first, shall we? I mean, that was really the idea you explained to me that you move beyond the walls of the hospital, essentially, don't you? And you extend the pathway out to primary and diagnostics and through to chronic care. And is that a very big change?
Max, it is a big change because we've actually changed the way in which we defined ourselves. Most of our staff, and this company is just about 40 years old in South Africa and even older in Switzerland. And our staff has been used to run acute care inpatient specialist-orientated facilities. And they do that extremely well. But that's what they do, and that's how they define themselves. To go to them and say, we need more options. We want to get involved in the continuum of care. We want to make sure that fragmented care gets minimized or eliminated. And that creates many more options for us. Means that we redefine ourselves, and obviously also the way in which we then behave. We don't behave only as inpatient hospital operators anymore. We also start looking at other opportunities. And it took a bit of time for people to understand that and the reasons for it and what it means and why it's important for future positioning. But now you can clearly start seeing the initiatives and the ideas and the opportunities that they bring to the table, and where they have now redefined themselves as teams and start creating these different options, many more than what we would have had if we stayed along the lines of what we've been used to for the last 30 years. So it's actually a huge change. It's a transformational change. It starts small, but it has a big effect, and the effect is spreading out. I can clearly see that. It's very encouraging to see.
And that means that the patient, you've got a much deeper and longer relationship essentially with the patient, and that you have a chance to, I suppose, build a lifetime relationship with a patient, whereas previously it would only be for an episode of surgical care, essentially.
Correct. So you've just explained it quite well. An episode of surgical care is just that, it happens when you need it, and then the patient's gone. And what fascinated me, and I'll give you a quick example. I have a colleague, I had a colleague who was one of our hospital managers here in South Africa. His wife had to have an operation to have a benign tumor removed from her neck, which was done. It was done successfully. It was in a very, very sensitive place. But the only consequence of this was that a very important nerve was severed in the process. Now, obviously, if I said it was a success, it wasn't that fantastic a success. But on the other hand, it was so close to other structures that it actually, as an outcome, it wasn't too bad. Now, she couldn't really swallow very well after that. Neither could she talk, because the one side of her vagus nerve was severed. But medically speaking, post-operatively, and according to the health insurance business that she was a member of, they felt that she had to now be moved out of the hospital because she's fine. The wound is healing, and, all her parameters are fine. But then taking her out of the hospital, this family had to now scramble to bring together the speech therapist, the occupational therapist, the physiotherapist, and a multidisciplinary team to help this patient to become functional again, to be able to speak properly again, to be able to swallow properly again, and to be able to lead a meaningful life once again. And that's the problem with fragmented care and us defining ourselves just in this one setting. So we have no relationship with the patients before they come in, and then we also, once they literally walk through the door on their way out, that's where the relationships stop. And that cannot be the future. It's just not possible. So therefore, we want to get involved in coordinating the needs of these patients throughout their entire journey, because they're going to come back to us again for some other procedure one day, and then we want to know about them and do whatever we can to coordinate their care better. So it's just one example. I mean, there are quite a lot of other examples as well, but it does.
So does that mean that you have to start recruiting physiotherapists and speech therapists and these kind of? Do you feel that you should be employing these people directly yourselves, and maybe more primary care physicians as well? I mean, if you're extending out the patient pathway properly, then obviously you need control of it, and therefore you need to employ people in these ancillary areas.
Our strategic view on this is it depends on the territory in which we are. We've got 3 very diverse countries in which we function. But what we said was we don't need to own and operate each and every one of the other care settings apart from the hospitals. We can also do that through partnerships. And I want to give you one example. That's in Switzerland, where we formed a very productive and constructive partnership with Medbase, which is a subsidiary of Migros. And Medbase is a primary care organization. They have a whole number of primary care clinics. So they do the primary care, and we have a relationship with them, a partnership. And we do the radiology services at those clinics, and they do the primary care, and then we do the inpatient care. They don't necessarily send all of their patients to us. They send it to us on merit, but it's becoming much more of a productive relationship. And but then in South Africa, we've invested in a primary care company by the name of Intercare. So it's not only a relationship, partnership, it's also, we've actually invested in them. And then, so in countries where we are allowed to employ health professionals, we can do so, like in the Middle East, in the UAE, where we have the physiotherapists now and the occupational therapists, and we're creating that seamless service. In South Africa, we're not always allowed to employ health professionals, so then we have partnerships like we do in Switzerland. So it's a mixed model, but the strategic thinking is the same, and that is to become an integrated system rather than just a collection of freestanding hospital facilities.
Yes, and you can make that work commercially, can you? I mean, you can make money out of it.
Yes, it creates new opportunities for us. It creates valuable referral patterns. It creates the opportunity to generate additional revenue. And with all the technology coming our way, I want to give you an example of, for instance, precision medicine. We've just launched the precision medicine service in Dubai. We genomics basically, and that's an additional function of revenue stream, an additional service that we provide as part of our bigger system that we otherwise wouldn't even have thought about it if we didn't broaden our perspective on what we are and how we define ourselves. So that's a good example of the optionalities created by the fact that we change.
So you can identify new commercial opportunities through this. The other thing on this bus was digitization, wasn't it? And how you digitize things. So
yes,
what do you mean
and some.
Are we talking about telehealth, or we're talking about something much more profound than that, aren't we?
So I'll summarize it by saying digitalization creates huge opportunities, as you know, and we have a 3-pronged approach to this. The first is the non-medical side. So if you look at the hospitals, the back office support services, all the administrative functions, we want to do automation there, large-scale automation, and the first step is robotic process automation, which is really quite a fascinating space to be in itself, with these little bots doing the work of people, and they do it much faster and so on. But it doesn't come for free, and they all still have to be looked after. So it's not as if we can replace people with robots that are completely for free. That's not how it works. But nevertheless, so we're talking automation on the non-medical administrative side. That's the one aspect. The second aspect on the medical side then is to improve on what we currently do inside of our hospitals, and that is virtual care, like for instance virtual intensive care units, or spreading the reach of, for instance, neurologists and the care, stroke care, for instance. So give an example: South Africa, 60 million people, 165 neurologists. It's a true number. So you get the idea. We have far too few neurologists in a country like South Africa. So what we could do is we could create a virtual command center and provide stroke care over a distance through a neurologist sitting in a command center and working with the crews on the ground, the teams on the ground at the peripheral hospitals when they get stroke patients in. So that's the kind of thing we want to do, is spreading the reach through digital means of specialists and subspecialities. Also monitoring patients with sensors, much better than what human beings can do through sensors, big data, and artificial intelligence. So all of those things inside of the facilities that we do. And then the third part of digitalization is to seamlessly coordinate the care of the patients and their clinical information through the different care settings. And also, obviously, in order to do so, we need to become patient-facing. So B2B becomes B2C for us. We are a traditional business-to-business type business. We're now becoming a business-to-consumer type business. So with a patient-facing digital platform where patients and clients can come through the front door of Mediclinic, schedule their appointments, get their necessary information, and even then with virtual consultations like telemedicine and things like that. So all of that, it's quite a big package that I've just explained, but it's very exciting. I must say it's going to change the company tremendously, and it's going to be really, really good.
I was surprised to learn, I was talking to somebody about digitization, and they said actually they weren't spending that much on it. It was what was the group? They were spending a few million euros a year, and he was saying, well, if we do something, this was Elsan, that was right, this was the French hospital group, Elsan. So, well, we'll digitize something, we'll try it out. If it doesn't work, we'll change it. But we're not actually having to spend enormously large amounts of money on much of this stuff. It's a question of being flexible and iterative, I suppose. Is that your experience as well?
Is absolutely the case, and one has to be very pragmatic about it. What you want to create, Max, is a seamless interplay between a physical care world and a digital care world, and it should be seamless for patients and the doctors, so they can have the physical contact, and then they have 3 or 4 virtual contacts and back to physical, and it shouldn't really bother anybody. It shouldn't be a stumbling block. So. But that comment, I tend to agree with what you just said. It doesn't have to cost a tremendous amount of money.
Yes. Okay. So if I ask, your job is to make sure you catch the digitization and care continuum bus and make sure the company's on it. Do you think you succeeded in doing that? Is the company sitting in the front seat and sort of dusting itself down and looking out the window happily, or is it still kind of divvying around, thinking about whether or not it's going to get on the bus and needing a kick up the arse? I mean, which is it, do you think?
Max, we work with 33,000 people. You can imagine. It's not that easy. It takes time. And I wanted to compare it to some political developments, but it's really very interesting journey, and that's why the third bus is there, and that's about the culture and the behavior.
Let's talk about the third bus. Yeah.
And so you can't do the second bus unless you also do the third bus, because the underlying enablement of a new strategy, a new strategic direction that you take, you have to change the hearts and minds of the people. And it starts obviously first. So then what is interesting is, when we read Kotter's book about leading change, it's about creating that urgency and explaining to people why we have to change and that it's actually urgent and we need to change. We need to reposition the business, all of those. And then you have to have that guiding coalition, get a core team of people, a critical mass of people who supports this whole thing so you can go past that tipping point and get that momentum to feed on itself. So that's explained in those books, and it's all true. But it's also very important that you identify all the things that could stand in your way that you don't realize. And I'll give you 2 examples. Yes. The one is the value system of the company. So we have, for instance, 5 values in our business, and it's always been there. But the values is what we believe and how we behave. Now, if the values is not lived by the top leadership of the company, then the values becomes worthless because you undermine your values through your wrong behavior. So the top team has to live the values. But when you change strategic direction, you have to go and reevaluate your values to make sure that they are aligned with the new set of behaviors that you would like to have. Yes. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing is you need people to understand what direction we need to take, and any of the other internal impediments need to be identified. And one we almost missed, and also quite a fascinating one, is the governance structure of the business. So let's say everything from, so if we say to the company, we need to be moving away from being so conservative and not trying to, doing anything funny and not taking any additional risk, very conservatively minded. Now we want you to become agile, on the front foot, try and do new things, experiment, take a couple of risks here and there because we need to move forward. If that is not supported by and endorsed by the governance structure, the compliance officers, the risk officers, the internal auditors, and the broader audit committee and the board, that there should be an element of risk-taking for higher rewards, an element of experimenting for higher reward. Obviously, still, I'm not professing that we should let go of the governance discipline, but just doing it in a slightly different way to allow those things to happen, like it will necessarily happen in many other very creative and innovative businesses. I'm talking about the context being a very conservative business. So if the mixed messages come down the pipes with regards to the governance of the business, you won't find that change in behavior. And therefore, the whole challenge is to align the entire organization, all the structures, all the processes, even sometimes the operating model, in order for people to become comfortable with, just to virtualize an intensive care unit takes a complete mind shift from if considering how conservative the business is. So aligning all of those things towards a new strategic direction is that's the challenge, and it's a very interesting one, I must say.
I remember the former chief executive of Bupa saying he needed change in his business, and he went out and hired a firm of American management consultants who proceeded to hold a series of events to try and change the mindset inside Bupa. And I think I'm right in saying it wasn't entirely successful as an approach. I mean, are you using management consultants in a big way to try and force through change, or is this something that you feel is best done with your own people internally, or how does it work?
Big debates about that, but we're not using them in any big way at the moment. We are doing this internally, and so far so good, I have to say. I must say, I take my hat off to my senior team, my senior executive team. They've risen to the occasion, if I can use that phrase, and they're leading the charge. So
you can measure. Presumably, you can measure the response. You can ask people, are you feeling more comfortable taking risks now than you were 6 months ago, or whatever? Do you do that? You can quantify it in a sense.
We can, but the best way to look at it is through how quickly are we making progress in executing on the strategy. So the first digital experiment we wanted to do, we failed miserably. We had 9 months of debates and we had nothing to show for it. And we learned a lot of lessons, some of which I just shared with you. And then the second one we did was a heck of a lot faster and better, and so it feeds on itself.
So yeah, so it is an iterative process as ever, isn't it? Okay, well, thank you very much for talking to me today and through going through your buses with us, and really appreciate that. Thank you very much, Ronnie. Thank you.
Thank you, Max. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, Max. We'll take a short break now with some useful messages, and we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock London time.
On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott, so you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me.
Max, it's been a tough old year for us all, but you've got some exciting news about next year.
Yes, indeed. That's right, Sharon. We are holding the next event on June the 28th to the 30th at Imperial College in London. And London in June can be almost as bright and sunny as this lovely Van Gogh picture. And we will be exploring, as you can see, new vistas and new opportunities in a post-COVID world at that event. So I very much hope you can all join us there. So back to now, though. Yes. So back to now. This is the first of 2 sessions on diagnostics, and we have a really good panel. We've got Jos Lammers, Chief Executive of Unilabs, Wolf Kuphat, who's the Chief Executive of Amadis, which is this huge Belgium and German lab group. Dr. Om Manchanda, who's Managing Director at Dr. Lal PathLabs, which is, in fact, the largest Indian lab group, diagnostics lab group, and Chad Malone, who's the Director of Global Medical Information at Abbott Diagnostics. So, welcome, gentlemen. Thank you very much for joining us. So it's been a pleasure. Of all the sectors, I think I would characterize the diagnostic lab space as being manic depressive in the course of 2020. You know, there's very sharp V in March and April when people were saying, "Oh my God, where's this going to go?" And then the bounce back in June and July, I guess, when all those contracts from government started to come through for COVID testing. So perhaps we could just start off by looking at, I guess, where we are now. I mean, if we look, Jos, at Unilabs, I mean, I was looking at some numbers from Belgium the other day, and it was saying that Belgium, as a whole, the elective diagnostics lab testing market was still down 5 percentage points, I think, from the previous year. But that was, of course, balanced by a big increase in COVID testing. And I was just wondering, looking perhaps at your 9-month figures, where are we if you split COVID from non-COVID?
Yeah, happy to talk about that, Max. And let's first congratulate you with still organizing this event in what is indeed an extraordinary year for all of us. I think we as a lab group are very privileged to be in the space we are today. Clearly what is happening is, like you said, it was a very sharp decrease in the second half of March. And in April still, the world was a bit in panic and had no clue what to do. And since then, we have basically seen our results recovering. When we take a look at our Q3 numbers, our lab revenues were up with around 2%. This is excluding COVID, so this is just, say, the business as is before any COVID activity. Including COVID, I'll talk about that a bit. And our imaging, as you know, we're a group that prides itself on having laboratory diagnostics as well as imaging diagnostics. And we still saw a slight volume decline in Q3 with around a 5% decrease. But if you take a look at the overall quarter, it was up in terms of revenues with more than 40%. And that is really the additional benefits of COVID testing, where I think governments see that big groups really play a very important role to support the infrastructure that's needed to do the massive amount of COVID tests necessary.
And those are the Q3 3-month figures, not the 9-month figures. That's the Q3 figures. Yes. Yes.
That is the Q3 figures, indeed.
Okay.
Yep.
So I interpret from that elective, the traditional lab elective testing at 2% growth is still slightly behind where it would have been had you not had the crisis. You'd have had organic growth of about 3 or 4%, wouldn't you, to start off with, and then some bit of M&A on top. So, I mean, it's not a bad figure, but there's still been a bit of a hit.
But it's down, clearly down versus our budget. We started the year in January and February with close to 6% organic growth, so like for like. So that was a number we were very pleased with. And then the crisis hit, especially Q2 was very bad and Q1 was impacted, but a remarkable recovery in Q3. So we count our blessings that we're in a position where we can really help. It's very motivating for all our 15,000 colleagues across the world. It's very motivating for all the co-workers that work with us in adjacent areas as well as customers. So we're pleased to help.
Yeah. So it's a V-shaped recovery. Okay, fine. So I should have said at the beginning what we were going to be covering in this sector. We're basically going to be looking at the impact of COVID and then the future over the next 6 months, and then looking at whether or not we've seen a system change in the relationship with payers and governments, for example. And then I'm going to ask the panel about the big opportunities that they can see in across the board in diagnostics, and where they would put 10 million euros of their own money in their own business. So I should have said that at the beginning. So, Wolf, what about you? How are the Q3 numbers looking between COVID and non-COVID? Or can you share that with us? Or?
Yeah, well, Max. Yeah. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. And our situation pretty much is the same roller coaster that Jos has just described. The Ametis Group, however, is not a pure play labs group. We have other businesses, adjacent businesses. We have clinical centers. We have IVF centers. We run a large genetics business, and also in gynecology, the cytology labs. So they're all connected, of course, but the impact of COVID has been slightly different across those businesses. The biggest hit, of course, everything in the hospitals in the first wave. Hospitals had to close to keep the intensive care units, the beds open in reserve for COVID patients. That obviously took us down on sales, in particular in pathology, clinical pathology. The lab has recovered very, very nicely and very strongly. So our base business, the non-COVID business in the lab as well as in the other businesses, is pretty much back on track. So we are growing slightly stronger this year, actually, but this is driven also by strong recovery in Belgium, and strong recovery also in our clinical medicine business. IVF, for some interesting reasons, been very strong this year, and this drives our lab sales as well. So you're asking for numbers, Max. We see that COVID has added somewhere between 20 to 30% to our top line.
Wow.
We are running at year to date approximately 1.5 million of PCR tests, and you take this times an average price somewhere between 50 and 60 euros. You can do the math. So that's been quite substantial. And of course, the big question, and we're debating this year, is how does the future look like? But for now, to your question, we are quite pleased about the strong recovery and the current track of business.
Right. And Dr. Lal, how's it affected you? I can't hear you. I think you're muted.
Yeah.
So
good afternoon.
Okay, hi.
Good afternoon to all of you, and thanks, Max, for having me on this panel. I thought briefly I'll tell you about Dr. Lal PathLabs, because it's a little different from Western world. We do not have very high level of sort of penetration of insurance. Most of diagnostics in India is out of pocket, and it's highly fragmented space. There are thousands of labs spread across the country. So it's a highly sort of unorganized play, is only about 15% of the total market. It tends to behave like any sort of a consumer space. A lot of people actually are looking for those kind of retail services. So that's a little bit of an overview of the industry. And Dr. Lal PathLabs is the market leader. We have close to 200 labs and close to 3,000 plus collection centers spread across the country. We are the most sort of a preferred brand as a consumer service brand in healthcare. So that's a broad overview. Coming back to your question, in quarter one, actually, we follow a financial year which starts from April to March. So I think our Q1 is Q2 for a calendar year. So in Q1, which is April, May, we saw a sudden fall in our non-COVID business. I think everybody experienced that. There was a bit of panic as to what's going to happen. Then we got approval from the government. We were one of the first labs to be approved for COVID testing. And then, of course, there was a recovery that started, and some bit of shortfall that was coming from non-COVID got made up by COVID. So I think Q1 is not really a representative month, but I think the last quarter that we finished in September, which is July, August, September, we are almost recovered on non-COVID. I think I just see the number. We had done almost 98% of last year number for non-COVID. On the COVID side, I saw that there was a top-up of about 17% which I think is in the range of which my other co-panelists are mentioning. On the COVID side, pricing is controlled by the state governments. As you may be aware that healthcare in India is a state subject, so each state is determining the price at which the COVID test needs to be sold. It's a little unpredictable sort of a demand pattern. Sometimes it just goes up, sometimes it goes down, depending on how the pandemic is moving. I think on balance, last quarter we did close to about 300,000 RT-PCR tests, which is a mainstay of our COVID testing in India. I think on balance, I find that our business last quarter grew at about 18%, which is 98% of the non-COVID, and then balance came from the COVID side.
Yes. So do you have any government contracts, or is the COVID work also basically private individuals paying to get themselves tested?
Yes. So what we saw is that in the first quarter, a lot of business that came in for COVID side came from the government. I think parallelly government expanded a lot of capacity of its own. Then second quarter, we saw a lot of private patients coming directly to us. So the government business went down very sharply in Q2, which is July, August, September. I think government is now managing on its own quite well, and they have really expanded a lot of capacity in testing. So what we are now getting, mostly 90% is actually direct from patients in the private business, which is much.
And what do you charge for a COVID PCR test in India?
Oh, it's an interesting question. Actually, when we started, if I were to convert in dollars, it was about, I think, close to $60 in the month of April.
Yes.
Yep. Now the prices have almost fallen to about $10 or maybe $8. That's the kind of pricing. And
so you started with German pricing, and you're now got Indian pricing.
yes.
Okay, good. Okay, fine. Thank you. Chad, what about Abbott? I mean, you've obviously got a global view of things, haven't you? And you've done a lot of COVID testing, haven't you? So how's the split between the core business and the COVID broke down roughly?
Yeah, I think I come at it from a little different angle, being a manufacturer.
Yes, of course.
What we saw with the first early year surge of COVID in our testing numbers, right, assays and reagents, we saw a precipitous drop, like everyone else did in standard testing for chronic disease or other diseases. Again, with Abbott being as diverse as it is, our non-COVID testing business did see that sharp decline. However, I would say maybe 2 months ago, we hit back to pre-COVID numbers. Now, that being said, I am based in the U.S., and I'm sure you all read the papers. So, we can assume there's going to be another drop due to this I wouldn't call it a second wave, I call it the continuing first wave with that testing. However, within our rapid and molecular divisions, as well as diabetes care, which I'll speak about in a second, we saw the first 9 months a 313% growth in that business, which, of course, everyone here on the phone, I would hope is utilizing some sort of test from Abbott. So we saw that pull, but we are seeing the US and global diagnostic labs coming back to levels. But, as COVID waxes and wanes, I'm sure we're going to see some peaks and troughs. Now, that also leads us to ultimately some challenging issues in healthcare, in the sense of, being a physician myself, that drastic drop in non-COVID related testing, is ultimately going to present itself with a worsening chronic care population.
Yes.
So, at Abbott, and that's one of the reasons we saw such a surge in our diabetic division, was ultimately trying to virtualize that care and get outside of the hospital into the home, and then ultimately treat that patient. So I think Abbott really echoes a lot what's going on here that has been said today. Luckily we did see single-digit growth in our core diagnostics business in the first 3 quarters. It's not what we're used to, but in the time of COVID, as everyone here will say, we'll take it.
Yes, yes. Okay, thank you. So of course we're now in this prolongation of the first wave, or maybe it's the second wave. People in England think it's the third wave. And I mean, in the pre-call we were talking about this, weren't we, Wolf, and about how, it's impacting Germany. And so we're going into another lockdown. And obviously that's going to presumably affect elective procedures in Germany and Jos in the Netherlands in much the same way. Is it going to affect it in much the same way as the first wave, or do you think it's going to be less of a V trough for you in general in terms of testing in Germany, Wolf?
I believe it's going to be less of a V. It will be less sharp, and it will be less because people have learned to live with that. The way people behave, the way people move, the way people wear the masks. Many doctors' offices and other institutions have installed hygiene measures, have installed all these glass windows to keep the nurses safe and so on. So I believe people have a more balanced view. There's not so much of a panic as we've seen earlier when people just were too afraid to even go to the doctors, even in more serious circumstances. There were people suffering from heart attacks, not daring to show up at the doctor's office. We don't see that these days. I think people are more used to taking care of each other, knowing how to behave. So yes, we do some impact, but it's not going to be as dramatic as earlier
as
in
the
March,
first wave
of the year.
And you'd echo that, Jos, in terms of your European viewpoint, or
Also, we anticipate that there will be a second wave, but the impact of that second wave will be nowhere close to the impact of the first wave. People were really panicking,
yes,
what to do, and now measures are taken, and basically people know what to do. And when we take a look at our weekly volume development, we see a very gentle decline in countries where there's more strict lockdowns now, but nowhere close to where it used to be. What remains interesting, though, is the differences between countries. As you may know, Max, I work out of Switzerland, but live in the Netherlands.
Yes.
And there's a huge contrast between the two countries. Switzerland is still relatively open, and you can go to a restaurant, etc. Since yesterday, basically, we have a very strict lockdown in the Netherlands, like in Germany. All schools have closed, all shops have closed, with the exception of pharmacies and food stores, etc. And really a recommendation not to go out on the street. So a really stringent lockdown. While in other countries, it's much more liberal yet.
Yes, yes. So yes, it varies from country to country. So before I come to you, to you, Om, I was just wondering. You've won all these new contracts, guys, from the governments, and you have therefore got much closer relationships, in a sense, with the ministries of health. You were both saying, I think, on our last call. Is that going to last? Is that relationship? I mean, presumably COVID is we're going to get vaccinations, and by the summer of 2021, we should be close to being back to normal. I mean, is that stronger relationship with government players, is that going to last? Why do you think it might last, Jos? Or do you think it's going to last?
Yeah, I think there's maybe a couple of points. First of all, we just talked about the differences between countries.
Yes.
I think all countries have realized is that large players can really help in this crisis. We have seen some countries that try to only burden the public healthcare system. We're trying to solve the enormous amount of PCR testing that was coming. And they quickly, or a little bit less quickly, realized that there was no way that the public environment by itself would be able to sort this all out. So I think this crisis shows that big diagnostic groups, and you have 3 on the table and a supplier on the table as well, a very large supplier, can really make an impact in terms of capital, in terms of speed, in terms of the people we put to work. We've literally sent teams from one country to another to support with COVID testing. And also at the supplier relationship, when we have an issue, we typically talk to the board or the CEO of the supplier companies. And well, if you're a local hospital, you have to deal with your local sales rep somewhere down in a country, and that makes a massive difference as well. So big groups really benefit here because they can really provide the speed, the capital the people needed to solve the crisis. And I think we'll have to see how exactly, but I think that effect will last in terms of government relationships. This COVID crisis is not the first. Unfortunately, I think governments will realize that there is much more to come, potentially in the coming decades. And I think this has been a real wake-up call to make sure that there is going to be a very different mindset about how to treat with diagnostics.
So let's move forward a year and assume COVID has more or less gone. And what will they be turning to Unilabs for that they weren't turning to Unilabs before? I mean, I can see the relationship. There might be these nice warm feelings around the relationship, but what are they going to be buying from you which they weren't buying before? How is the your service offering and relationship going to change after COVID?
Was that a question to me, Max? I missed that.
Yes,
sorry.
Yes, it was. Sorry. Yes, it was. Yes, sorry.
Yeah. No. So, for example, we have built a number of what I call extra large pandemic labs in a number of countries.
Yes.
And when we build those labs, they're typically opened by the Minister of Health or the Prime Minister to have that publicity moment as well, for the local politicians to score. And in the background, already discussions are ongoing on how to ensure that whenever there is a crisis next, we can help to be helpful straight away and to have a program ready. Because frankly, what we now saw in this crisis, that everything had to be done from scratch. And I think what this crisis will learn, and also don't underestimate the economic consequences of this crisis. This is incredibly massive.
Yes.
So government will really want to ensure that whenever something happens again, and the plans are ready, that one knows what to do, and it is clear that also big diagnostic players will be involved in that as well.
Okay, fine. Wolf, is that your view as well, or?
Yeah, I completely agree with what Jos just described. I mean, it is very obvious that the perception of labs as an key player, key ingredient to public health has drastically improved. We have access to politicians now. People come to us, they want to talk to us, they want to get our views. We have had an awful lot of requests by the press to give our statements, and we are talking to the Ministry of Health, and in mentioning Germany, of course, but also Belgium. I mean, Belgium they tried in the early stages, to run the crisis by themselves from the public health system, but then they very quickly realized they could not do it without the help of the private labs. Now, so currently we enjoy being on the good side and having all these positive attention. However, and this is the other point Joost mentioned, there's a downside. It's a bit of a double-edged sword. We're heading undoubtedly into some economic distress, and sooner or later, all these tremendous amounts of money that public funds and governments now pump into the system at some stage will need to be recovered. And then healthcare cost will come to the center again, and then we need to see how governments will look at labs and the cost, the extra cost, but also the general cost of laboratory diagnostics in the healthcare system, whether all these good relations and all these good perceptions will actually help us to maintain an economic position really interesting, or whether this will be regarded as an opportunity to try and save some money and contain the cost of healthcare. So it's going to be really interesting in the next several months how this plays out.
Yes, what happens? Yeah, what happens to test prices? Yes. So that's fascinating, isn't it? What about you? I mean, it's these guys seem to have the nice problems of dealing with government at the moment. But I know you've really pioneered a B2C consumer testing model, haven't you? I guess your longer-term strategy is to go on rolling that out, is it, and to go on with the B2C side of things after COVID? Or not?
Yeah. So I think, as you rightly said, that we have a much more retail-oriented model, and what we are seeing is that it's putting a lot of operational stress on all of us, because people want now lots of home visits. They want people to come, phlebotomists to come at their doorstep and collect the samples, and people are getting very comfortable with digital way of ordering and paying online, and then asking phlebotomists to come home. I think that's something which we were already doing, but looks like it's going to become a very large component of our business.
How large?
Really
how large do you think would be?
My gut says it actually might be 15-20% of our business going forward. Right now we are, so right now we are, pre-COVID time we were about 6 or 7%, and we are hovering at about now 10%. The pace with which it's moving, it's going to become a very significant component of our operations. Now, that really puts a lot of operational stress and systems and processes, IT-related stuff and consumer apps and all that kind of stuff, whatever goes along with it. I think that's one challenge I see going forward, but I also see an opportunity in the same thing, because any management team that can really leverage this current change in the landscape will obviously be benefit out of this. The other thing that I really see is in terms of logistics network, because our dependence on direct to walk-in patients is going to go down, and we need to embrace larger network of smaller labs, network of hospitals. So what we normally call it as a pickup business. So I think this capability of logistics also needs to get augmented further. So I think broadly, if I were to sum it up, there are lots of challenges and opportunity on the operations side. And I think the second point, which I'm seeing from other co-panelists as well, is I think managing external environment is another challenge which suddenly has come on all the healthcare institutions, not only us. Because on one side you have to deal with the regulator or government, you also have to deal with media. Now there is so much of social media around, and then if people are not happy with the service, you suddenly see lots of sort of a negative or both positive PR going on social media. So I think overall there's a bit of a pressure on all healthcare institutions to manage external environment. And of course, since it's out of pocket, there is more direct pressure building from the society side. So that's another area which I see becoming a challenge. I think if I were to just sum up, there are challenges on the operations side and there are challenges on strategic side. I think strategic challenge that I see is a little bit of a lack of clarity as to what the landscape going to be. Estimating demand on mix on the channel side and how much to invest in labs and how much not to invest, because I don't know whether you're familiar with the Indian geography. We are much more lopsided towards northern eastern part of India. Yes. We have to grow on the south and west side of India. So we really have to decide how much to invest in our infrastructure. So, but overall, on balance, I do see once the COVID settles down, I think healthcare awareness has gone up to such a level that given that India is highly underserved, underpenetrated from a healthcare perspective, it probably will emerge as a much larger opportunity than what I see today.
And at the moment, you're selling essentially what to the richest 10% or 20% of the population, or I mean, $8 to $10 doesn't sound much for a PCR test, but I mean, if you put that into Indian wages, of course, it's it's a lot of money, isn't it, compared to €50 in Germany, which is a couple of hours' work, isn't it? Really, if that's for I mean, not that the individual's paying it anyway. So.
Yes, I think our basically customer base is, if I were to put in a pyramid shape, clearly it is top of the pyramid. At the bottom of the pyramid, which is smaller towns and rural areas, still it's being serviced by smaller labs. So our customer base is definitely at the upper end of the society, clearly, or maybe moving a little bit to the middle, but definitely bottom is still served by smaller labs.
Yes, so you're constantly trying to demonstrate why they should be paying a bit more for your brand compared to some cutthroat low-priced offer from a smaller mom-and-pop player. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Very different model, isn't it? That's fascinating. So do you at Abbott, Chad? I mean, has it changed your relationship with governments? I guess it probably has, hasn't it? I mean, they're more inclined to listen to you, or not?
You know, I do have a few interesting comments, and this may be the gospel according to Chad, but I think it's very interesting to see how, at least in the United States, the view of a lab has been a commodity. Even though Abbott is an incredibly innovative company, still in the domain of public opinion, we're not Silicon Valley. We're not the innovators, by perception. However, I really think what's happened now is with the governments having to make quick moves, just as Joss said, they're starting to look at this sector differently. And I believe that our relations, and Abbott does, have major relations with the majority of the governments around the world, that those will just strengthen. And I would hope that the infrastructure that is created within the government side to deal with an outbreak like this will stay and get stronger and become canon in their public health policy. Now, as we moved forward with our first test, and then our second test, and then our rapid test, and as we really started to innovate, one of the issues that we face is ultimately supply chain. And to watch Abbott go in a few months to delivering millions, hundreds of millions of tests in a few months. I mean, I'm based in Chicago, and about 10 miles away from my house, we hired 2,000 employees and set up a new distribution hub and test manufacturing area, right? So I do think and would hope that in the realm of public opinion, that the laboratory, as well as companies like ourselves that supply that vital institution, kind of break out of that commodity view and into that innovation view. So I see this as I would hope, as a framework to move forward, so that we can both serve the government entities as well as the private entities and deliver world-class testing through our partners that are on this call. To be able to meet that public demand. So it has been very interesting to watch, our company be on the news every other day, which, we usually didn't see that. But this has brought a spotlight. Yeah, this has brought a spotlight on the critical nature of research and development, of quick turnaround of tests that have efficacy, and then ultimately getting those tests to our partners here on the phone.
So is there an opportunity then to talk more widely about testing and to look more widely and to say, well, these are the kind of tests we should be doing, because if we do these tests, then we can prevent, the notion of prevention. I know that there are all these tests which are coming up now which can detect cancer. So I guess maybe the door is more open to those kind of tests perhaps than it would have been before, or not.
Yeah, I would hope that that view of what we do has changed, and that as we continue to innovate, as you mentioned, in the oncology realm, in the cardiology realm, and the things that we do, that we can be viewed as an innovator, and ultimately, I think for me selfishly, as a patient-centric, vital healthcare partner.
Right. Yes. Yeah. And is that true for you as well, Jos? This idea that you can have a broader debate about testing with policymakers and governments, which goes beyond COVID and starts to think about prevention, or is this? Am I being very optimistic?
Yeah, we would aim for that, but it's, I think, fair to say that the governments are still so much in the midst of trying to sort out what to do in the COVID crisis. It really has the big attention now. So the future will tell, but clearly we will push for that. But what we see, and I think what we conclude in this meeting so far, is that really the big groups, can really help and benefit, that governments' relationships have really changed, and we think that will last because this is unfortunately a pandemic that is very worldwide, has enormous consequences. Yes. We'll want to be prepared. And we also believe that digital will make a big impact. You've just touched on this as well, Max. We were talking about this in the chat just before this part of the conference. But a sentence that I never used last year and now I've used many, many times already is, "You're still on mute." We all have come to live with the fact that many things go much more digital, whether it's ordering stuff or whether it's talking to colleagues or whether it's providing test results of diagnostics. The world has really changed, I think, in that respect. And where I personally, for example, made 150, 200 flights a year, that has basically come down to a grinding halt. And I've also learned personally that a lot can be done, although not always ideal, via the various tools that are available now. And clearly that is the same with our customers. Interestingly, some of our customers are even easier to approach now because everybody was in the mindset of having a physical meeting and finding time in the agenda. But a quick 10-minute chat can always be slotted in. So there's a lot more flexibility, I think, coming to the world as well in a way. We will use that to good benefits as well. Okay,
good. So I think it'd be interesting really for the audience to know what you see as the biggest opportunities, guys. So if you had $10 million, and I know you've all got more than $10 million, let's imagine you've all got $10 million. So where would you put the $10 million if you were going to invest in your business? Are you going to put it into, where's the biggest opportunity? Jos?
Well, I think it's a number of things. I'm going to be on one pretty specific and on another point a bit more philosophic. On the specific point, I believe that investing in digital innovation is really key now. And as you know, we have invested in this quite a bit already with the acquisition of TMC, for example. Max, which is non-COVID related, but is really a clear sign for us to invest in that digital transfer of knowledge, which really helps us to get better results and more productive as well, especially in pathology as well as radiology. The more philosophic point is on teams and colleagues. We as a company spend a lot of time, money and effort on ensuring we have a culture that really works well for our people. And you've been kind enough to offer us the opportunity to talk about this in your physical HBI conferences in the past as well. So what we have seen in this crisis again is that an enormous amount of people have really stepped up. We have just literally earlier this week received the results of our annual employee satisfaction survey. And surprisingly, results in terms of response and engagement were up tremendously on what was already a very good level. So this clearly is really a very motivational time for all our colleagues as well. And we see our good people totally stepping up the plate and doing an enormous amount of work with joy as well, realizing not only like governments do that we really play an important role here, but also feeling and seeing that they can really help and serve patients well.
Okay, and very briefly, when you say you invest in digital, what precise aspects of digital do you invest in with your $10 million? Better communications with doctors or?
Yeah, customer connection, where clearly we can do a lot of digital. Still, there's quite a bit of paperwork left, right, and center. And secondarily, as you know, for example, in our radiology, we have all our more than 500 radiologists connected on one platform.
The teleradiology platform.
Yeah, exactly, which really enables more precision, measurably better quality, and measurably better productivity as well, because all our radiologists subspecialize and we do secondary testing on every 1 out of 10 exams.
Right. Okay. And Wolf, what about you? I'm giving you $10 million. Spend it well.
Yeah, well, a lot of what's on my mind is also on Jos's mind. I mean, the IT backbone, the IT infrastructure, connectivity, digital communication, order entry, all these systems need extra investment and could clearly benefit from strengthening efforts. So I'd also like to, and Max, we have a second session coming up, and we will ask about the investments in the next session as well. Our group clearly is on a strategic roadmap to higher specialization, and we clearly see the value of investing in high-tech procedures, in high-tech lab diagnostic testing. So that's I don't want to dwell on that too much, but I'd like to make one additional comment to what Chad said, and this is the huge opportunity, and it probably deserves not only lip service but also some extra money. We have created a lot of positive notions around lab diagnostics, about the healthcare industry in the wider sense. Look at the interest about vaccination these days. I mean, who 12 months back would have ever thought of investing into a vaccine company? Who would even think about that? This might be a big game changer. Now that has changed. And I hope we can keep up the momentum. And to do that, I would also take a few bucks of your 10 million, Max, and try to keep the PR momentum and the interest up as we have seen it recently. So.
And when you're talking about digital communications, there, Wolf, I mean, the truth isn't the truth that most doctors, when they get test results, they'll look at whether it's positive or negative, and they'll think they understand them even if they don't. And if they really want to ask a question, they'll expect to pick up the phone and talk to a specialist doctor in your labs. And therefore you can invest a lot of money in a digital platform which enables you to display more accurately the result, more clearly the results to a doctor, but are they actually going to use that, or aren't they just going to ignore it?
These are two, Max. These are two different things. One, you are absolutely right. There needs to be a channel to talk to somebody, because it's about trust, it's about relationship, it's about can I ask the questions I wouldn't dare to ask in open public. That's for sure, and we need to keep that. But what I'm talking about, I mean, if you look at the infrastructure, and COVID has mercilessly drawn this to the forefront in the German healthcare system. And remember, we are one of the more advanced industrial nations on this planet.
Yes.
Communication with public health services is still like the Stone Age. We are using fax, we are using lots of paper, we have totally outdated systems. So to create the infrastructure in the wider healthcare system, but also within the company, to be able to address all these needs, the amount of megabytes that need to be transferred all the time, labs and lab groups traditionally are not very well prepared for that.
Yeah.
So a part of your money would clearly go into that IT digital backbone.
Into solving the very basic problems.
Well.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And what about you? We've got a few extra minutes, so don't worry too much about the clock ticking down there. What about you? Where would you invest your $10 million? Is it going to go onto infrastructure and logistics, or are you going to spend it on branding? Or
So interesting. So I think clearly I see COVID has disrupted the industry. And there are two areas where I would put this money. Number one is patient behavior has changed. The way they consult doctors, the way the OPDs in India, I think that behavior has changed. So I will try and change the operating model of our company. As I mentioned earlier, a lot of this home health, home service side of business is going to grow. And I'll have to support that side of business, which includes doorstep phlebotomists, aggregating a lot of phlebotomists across the country and supporting it through a digital way of doing business. So I think I'll go with the group, what they're saying, that investment more behind IT and digital stuff, and which also would mean a lot of these legacy companies, traditional companies, especially the medical talent, is not really tech savvy. So I'll invest a lot behind training and improving or enhancing digital quotient of my people. Because a lot of people in the boardroom, in the conference room, we all know what is to be done, but we don't know who is going to do it. So we need to actually hire a lot of talent and bring it from outside. And that also will require a lot of sort of a change management within the organization. I think if I were to sum it, it's both organizational renewal as well as personal renewal. Both will have to go hand in hand.
Right. Okay.
The second area where I'll put the money is the lab industry worldwide actually has depended quite a bit on consolidation, right? Which is traditional M&A kind of stuff. I find that might take a little bit of backseat because legacy brick and mortar model are going to get disrupted. It's a digital way of working which is going to win. So I'm not very sure whether inorganic way alone will actually bring the consolidation. It probably maybe organic way of consolidating the industry also might become the most important thing.
So more greenfield development, more digital platforms, maybe less buying up of competitors. Yeah,
I would say combination of both. You actually would drive shift from smaller players to large players through this new operating model.
Yes, sure. Okay, what about you, Chad? Here's $10 million. I know that's a lot of money for Abbott, but so treat it carefully.
Sounds good. Well, I really have two areas, right? We didn't get into this business, and I don't think Abbott does this business not to help patients. And as everyone here has said around the digital side, Abbott has invested and continues to invest in the informatics side. So there is a full, what we deem as a holistic disease management platform for physicians. Of course, lab data, as we know, I'm an anesthesiologist, and the majority of the decisions I make is based on lab data, right? So it isn't too far afield. But here's what the real tragedy is, everyone, in my mind. COVID is a tragedy, but the real COVID tragedy is the chronic care population, the acute emergency population that is not getting care during this time. There was just a recent paper published that showed within our 5 hardest hit states in the US for diabetics and cardiovascular patients, 41% of them are not receiving care. They're avoiding care. But more importantly, the non-respiratory related mortality is up by 89 to 93%. That's the tragedy.
The non-respiratory mortality is up by 88 to 93%. So, in other words, non-COVID deaths, the non-COVID death rate, more or less, has doubled. It's nearly all but doubled. Really?
And it's due to the fact that they're not receiving care and the lack of virtualization of care. So we have invested and will continue to invest with this platform that does contain clinical decision support. So to your a question earlier about communication with the lab, right? How do we guide physicians around standards of care to reduce care variability and drive guidelines? And then remote patient monitoring. There are blood pressure cuffs, glucometers, Apple Health data that we connect with to bring in what is happening externally to catch these patients before they have an adverse event. So that's really one area that I believe we all have to invest in. Number 2, and I'm going to go a little different here. I think pharmacogenomics market is going to be very big here soon. We're, within the U.S., just one population, about 65 million Americans could benefit from pharmacogenomics testing around drug efficacy and other things. So, the one is really that digitization, virtualization of care, and number 2 is kind of an emerging market to help drive better care through pharmacogenomics.
Pharmacogenomics being so if you've got cancer, it can tell you whether you are going to benefit from using a particular pharmaceutical. Yes.
Well, for example, Plavix, the great heart drug for anticoagulation, 23% of the population does not have the right cytochrome P450 to metabolize it so it works. So imagine a quick test to say, yes, this drug will work, this drug won't, and it allows the clinician to really, right at the point of care, optimize that prescribing habit.
And that's not being rolled out yet. It's not there yet at the moment. It's not being.
No, we're seeing it in the U.S. where people are starting to do this, but the current market for this is about 5.3 billion. It's slated to grow to 10.2 billion by 2025. So it is something I think myself as a clinician would have benefited from had I had it at the point of care.
Right. Okay. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much indeed for your time. I think we've had a good kickabout, haven't we? So thank you very much, and I look forward to meeting you again, all of you, soon. Thank you. Okay. Bye.
Right.
Thank you.
Max, thanks a lot.
Thanks.
Bye. Bye.
Bye.
Hit the slide. Okay. Phoebe, thank you so much. Right, we're going into a short break now. Do please remember to leave your feedback on the sessions you've seen. You can do by clicking on the session and following the bright green link. You should probably know that by now, as I'm guessing you've done it a number of occasions. Please do come back soon for part 2 of Diagnostics. Just after 2 o'clock, we look forward to seeing you then. Thanks.
On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Hey, little buddy, come along with me. Come here. I'll be your eyes when you can't see. I'll always be on your good side. Well, I'll be there all day.
Heart monitors that let your doctor watch over you, just like you watch over your best friend. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it. On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on.
Welcome back. Well, the next session now takes a different angle on diagnostics. Max, what is the angle here?
Okay, well, actually, Sharon, there are two angles. First of all, we're going to look at the nascent consumer market, where people like you and me are going out and buying tests for ourselves or our family. And that, of course, is the norm today in India or the Ukraine. In the UK, very few people would think about buying a test for themselves because they'd assume that their NHS doctor would give them the right test. Sometimes that's true, sometimes it's not. And then we're also going to be looking at genetics and the genetic revolution and how that's going to affect testing with Mike Morris of SynLab. So that's going to be really interesting just to talk to somebody who's running a genetics testing lab and how it's different from normal diagnostics.
Okay, great. Something to look forward to. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So before that, we have a panel, so I'm going to welcome back Wolf Küpert, who's the Chief Executive of Amadis, who's behind me. And we also have Christian Koch, who's Director of Strategy and New Business Diagnostics at Medicover. Hi, hello, Christian.
Hi.
And finally, we've got Hans Hopper, who's Chief Science Officer at a new B2C lab group, or B2C lab aggregator, which is called DusLab. So welcome. So I guess what we're going to do is to explore how large that B2C opportunity is over the next 30 minutes or so, 35 minutes. It's ironic, really, because actually the guy who really is doing consumer B2C testing in a really big way, of course, was in the last panel, and that was Om from Dr. Lal PathLab, whose business is almost mainly 180 million, mainly from selling tests, of course, directly to consumers in India. I guess that the three of you are coming at this from very different angles, aren't you, really? I mean, Christian, there at the end, you at Medicover have got an established B2C model in Ukraine, where you have about half the market. The total diagnostic test market, I think, is actually held by Medicover Synevo. And you've been trying to, or bringing that consumer purchasing model into Romania and Bulgaria, Romania and Poland to some extent. So it'd be interesting to hear what that means and also how that move into selling to consumers, how that changes the entire marketing and business model, of course. And then also, I guess, the question is whether or not you can then export that model even further west to Berlin, for example, and Germany, where you have a large lab group, or whether that's something that's really, given how feather-bedded the German healthcare system is, nobody in Germany is ever really going to pay for a test off their own pocket if they can avoid it. So that's really interesting. And then on the other hand, we've got Wolf here, who runs a large lab group in Germany and Belgium, and who has vertically integrated by buying a lot of interspecialist obs and gynae groups and so on, and is also looking very closely at the consumer within that context. And finally, last but by no means least, we have the man who's trying to aggregate everything and build a new a new model which enables the consumer to buy tests from a wide range of different tests off one platform internationally, which is what DusLab is trying to do. And that model is coming out already, of course, in COVID testing, where I know you're doing quite large volumes of COVID testing, aren't you?
That's right.
Already. So you've really got substantial volumes there. And the question is, can you then go from a stage where somebody says, I need to buy a COVID test, or I need to find a COVID test, to one where somebody is saying, I need this kind of test, and goes directly to it. So we've got three people coming at this fascinating market from slightly different angles. So I think I'm going to start off with Christian, because Christian has this established B2C model already in Ukraine and to some extent in Poland and Romania. So do you want to talk us through that? I mean, what's the volume look like, Christian? I mean, I know you're quite large. Ukraine's a surprisingly large market for you, isn't it? Yeah?
Yes, Yes, Max. Thanks. And exactly, as you pointed out, we are already quite advanced in Ukraine. And as you pointed out, I mean, the consumer market is a bit, linked to what the public healthcare system, can bring to customers and what the public can afford to bring in terms of diagnostics. And frankly speaking, the public system in Ukraine is, still emerging, still in development, but there is, a higher demand for advanced tests and also, other routine tests in the consumer market. And actually, what we are doing in Ukraine, and I mean, the Medicover Diagnostics division is roughly 65% out of our revenues is fee-for-service, and out of these fee-for-service, a large percentage is actually coming directly from consumers. And in Ukraine, actually, as we do not, serve any major hospitals there and small contract business, literally everything is a very focused consumer market. And we already, bring this model to a lot of the other countries in Romania and Poland.
And your sales in Ukraine are substantial, aren't they? You're talking, what, $35–40 million a year, I think, or...
Yes,
I think
yes,
it's
even
big
beyond.
business.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that has grown significantly in the last years, and we are by far the largest private lab payer in the market, several times bigger than the competition there. So our Ukraine business is doing extremely well, as we have this, consumer approach in our DNA. And that is we're not only talking advanced tests, but also routine testing we are doing, and this is also done in the other markets. And I just 2 slides, maybe if this comes up now, just to give you...
Just to illustrate this.
Yeah, just to illustrate this, because in the first slide, you're going to see, if this comes up now, just, campaigns we are doing. And here you see really, this is really close to what you would see in consumer markets when it comes to marketing techniques and sales strategies, for example. So, on the right-hand side, you need this Movember, the Movember symbol, where we just, raise awareness for people, and that is actually coming from Bulgaria to see the doctor for prostate cancer screening. And on the left-hand side, you see that is a Mother's Day campaign with famous bloggers, bringing their moms to breast cancer screening. So a lot in the consumer market, and this is probably also different from what we do in countries or markets where we market to doctors. There's a lot about specificity and the technique of the test. In the consumer market, it's a lot also about awareness, and making clear to consumer that this is something they should consider. I mean, also what we don't have in other markets is price sensitivity. So we are talking about reimbursement, of course, in Germany and other markets. And of course, yes, we are also working with discounts in the consumer market. We are not doing this like in a fashion retailer where we get 50% off, but we are doing to a certain amount also small discounts, not to lure people into tests they don't need, but just signal there's no time to wait. If you want to do the screening, you might consider this now and taking the extra 10% we're offering to do this. So there is a lot from the typical marketing toolbox you can also apply in diagnostics. And maybe just quickly the next slide here, which also shows when you and this has to come up, or can do 2 more clicks here.
Can you make
really
it bigger?
Working with personas. Yeah.
Oh.
We're really working with personas. So we really have to walk in the consumer's shoes and think about, okay, what does this person look like? What's the day in her or his life? What achievements? And then design the respective test panels. So we don't have this long list where doctor chooses, A, B, C, D. But in the consumer world, when you talk about diagnostics, you have to make it easy for the consumer. You have to create panels which fit to the life of the consumer, and therefore really address the needs this person might have. We are not only talking about patients here, but in this example, and it's said very illustrative, very healthy people, who think, I could do more for my health, and therefore a screening test might be something I would consider, which really addresses my needs. So we are really, working with this model already in a lot of countries, Ukraine being the front runner here. And and you asked a question about Germany. Of course, this is a pretty different game. We can probably also talk about this. But of course, this is very focused still on the CE markets we are operating in.
So basically, all the CE markets, Poland, Romania, Bulgaria.
Moldova, Ukraine, even Belarus. So even Belarus, and all of these markets we are doing, significant consumer marketing. And in Germany we are starting with a kind of genetics also. But
oh really? So what are you doing in Germany when you say genetics? What kind of find out where your mother was from, or you what kind of genetic test? What kind of genetic testing?
We're producing in Germany, so we are. I mean, there are still a lot of tests covered in under the German healthcare system, but we just last year launched an NIPT, which is not purely consumer, but is recommended by the doctor, but is also not reimbursed. So also in genetics, we are moving forward. Focusing more on the individual customer. I mean, this is one thing to consider also. Always when you
when you say did you say NRP?
NIPT, yeah.
NIPT. Oh, right, yes.
Non-invasive prenatal testing.
Yes. Okay.
So that is the test coming up for pregnant women, trisomy 21.
Which is a substantial market in Western Europe, actually, in countries where it hasn't been approved by the public payer. It's
yes.
So that is.
It's emerging.
Yeah. How interesting. What do you think of that, Wolf? That approach? Is this something that you're following? I mean, there are ethical issues in some of this stuff. I mean, I'm sure you'd agree, Christian. I mean, some of it's a bit. I mean, should you be encouraging people to go? I mean, at what stage do you encourage someone to go to have a prostate test, for example? I guess. But I don't know, Wolf. What do you think of this approach?
Thank you, Max. I mean, Christian described two different things, and I'd like to take a minute and structure it a little bit, because we're in this with a mix. We have this B2C approach, and I can clearly see where Christian is coming from the CE markets, where there is probably very little reimbursement, whilst in Germany and Belgium, where the Amedis Group is operating, we have a very broad coverage by reimbursement for many of the tests. However, and this is where it gets interesting, when we talk about B2C, we have very obviously very healthy people who are interested to remain healthy and are looking for information mainly in the internet. How can I improve and guarantee my health? What can I do in terms of testing and so on and so forth? But on the other hand, you have a large segment of people who are very sick in some cases, or looking for medical help. And there is no reimbursement coverage. Now, they're also looking for information. They're also looking for testing and support, and they're also in need for somebody in case of a serious disease like cancer or a serious metabolic disease. They're looking for a doctor who can help them. So these are two market segments where you, as a technology base, oftentimes you need genetics capabilities like next generation sequencing and other technologies. But the way you communicate to the market is a classic B2C approach, because you can't rely on doctors where there's no reimbursement to sell your product. Yes. Okay, so when we talk about these things, genetics and B2C, we definitely need to segment and structure which segments are we talking about.
So you're talking. So essentially, you've got what we might call the worried well, people who are well, and the kind of people who go out and buy a blood pressure monitor for use at home, for example, just because they want to know what their blood pressure is on a regular basis. And that person might buy a test, yeah.
Max, just to illustrate it, you are perfectly right. You have people who want to optimize their diet and sports regime to stay very fit and healthy, and they are looking for metabolic testing. You can do this with next generation sequencing and all of that. Wonderful. However, then you have somebody a young or middle-aged woman who has tremendous difficulties getting a child. So you have the IVF center, and then you need to have some extra testing, for example, on the microbiome of the vagina. And the only way to do that is you need the next generation sequencing technology in genetics, and help those people. And you need to have people who understand and explain this to the patient and then offer therapy. These are two very different segments, and it all gets somehow mixed up in this B2C bucket because it's self-pay, but the need is very different.
Yes. So in the first case, I might have a clearly defined desire to do a particular kind of test, which I think will be good for my wellness, and I'm quite likely to set off for that digitally. And in the second case, I'm trying to have a child, and I'm therefore interfacing with a specialist doctor who is going to possibly suggest some tests which I may have to pay for in cash because they're not covered by the public payer. So those are the two different. There's B2C remote and there's B2C with a doctor, essentially, is what you're talking about, aren't you?
That is exactly right.
Yes, and you see scope in both of you're offering that. You see scope in both of those markets, essentially.
I see scope in both of those markets. However, Ametis, being a specialist physicians network and diagnostics network, we clearly focus more on the serious side of medicine. That means we are looking to help people who have rare diseases, for example, or microbiome associated diseases, or similar things. So we are not necessarily driving too much into the self-optimization and B2C segments. We are more on the serious medicine side of things.
Yes, and that for you is a growing business, essentially.
Absolutely, absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so I understand that now, and so when I look at Dust Lab, let's talk a bit more about the Dust Lab model. As I understand it, you want to aggregate tests from many labs and provide the ability for me to say I want a test now. And I can click on my app and I can see that I can have a COVID test or another kind of test round the corner, and it's going to cost this much, or this is the center, and you've got that capability. Is that right, or am I greatly simplifying this?
No, that's certainly a good starting point. Thanks, Max, for that. Maybe I should clarify. I mean, we are really trying to be a digital healthcare platform, and the consumer focus that we've had for the previous two speakers, Wolf and Christian, is clearly part of that, but it's by no means our main aim. Our main aim is to really exchange information on the platform, and whether it is a individual ordering a test, or whether it's a lab trying to fill capacity, or whether it's a GP trying to simplify the workflow. It can even be an AI company trying to help with the diagnosis of something. We just think that digitalization of the healthcare system is long overdue. If I might make a sort of a shallow attempt to change the terminology here, we have a little bit of a problem with the sort of term consumer test. Because in a sense, it makes this division of having a proper medical test on here's one for consumers. And frankly, I really would like to thank Wolf and Christian for both making it very, very clear that what we are looking at here are top specification medical tests. We are not trying to sort of reduce the appearance of wrinkles by turning the light off, or having somebody having a snip analysis and to tell them which brand of cornflakes is better to consume. We're not trying to drive consumer behavior. It's just that we're trying to enable the individual to access parts of the healthcare system which traditionally, frankly, have been hidden. I mean, nobody, as you said in your introduction, knows the name of a lab where they can order a test. And no lab is actually really fully equipped to deal with a consumer level of demand on an individual basis. And we're trying to help with that situation, and by enabling both sides to make the most of this interaction.
Yes. So the and that aggregation process. And so you've been doing this with COVID, haven't you, in Germany and with working with various corporates, aren't you?
In several European countries, we have helped governments do over 750,000 COVID tests. We've helped companies to make their work environment safer than the environment outside through testing strategies. We've helped across industries, from manufacturing to transport to education. And we're seeing the same pattern that there's a couple of overarching trends which we've observed over the past maybe decade, which very much help this transition from a let's treat a disease type diagnostics, companion diagnostics being one part of that, to a let's stay healthy type of diagnostics, which Wolf alluded to earlier as well. And these are basically, people are more, how should I say, assertive. They have more agency over their medical records. They want to own their records. They argue with the physician. They find information from more than one source. But also they are more data savvy. They are willing to share parts of the data. And I think that's driven basically by fintech. You know, if you're happy enough to have some Californian company look into your bank account or secure your account with an Apple device, then what's the harm in somebody knowing your blood pressure? So there's especially among young people, one has to say, there's a clear age differentiation here. There's a willingness to do that. And then lastly, the drive of molecular technology. I mean, until 5 years ago, it took 3 days to diagnose somebody with sepsis and find out what antibiotic this bacterium is susceptible to. I've personally helped develop technologies where this is now possible in 45 minutes. So we're coming to a point where the molecular technology is really able to jump out of the lab and become part of this diagnostic arena. And as Wolf has pointed out, obviously genetics is at the forefront of this. There's obviously other technologies, but genetics at the forefront because the result is binary. You either have a gene or you don't have a gene. You have a mutation, you don't have a mutation. So the diagnostic process is much more concise. And then lastly, I would say, if you allow me to, just one more thing, and that's AI. I mean, one of the biggest problems that we have when you have a distributed rollout of a test, that, as I think Christian said, there's normally a reimbursement issue here, where you have to show efficacy. Well, how do you show efficacy if you want to stay healthy? So the sort of large-scale aggregating benefit of having somebody regularly check this, that, or the other is probably impossible to do with any other technology than artificial intelligence. And here we, as a platform, see the convergence of technology driving tests. Which tests can we do cost efficiently and quickly? Which test really benefits somebody's health status, whether it's in disease, obviously also do that, as well as for staying healthy. And then how can we link that up to providers that do the optimal service, i.e. we can load balance different labs, now especially acute in COVID, we can find the right GP, but we can also help labs to sort of fill their pipeline of tests for which they have had heavy CapEx expenditure, and then link in with providers, different providers of healthcare information like AI-based companies.
Right. So the consumer is part of the Dust Lab message, but only a part of it really is what you're saying, isn't it? Right. Yes. Okay. I'm with you. Christian, I didn't mean to imply you were being unethical when I said earlier on about and I know that, of course, your tests are very high quality, and that's important in a country like Ukraine, where we know that sync tests are not unknown. So you know, it's a viable part of the solution. Obviously, I suppose there is this sense. Okay, so you know, you could sell a test quite easily to somebody. There is an ethical issue, isn't there? I suppose in it somewhere along the lines of, you know, well, you know, so you know, you might have breast cancer, go and get a test, you know, and at what point you encourage people to do that if you're talking directly to a consumer, rather than if you are. Do you see what I mean? What do you think about that aspect to it?
No, absolutely. I mean, doing the diagnostic test is something you should consider very carefully as a consumer, and this is also, you know, why it is really important having this, you know, medical expertise in your lab and having this high quality test, because, you know, in the end, you know, when a patient comes from a doctor will talk with a patient about the test results. But when a consumer comes directly to your blood drawing point or to your lab, you have to make sure that you're giving high quality results, and also in a format that a consumer can understand and rely on, and being a very trusted brand with the same quality you would apply to to doctors and other customers in the healthcare system. And of course, you can raise awareness to people to check for their own health. Yeah. And I mean, in one of the sessions it was already mentioned, 70% of the decisions, medical pathways, start with a diagnostic test. So you have to be very careful here. And also, I mean, there is some things we can do at the lab after giving out the results and route the patient to the right next step in the pathway. But in the end, it's probably coming up to a doctor who has to talk to the consumer about these results.
So you've got a helpline which enables them to understand the result if
I mean, we have to be there. We have to be there as a diagnostic provider. I mean, we cannot we will not substitute the doctor in any way. But of course, this is one thing you have to have as a trusted brand and a trusted provider. You cannot just ship out the results and then being off for the patient. You have to be there, and you have to take care that the consumer is not left alone with results he or she might not be able to understand fully.
Yes. So essentially, Wolf, you're working in the B2C market in Germany, aren't you? Because the German patient always has choice, which is a wonderful thing. I mean, talking to somebody who's in an NHS system where you are supposed to have choice, but you don't really have much choice because there are long queues. It takes a long time to get to see a cancer specialist or a specialist. If you've got an illness and you can't choose, it's quite difficult to choose the specialist you want to choose, and you haven't got much. It's very hard to say which kind of specialist you want. So I think
this is an interesting one, Max. This is an interesting one, and I'd like to come back to Christian's point earlier when he talked about Germany. I mean, what we have in Germany, 90% of the population is covered by the statutory health system. Okay, yeah. So most people have some sort of insurance coverage, and the remainder of the population, the 10%, is either privately insured or self-payer. Okay, yes. So which created over the decades a system of availability. So if the public system doesn't give you what you want, you can always pay for yourself, find your specialist, find your lab, and take care about your testing demands without submitting it to the public system. So talking about the NIPT.
How many people do that? What percentage of the market is that? I mean, there must be a tiny fraction of the market of people who say...
Don't underestimate that, Max. Actually, the 10% of the population, when I look in our books, the tests we generate from privately insured and self-pay amounts to far more than just the 10% of the population. Actually, somewhere between 30 and 35%.
Because they pay more for the PKV pays more, but I know about the privately insured, the PKV patient. But are you saying there really is a substantial number of people who are paying cash out of their own pockets for tests in Germany?
Oh yes, absolutely. That was what I was trying to refer to when Christian mentioned the NIPT.
Yes.
The NIPT. A woman wants to have a baby, she's pregnant, and she wants to know, does this unborn child have any sort of serious chromosome
Down
disease?
syndrome.
So there is self-pay, and this is not cheap. We're talking 250, 300 euros out of pocket. And this is not just the wealthy people, this is every woman that really wants to know, am I at risk of having some trisomy or anything with my baby or not. So we must not underestimate there is money, and this has nothing to do with being rich and trying to self-optimize your health, but it is people who are very worried or who are very sick. I mean, if you have something, an unclear disease of your intestinal system, you don't feel well, you can't digest all the food, and so on. So somebody suggests you need to have a look at the microbiome. And the microbiome, this is what Hans mentioned earlier. In today's world, we can process these tremendous amount of data. In the old days, it would have taken a week before you can analyze a microbiome from the intestinal tract. And so what I'm saying is, people who have serious diseases have access to diagnostic testing, but since that is not being reimbursed in many cases, they have to pay out of pocket, and this is a significant market because we're not talking 5 or 10 euros per test, we're talking several hundred euros per test, and that makes a much bigger share of the euros coming in.
So it's what, 3 to 5% perhaps of the total tests you do?
Yeah, I would say so.
3 to 5% of your revenue. Okay, it's paid for in cash, even in Germany. Isn't that interesting? I would have not thought that for a moment. Yeah, hi, hello, Hans.
Yes, if I might come back to a point that Wolf just mentioned, I think we can also look beyond the willingness of individuals to pay. I mean, a lot of negative effects of drugs being ineffective come from not adherence to treatment protocols. And there is an additional advantage of linking up directly with individuals through a digital platform of some kind, just to check adherence. I'm talking about connected health here. There's pharmacovigilance requirements that say that the effectiveness of a drug has still to be established once it's out in the market. But how do you do this if you have millions of users of a tablet or of an inhaler for asthma? And connected health would allow you to link the usage of these drugs to the internet and to capture who's actually using the drug and who isn't, giving you the ability to nudge people to say, look, maybe you should use it a bit more, or less, but also to feedback to the manufacturer, who might be able to prove that 20% of non-efficacy are not due to the drug not working. It's just people not using the device. So I think there's multiple layers by which sort of this digital revolution that's happening in healthcare, to which we hope to contribute a little bit, can actually benefit even without looking at new avenues of making people pay for healthcare.
Yes, yes. Okay, fine. Thank you very much, Hans. That's a very good point. We are actually now coming to the end of this session. Sadly, because I think we could talk about this at length for a long time, and if we were all physically in a room together, I can imagine that we'd all go off and have a beer together and talk about it in the bar. Or we could always meet up virtually later.
We will be back.
Thank you. So yeah. Okay, so the consumer sector is growing, and so summarise then, the consumer sector is growing quite substantially for you, Christian, is it? Have you got any idea on the growth rate in the CEE for consumer testing? You're moving it into Poland and Romania, and you're getting good results there? Can you say what the growth rates are?
Give you all the details, but most of the growth is coming from our fee-for-service, and they are, large proportion also from the consumer segment. So that is growing, and also due to the pandemic, the awareness of doing diagnostics is rising, in particular in the population. And so yes, we are active in both segments, as Wolf pointed out, and really very, very happy with the development and progress. Yeah.
Ah. And you are continuing to acquire more specialists, Wolf, are you, in Germany?
Oh,
even now? Yeah.
Absolutely. We can't find enough specialists to support all the growth opportunities that we have. We're in constant struggle to bring more people on board, have space. There's some significant machinery. Don't forget, all these NGS machines require a bit of space in your lab, and you need not just a doctor, but you also need the biologists, who are typically far better trained to handle genetics data to support medical diagnostics. And there is a tremendous, just to give you one number, because Max, I know you love numbers.
I do.
If you think of Amedis in Germany, the base business in the lab this year, and exclude the COVID, is somewhere to the tune of 6 to 7% growth. That's a bit higher than Unilabs, as we discussed earlier.
Yes, it is, isn't it? Well done.
But the genetics growth is to the tune of 30+%. And this is to a large degree driven by diagnostics that are co-paid or fully paid by patients. The NIPT, for example, that Christian mentioned, and we have in Germany as well, a fair amount of market share, is driving about half of that growth. And this is pure self-pay, and that shows you that there is significant potential.
Great. Okay, fine. Thank you very much for that. And I wish you well with TusLab and the aggregator model. It'll be interesting to see how that goes. So thank you very much, panel, and look forward to seeing you again. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Bye. Huh. Hi, Mike. Hello. Hi. Hello. How are you?
Hello, I'm very good, thank you, Max.
Right. So, Mike, hello. I'm feeling a bit frazzled.
I'm quite excited about it.
So, I wanted to bring Mike on and to talk a bit about genetics, which is something I don't really understand very well. And I was interested really in the whole concept of what it is like. What's it like to run a genetic test, a genetic diagnostics lab, and how does that differ from a normal test lab where you've got all these machines? It's quite automated, and as we all know, the top 8 tests probably account for, I don't know, anything up to 90% of your revenue, or the tests you're doing. So it's a factory. A normal diagnostics tests lab will look and resemble an automated factory, which is why, of course, private equity loves it, because they can make it more efficient. But a genetics lab is something very different from that, isn't it, Mike? It's a totally different. It's a totally different animal. So I thought it would be interesting to just explore how different an animal it is. So I think SynLab's got around 300 people doing 300 scientists in about 12 countries. Is it doing genetic tests, I think? And
yeah,
am I wrong? 300, 400?
You're close.
Yeah.
As we just heard, you love numbers. So overall, we have specialized genetic testing services in 16 countries, if I got the latest count.
Yes.
16 centers in 10 countries. Very hard to say how many people are involved, but it's in the 300 to 500 specialists. It's thereabouts. As we heard in the previous panel, and as a biologist, I greatly enjoyed Wolf's comment that biologists are often better trained than doctors. We have a mix of medical genetic MD doctors, a lot of biologists, PhD or non-PhD, actually performing the testing, interpreting the testing. These are also backed up, and it's an extremely important part, by genetic counselors who are trained non-MDs who speak directly either with the patients themselves or with the doctors to explain the genetic condition in question to provide understanding and improved access to testing.
Genetic counselor. So the genetic counselor is going to be a lay person typically, or not?
No. It's the European certification is a master's.
Yes.
It typically takes 2 years of both education and practice. And these are people who will see 500, 800 patients a year in long counseling sessions. A session lasts typically an hour.
I have lost him.
It's a very intimate interaction. You really go inside a patient's genome, and there's nothing more personal than our genome.
Can you put the sound up?
So have you lost contact?
Can you hear him?
Yes, I hear you fine, Max.
Can you hear me? Can anyone hear him?
I can hear
We've lost you, Mike, I think.
Okay.
I can't hear.
Shall I keep talking? Okay. Everybody, it appears only Max can't hear me. Yeah, so the situation in genetics is the inverse of a typical laboratory. A typical laboratory will have, as Max said, highly extensive automation, technicians running the automation, and a few laboratory doctors or scientists putting out results. In genetics, you have an inverse pyramid where you tend to have more medical doctors and scientists than you do have technicians and automation. Because the bottleneck in our profession is selecting the correct test and then interpreting the test in a way that the doctor or the patient, your end client, can make use of it. I suppose one outcome of this is that the hidden costs in genetics are much higher than in other fields. A lot of the costs go into the medical expertise, the biological expertise, rather than in the actual laboratory testing, which is the easy part of genetics. Are you back with us, Max?
I am. Yes, I am. Yes. Yes, I can hear you and you can hear me, which is just fantastic. So that's good. Thank you for keeping the show going so well there. So you've got to employ all these highly skilled people, and then I guess another big difference is the range of tests you're doing, isn't it? I mean, you're talking about a massively large range of tests in genetics.
Exactly. Right? If you were to visit the laboratory, you would think everybody was doing exactly the same thing, because you're transferring with a pipette a tiny droplet of liquid into a tiny tube and putting it into a machine with flickering lights. But I often explain to visitors that working in genetics is a routine. Every morning you will have a pile of patients to solve. But every day you have a different routine because you have to get inside to your individual patient. It's becoming rarer and rarer to have off-the-peg tests. More and more we personalize our tests. I tend now to talk in some situations about individualized tests. We had Rolf in the previous panel talking about infertility and in vitro fertilization. Some of the tests with which we support IVF clinics, we build for a single couple and will never use again. You can throw it all away once it's done.
Gosh. So how do you price that then?
Not high enough, I would say. We talked about this in the previous discussion. Prices are high for genetic tests. A genetic test costs a number with more zeros than most other medical tests. On the other side, it's almost invariably one test for life. And we do all we can to make sure that the test is valid for a lifetime. And so if you extend it over a 40-year prediction, it's actually not such a big investment as it seems.
Right.
Yeah. Equally, the margins depend largely on your previous discussion. Are you going direct to consumer? Do you have a public health insurance which understands the costs behind the test? And so margins tend to be rather tight compared to other fields. If you're personalizing a test, you cannot bill one person's salary for a week involved in building that test. It's simply not feasible.
Yes, so it's Right. Okay, I'm with you. And how much of it is self-pay? I mean, how much is it self-pay a very substantial percentage then, or not really? I suppose it depends on the market, doesn't it? In Switzerland,
yes,
I imagine it's a very small percentage would be self-pay.
Yeah, we're selling genetic services in what 40 countries or so. The answer swings from 0% to 100%. If we take Switzerland, my own market, as an example, we have quite good public health or basic health insurance coverage of genetic testing, but I would still say 15% of our genetics is self-pay, something around that.
15% of revenue, gosh, is self-pay revenue, gosh.
Approximately, yeah.
So the big obstacles then with genetics, I mean, I remember you saying previously to me that a lot of it was down to medical ignorance and the fact that most doctors don't really understand genetics, and it's happened since they qualified, obviously. Is that right?
It's almost right. Saying as there may be doctors and even clients listening, I'll convert medical ignorance into the complexity of the tests. Actually, performing the test is quite easy. Anybody can set up a lab to do that. The tricky bit is giving the right test to the right person. And this is where doctors, they have a knowledge gap. Our technology, our understanding of genes has evolved so rapidly that the test the doctor ordered 3 years ago may simply be the wrong test today.
Right.
We have to learn as geneticists to decomplexify. If a doctor asks for an old-fashioned test, we call him, we ask him, what exactly is your question? And then we'll walk him through his testing options. This is something we do every single day of our working lives. So complexity is one.
Do you also find a situation where doctors don't know that they could do a genetic test? So they just, that must happen all the time.
All the time. So many doctors we speak to say, but I don't do research. There is genetics research. Genetics today is a tool every doctor can use in his practice every single week, if not every single day. We heard the figure of the famous 70% of diagnoses being made through laboratory testing. Every bit is true with genetics. There is no field of medicine that is not touched by genetic testing today.
So do you find then, so it's interesting, isn't it? So I imagine that you could take a particular class of medical specialist, physician specialist in a country, and you would find that some of those specialist physicians would be using genetic tests on a daily basis, and some weekly or maybe even monthly, or maybe not at all in some cases. And you could compare that to the prescription levels in another country. You could compare Swiss doctors to British doctors, couldn't you? And you'd find maybe very different test prescription levels and patterns. Is that right?
Completely. A very nice example is the NIPT you were talking about earlier, the detection of fetal trisomy from a maternal blood sample. We have countries where the take-up is absolutely massive. And in Switzerland, in theory, up to 20% of pregnancies could have this test reimbursed by the health insurance. Switzerland has a rather low take-up, and if 5% of pregnancies are tested, that's quite a high figure. Other countries, I think we're reaching a third or close to a half of pregnancies.
Oh, really?
It's about perception. It's about image. As I said, genetics is very personal, and people can get quite touchy about genetics sometimes.
Yes, and about culture, I suppose, really, isn't it? And another problem then is how you have a sales force who reach out and talk to. You've got to have a sales force which reaches out and talks to these doctors, haven't you? And that, I guess, is a completely new set of skills for that sales team who are used to more traditional diagnostic tests. Is that right?
Indeed. In SynLab, we have this barrier that a lot of our sales force comes, for example, from pharma, where they have huge medical knowledge, but they'll tend to have 1 or 2 products a year that they have to present. Then they arrive in genetics, and I say, well, we offer about 8,000 genetic tests. Some leave straight away, others bite the bullet and go for it. In SynLab, we try to meet this gap. We understand that the sales force, in most cases, will not be able to provide full support to the clients and present everything to the clients. So we strongly encourage the biologists themselves, myself, medical genetic doctors and counselors, to talk directly to clients. You're a gynecologist, doctor. We know you do NIPT testing with us. But what are your other needs? What are the tests you would like? What is your major activity? I have something I could bring you to support you there.
Yes, and I guess some geneticists are happy doing that kind of call, and some are not really.
I mean, like all of us. Some of us are more lucid than others, or more sociable than others.
Oh, yes, willing to pick up the phone. I guess I had two conceptions. I had this conception that genetic testing was looked a few years ago like it might suddenly produce a flood of high-margin esoteric tests, and we know that new tests in normal diagnostic testing tend to be expensive, and then they go down the food. They go down as they go down in price, they become commoditized. And I had this idea that the genetics was going to provide an explosion in high-margin testing. And then I heard, no, that wasn't the case, that basically, for example, now you can because you can take a specimen anywhere in the world, and you don't have to worry so much about it degrading as a blood test does. So you can test them all in India or in Peking. So in Beijing. So in other words, you're facing global competition in genetic testing, which is not the case in genetic testing, and then you've got all these startups. But I'm completely wrong. Am I completely wrong?
Not at all.
I mean, for NIPT, I suppose there are some commoditized tests which are being where prices have eroded, haven't there?
NIPT is a great example. When it was first reimbursed in Switzerland, we were the first country in Europe to reimburse it through the health insurance. It was reimbursed at 2.5 times its current reimbursement price. So the business models we built 3 years ago went out of the window as the price was dropped twice without much consultation. So there are high margin tests in genetics, but there are no high volume, high margin tests. And as you say, the higher the volume the test, the more pressure there is, the more interest there is to get into the market. You talk about startup specialized companies, about pressure from outside of Europe. There's an important distinction to make here that genetic tests, we take exome sequencing, we sequence everybody's genes. There are two different levels of testing you can do, and some companies are quite transparent with two products on their website. You can have the consumer level, where it's more or less accurate enough for you to see that, I will have trouble digesting gluten, and I have twice my neighbor's risk of developing Alzheimer. And then there's the full diagnostic quality of sequencing, which is considerably more expensive and time consuming for the laboratories. It's as if you were testing the sample 5 to 10 times more thoroughly than if you were doing it in the consumer approach. Right. And it's very important for consumers to understand, doctors or the public, what they're buying. If you can buy a cancer gene test for €200, or you can buy one for €1,000, there may well be a good reason behind that. They should have a careful look. The second thing is you talk about extra European competition. Throughout diagnostic genetics, disease-related genetics, there's an increasingly strengthening legislation in Europe and in individual countries acting as a gatekeeper. You're not allowed to send genetic material freely around the world. It's specifically addressed by the GDPR regulations. If I send your DNA, Max, from Switzerland to the United States, I can only do this if I have a prior GDPR agreement and contract in place with the American laboratory I'm sending it to you, and I have your consent. And the penalties for companies who are caught breaching that are extremely strict.
It's interesting, isn't it, how these kind of national borders are put up so often. I remember talking to the head of the German Radiology Society many years ago about why it was that images taken in Germany had to be interpreted only in Germany, which was the German law at the time. I think it still is. And he eventually said, well, we don't want to have all our images outsourced to India, do we? And you know, that really did come down to what appeared to be the rationale behind the decision. Because I mean, of course, if I'm German, I can leave Germany and go to India and have a test, to have an image taken of me and have it interpreted in India. But I can't take the test. I can't have the image taken in Germany. So it's bizarre, isn't it? I find it extraordinary how some of these boundaries are put in place.
It's partly quality assurance. The key thing with the genetic test is once you've had it, you can't go back. It's there forever. And you should be sure that you wanted to have that information before you get into it.
Yeah, you had to have it in the first place. You had to be absolutely certain you wanted it in the first place. Okay. And so I guess the other thing really was this whole... Oh, we've got a question. It says, do you often work on epigenetics at SYNLAB? It's becoming very useful in diagnostics.
I see. I have 10 seconds to answer a question on epigenetics. That's a killer.
No, you haven't. We've got another 5 minutes. I'm afraid.
Okay.
We've got another 5 minutes, I'm glad to say.
At present, we have very little epigenetic diagnostics. It is an emerging field. In my opinion, there are a few situations today where it provides actionable diagnostic information. But we know that's going to change in the near future. Particularly in cancer, it's going to become extremely interesting in the next couple of years.
Okay. So, and the other thing I just want to explore with you was your relationship with university hospitals, because it's the university hospitals where a lot of the genetic tests are and research is carried out, isn't it? And the university hospitals are carrying out a lot of genetic tests. So you come along and you are maybe challenging their income stream, and you are maybe taking people out of a university hospital setting and recruiting them into your private lab. So what is the relationship between you and university hospitals in this context?
Evil man I am. But I ran a university hospital laboratory for 25 years before moving to SYNLAB, and I took the best part of my team with me. So I've been on both sides. University hospitals are competitors, like other private laboratories are competitors. They're also partners, like other private laboratories are partners. There are occasionally tests we cannot do or they cannot do, or we can do faster or they can do faster. And we will share patients, we will share samples, we will work together on quality assurance. COVID has been a great kickoff to that again as well. The public-private partnership in COVID has just been outstanding in terms of sharing expertise. Genetics, okay, we're competitors, but it is a big family. We're all extremely motivated about our patients. And that is the driving force in every geneticist I've ever met.
Yes, yes. So how would you persuade a university geneticist to come and work for you? Because, I mean, they're in their ivory tower doing their research, and then they come to you and they're doing rather more mundane stuff, aren't they? I mean,
yeah, the day I resigned, I explained to my boss that I was moving to the private sector because I wanted to concentrate on diagnostics. In the university, you have to have a research stream. It's harder to kick off diagnostic projects because if there's no research angle, they're not going to buy you your equipment. Anybody listening who has been in the university will know a large part of your life is spent in meetings. Tend to be far shorter in the public, in the private sector. Still shocked when the meeting ends on time. I haven't got used to that.
Academic departments, though.
The university hospitals have an enormous role to play, but they are not pure diagnostic centers.
No.
They have clinical expertise, they have research expertise, but we are the ones who do efficient quality diagnostics.
Okay. And finally, and about 2 minutes, what is the future? Where do you see the biggest opportunity for genetic testing?
As in the previous panel, I bring attention mostly to the real medical testing, the disease-related testing. Where we're going is much more personalized testing. So instead of sequencing the same 100 genes in every patient with cancer, you will look at that patient, look at their family, and individualize their panel to give the best data. That's one thing. Second thing is predictive testing. We're learning more and more on genetics, how to predict what are your health risks in the future. Some is smoke and mirrors. Some now has a clear evidence base and could be used. And that can, for example, combine genetic testing with, for example, breast imaging to predict the risk of developing non-hereditary breast cancer, a common sort of breast cancer. Yes. Again, earlier there was a mention of pharmacogenomics, so I prefer to call it pharmacogenetics, which is a slightly more targeted version of this. Again, there's still a knowledge gap between what we hope and what we can really do in pharmacogenetics, but it is going to revolutionize healthcare by ensuring that people only get drugs which they will metabolize well and which are likely to have the predicted effect.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. Well, Mike, thank you very much for talking to us today. I have to draw it to a close there. I think I now have a much better understanding of how genetic lab works. So thank you. Okay.
Thanks for your time. I look forward to being with you. Bye-bye.
Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Max. Very illuminating discussion there. Thank you. Well, there's so much change going on in this industry at the moment, of course. One of the biggest things is digitisation. That's what we've got in store for you with one of our sessions coming up, a piece on digital health. So we look forward to seeing you in a few minutes after the break.
On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
Show me starlight, show me what you're after. I can't hear you breathing our lungs, beating our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise.
On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't we look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing our lungs, beating our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. When the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you're after. I can't hear you breathing our lungs, beating our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day.
on-demand glucose monitoring because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day.
Hello, a very warm welcome back. Now this next session on digital health is moderated by Stefan Biesdorf of McKinsey & Co, with case studies from Thierry Chiche, CEO of Elsan, and from Bessel Susannis Unarand from Zur Rose Group. Of course, the presentations will be followed by a Q&A, so do please post your questions in the session chat. A big warm welcome to Stefan. Thank you.
So thank you so much for the kind words. My name is Stefan Biesdorf, partner with McKinsey, and it's a pleasure to have Thierry and Betül today. Thierry is president and CEO of Elsan, which is the leading French hospital group with more than 120 clinics, 6,000 doctors. Thierry holds a degree in civil engineering and has worked with Michelin before taking over the position at Elsan. We will later on have a presentation from Betül. She's the digital strategy and digital officer of Zur Rose Group. Zur Rose is the leading online pharmacy in Europe, and before joining Zur Rose, she was the head of digital for Novartis as well as for Ferring. Betül has an degree in industrial engineering and an MBA from INSEAD. So it's a pleasure to have both of you and to learn about what is possible today in digital health. And Thierry, handing over to you, looking forward to your presentation. Please ask questions in the chat and look forward to wrap them up jointly with your questions after the two presentations. Thierry.
Thank you very much. Hi, everyone. I'm Thierry Chiche. I'm the CEO of Elsan. And maybe if you can change the slide, we can start with a short introduction on Elsan. We became the co-leader of private hospitals in France with 120 hospitals all over the country, more than 25,000 staffs, more than 6,500 practitioners working for us, and we welcome every year around 2 million patients in our facilities. And as you can see on the map on the right, we are very much spread over the country, covering a large area of France, as well as Morocco, where we are going to open our third facility next year. If we move further, Well, of course, as every group, as every company, we have built our strategy around what we believe key differentiating factors for Elsan. The first one in France is clearly our footprint. We have the widest, we believe the best footprint among hospital providers in France, with 3 French people out of 5 living less than 50 kilometers away from our hospitals, and we are deploying further. Our second big key factor is clearly our portfolio of activities. Of course, healthcare operations are can be very different, and we do operate in 6 verticals of care, where we are really aiming for the number 1 or number 2 position in France. Of course, acute care, MSO, but as well rehab, as well home hospitalization, where we are clearly the number 1 in France, imaging, radiotherapy, and dialysis. And we are integrating these 6 verticals of care together. A third point that is a key differentiator for us is quality. We really look for quality and excellence everywhere every operation where we operate, and we already enjoy very high standards of quality. Another point, which is probably a bit less tangible, but is probably at least as important, it's really the spirit of the company. I mean, we are a company of entrepreneurs. We move extremely fast. We can decide, and we look for efficiency in whatever we do. And this is clearly a differentiating point, especially if we compare ourselves with the public sector, but not only. And finally, over time, we have managed to build what we believe the winning platform in France, with both clusters of hospitals working together, delivering medical projects around patients locally, and that's really where it matters. And on the top of that, to have a clear, powerful set of experts at a central level, and to support our hospitals. So this is really what is Elsan today. Now, if we change the slide, of course, digital is a key lever. We see digital as a key lever to keep moving forward and keep pushing our offers and the way we operate. This is quite an heavy slide, but to make it simple, at the bottom we have invested a lot on the infrastructures. Elsan has been built through acquisitions of many different hospitals, and of course, with every hospital comes the legacy of the infrastructure, the IT infrastructure, the information systems that may be different. And so, in the last years, we have invested a lot to standardize, to build some on best in class, the best of breed players for our infrastructures. Both we're talking about Microsoft Azure for the cloud. We are talking about SAP S/4HANA for the ERP. We are talking about Power BI for all the business intelligence for the company, and we believe we are quite advanced there. We are partnering as well with DocaPost for our CRM. So these are the bricks that are really the foundations of what we are doing in terms of digital activities. And on top of that, we deliver around two domains our digital actions. The first one is for and around the patient. So how to leverage digital to bring more services to the patient, to deliver more revenues as well. And of course, we do that both in-house with our own applications or sites, but also partnering with what we believe are the best players in France or around us for the different activities. And the second field where we are also advancing quite fast is leveraging digital to improve hospital efficiency. here there are a lot of gains that are possible. Digital for hospitals, that's the same as robotics for factories, and we can automatize. We can really improve the processes very much with and through digital activities. So that's what we do. So and here again, and we are partnering with experts or startups or big companies providing specific solutions or doing the things ourselves. Maybe if the idea was to zoom on one specific action that we are doing in-house, which is the Adele digital healthcare personal assistant that is built by Elsan with a partner, which is DocaPost. And maybe we can change the slide and zoom on Adele. So here, the idea with Adele is very simple. We want to leverage the 2 million patients that are coming to our facility every year. And so year after year after year, we are gaining a larger set of visitors to leverage these patients to propose them an application that will not only help them around their stay in our hospitals, but also that they will keep in their hand to help them with their health all along their lifetime. And so the idea with Adele, it's really to build an orchestrator of services to be able to propose everyone specifically the services that is linked to his needs, his or her needs at a very specific time in the very specific place where she or he lives. And so we have spent a lot of time. It's already almost 3 years that we are working on that, building the infrastructure of Adele. It's not a standalone app that you can build in 6 months with a startup. It's really integrated in our systems. It's communicating with all our hospital information system, leveraging the database of the hospitals, so that we can really propose high quality, high level of service to the patients. If we move to the next slide. So this is a simplification, but really the idea is to, now that we have built this infrastructure, to propose more and more services. And this is really easy because we have the base, we have the foundation, and so we can test easily new services. And if it works, we keep them. If it doesn't work, we skip them. It doesn't cost much now. And we can really try to find out what is best fitting the patient needs. We do that around 4 steps of the patient life. Again, we are leveraging our patients, so we start before the stay. There we provide some surveys before the stay. We provide some assistance to help patients manage their stress and understand what they need to do before the hospitalization, all the contacts on a very easy way. Of course, they can book certain services like ambulance online booking to reach the hospital, or the hospitality in the hospital booking, and so on and so forth. We have also some, of course, some services in the hospital, but this is not the key part of Adele, because of course in the hospital we have the patient with us physically, and we can deliver also human care to them, which is also very important, of course. And then the key part, and that's where we are very well developed as well, it's after the hospital stay, not to lose track of the patient. Of course, through medical surveys that we are sending, and we are monitoring, and we are acting upon after the stay, but also many services like online booking for nurses, medical surveillance, all the home assistance services, and we are integrating progressively different services after the stay. And finally, to keep the link with the patient over time, we have invested a lot in prevention and diagnosis modules to help people, remind them about, for example, their vaccination, the different consultation and checkups that they need to do from time to time in order to keep them healthy, and so that we can keep track. And we do that in a very like a game, so that we in interactive mode, so that they can play with the tool, and then of course there is a call to action at the end of the test, or at the end of the test, so that it leads them to a very specific action without leaving the hand of the patient and going until the end. And of course, here we have some links with telehealth, so you can do some telehealth consultation through Adele with GPs. And here we are partnering with Livy, and the Swedish company. We have online booking with our specialists. We have access to ER and so on and so forth. So this is really the platform where we are creating new services almost now every 2 weeks, because we have two week sprints with our teams to develop new services. So that's really exciting. Let's move forward. Now around the hospital stays, what is important to understand is that it's very much connected to the hospital staff. So what I said at the beginning, and it's not only a standalone app that everyone can provide, it's really linked to our systems. And so on one side you have the patient with the app, and on the other side you have the hospital staff, and with a portal to monitor what is happening with the patient, so that they can really call them if they see that something is critical is coming, or if there are some questions, and so on and so forth. So this is a really interactive mode between the staff, our medical staff, and the patient. If we move to the next page. If you can, yeah. And of course, I mean, on a more regular mode, we include a lot of services, information, opportunity to book online, to remind you about your vaccination, to make to make some tests in order to check your healthcare with prevention modules. So and again, this is going to develop over time, because now that we have the base, we are testing services, and these are services that we are not only providing ourselves, but where we can connect as well, services that are provided by partners, and services that can be digital, but also services that can be physical, that can be delivered by IoT systems. So this is an orchestrator that is extremely powerful. Maybe finally, well, you understand that I'm quite excited about the approach. We have invested quite significantly on that, actually, a few million of euro in the last years, and we see an acceleration of the usage of Adele. To give you some figures, today we have a penetration rate of around 5,000 new active users every week. And this is a ramp up that we see that makes us very confident that it will be more and more used by our patients and used then over time. And this is adding up to the success that we have on our website, where we have done also big work to rework our website to make it more interactive with the patient, and where we have more than 400,000 visits a month, with a double-digit growth on the visits as well, because of this interaction and the way we do the referencing of the sites. So you see, we are at the beginning of the journey, but still I mean, we have done quite a lot on the digitalization of Elsan already. So thank you very much.
Thierry, thank you so much for this very impressive journey of Elsan. Before handing over to Betül, one two quick questions. Impressive to see that you have 5,000 new active users onboarding every week. Have you seen any impact from COVID, and how has that accelerated the uptake of your platform?
You may have seen on one of the screen that we have included some COVID module in Adele. This is a very simple test. I mean, to help people understand if they do have the symptoms of COVID, and then again with the principle of call to action all the time. And all the time, all what we do, there is a call to action at the end, so that you are not left with an information, and then you have to find out the solution to the problem that you find out. So the idea is really always to move to the end. I mean, help the patient to the end of the question, of the problem solving. So we have included in that. Of course, we have had a bit less patients this year compared to last year due to COVID. I would say normal patients with normal pathologies. At Elsan, it's around, we will finish at around -10%, which is actually better than we thought, because of course at the peak of the first COVID wave, we were at -70% in March and April. So we recovered very, very fast. But so we have seen a bit less patients. But anyway, it's not hurting the ramp up, because we are deploying more and more hospitals, and we have a team deploying more and more hospitals every week. So the figures are increasing anyway, week after week.
Very well. Thank you so much. Then I suggest we will wrap up then jointly after Betül has presented her perspective on digital health from the Zur Rose point of view. And handing over to you, Betül.
Thank you very much, Stefan, for the introduction, and thank you for having me here today. I would like to share with you some perspective in terms of how we see digital healthcare environment and how, as a group, we are evolving towards becoming the digital healthcare ecosystem of Europe. Next slide, please. Thank you. Well, I'm the Chief Strategy and Digital Officer of the Zur Rose Group, and I'm coming from the pharma world. Before joining the group, I focused on digital with Novartis and Ferring, and especially focusing on the digitalization of the healthcare journeys and being able to give access to people to the best-in-class digital solutions. Next, please. Thank you. Just some facts about the Zur Rose Group before I dive into the digital healthcare environment. Zur Rose Group is the biggest online pharmacy of Europe. It's a Swiss listed company with 1.6 billion revenues and more than now 10 million active customers and 250 million site visits across the platforms we have. Our platforms are active in Germany, Switzerland, with marketplaces we have in Spain, France, and Italy, reaching more than 26 markets. And we have 43% market share and 35% market share in Germany and Switzerland, respectively. And in our portfolio, we don't have only online pharmacy platforms, but also via the acquisitions during the last couple of years, we have also some technology companies with more than 200 colleagues sitting in mainly 4 hubs, Barcelona, Berlin, Frankfurt, and Zurich, focusing on technology. You see in our portfolio eHealth Tech and Blue Care technology companies. as well as the biggest telemedicine company of Germany, Teleclinic, that we have acquired during the summer. Next, please. When we look at the healthcare environment, we see some trends which are disrupting the healthcare environment. First of all, it is about the digitalization. The datafication and the digitalization of our bodies as well as lives is leading to a big change in terms of how we are interacting with healthcare as individuals. When we look at some facts, we see that more than 80% of individuals are looking for care information or interact in social media about healthcare topics. And again, another interesting fact is more than 80% of people living in Europe believe that there is value in sharing their healthcare data as long as they receive some valuable healthcare solutions back in return when they share their data. And I will talk a little bit about telemedicine trends in a while, but another interesting area, part of the health journeys is when we look at adherence solutions, digital solutions, they have an impact around 15 to 20% in improving the adherence behavior of people when they are on certain medications. And with all of this, there is some complexity that's coming to the picture for individuals who are looking for the right digital solutions, healthcare solutions. There are more than 300,000 apps in the App Store focusing on health and wellness. When we look at the second pillar, it's about the cost pressure. As we all know, there is a lot of cost pressure in the healthcare system. And we believe that digitalization is bringing a lot of opportunities. Just alone in Germany, there's 35 billion cost that can be avoided via digitalization based on the McKinsey study. Thanks, Stefan. And also we see that there is around 2 billion euros cost in the system due to medication errors. And we believe that digitalization helps come up with innovative ways of working on the cost, and by providing the real world data, real time data on outcomes, we believe also we can contribute to outcome based healthcare. And the third trend is, as we all know, the share of the elder population is increasing. At the same time, what is positive is that the engagement of elder population with digital is increasing. More than 50% of people aged above 65 are using digital solutions and smart phones very effectively. And the fourth trend is quite important, especially in the European context. We see a lot of effort in liberalization of the healthcare systems. And when we look at one of the biggest markets, Germany, we see very important initiatives. One of them is e-prescriptions. e-Rx is becoming mandatory as of January 2022 in Germany, and being operational next year already. And another important initiative is the approval and reimbursement of digital applications, the so-called DiGAs, becoming live in Germany. And telemedicine is already reimbursed and enacted in Germany. And we believe that there will be certain liberalization action taken also across the other markets following Germany. And then the fifth point is brand power. We see big players coming into the field of healthcare and ecosystem play. Some examples I'm sure you're aware of, Amazon Pharmacy being launched in the US, Walgreens Boots Alliance already has an up and running platform in the US focusing on healthcare ecosystem. We see JD Health very recently IPO'd in Asia, and Tencent focusing on healthcare ecosystems in Asia. And we also see that there are some efforts in Europe, including ourselves. And last but not the least, COVID has been accelerating the move towards digital healthcare. And if you can go to the next slide, please. Some interesting facts around COVID's impact on digital health. So you see that telemedicine has been impacted very, very positively. We see just a fact here around 100 times more traffic in one of the platforms. But in general, when we look at even Germany, we see 5-fold increase in the usage of telemedicine over the course of the year. And I think what is really important to emphasize here is that telemedicine has been used for emergency acute situations. And during the course of the 2020 with COVID, we see a shift towards usage for chronic care. Around 80% of consultations now happening on chronic situations, and 72% of people who use telemedicine right now didn't use it before 2020. This is a big shift. And you see also here that the apps focusing on healthcare have seen a big pickup. On average, we see 50% increase in the downloads of apps focusing on healthcare. And I talked a little bit about the DiGAs. At the time I have submitted the slides, we had 6 DiGAs approved. As of today, 9 DiGAs approved, digital applications that are approved and reimbursed in Germany. This is a big effort, and it's being accelerated in Germany, and we are observing this with quite a lot of excitement and taking action. I will share that with you in a second. And we believe that this behavior is here to stay because, again, a study is showing that 60-70% people say that they are not going to change their behavior even after COVID disappears. And having looked at this environment, we have set an ambition for our company to leverage data and digital in the most impactful way. If we can go to the next slide, please. So our ambition is to create a world where everyone can manage their health in one click, in one place. And what this means is we would like to bring to our consumers not only products, but also digital solutions in the form of personalized journeys. We can click. Thank you. Yes, personalized treatment journeys that are a combination of products and digital solutions tailored for their condition and themselves, and convenient access to products and best-in-class digital solutions in the form of I would say a combination of online pharmacies, the marketplace that brings the brick and mortar pharmacies into the picture, as well as digital solutions. The last but not least, our ambition is to ensure the effectiveness of medication and better outcomes and better lives for people. The way we have been focusing on the digital health journeys is based on our deep understanding of the patient journeys. You see here the steps Thierry also nicely alluded to in his presentation. So it starts with prevention, awareness, diagnosis, and then it goes into the treatment phase, and then adherence and monitoring, especially becoming very important for chronic disease patients. If we have a look at a closer look at how the journeys could look like, we can click. We can go to the next slide, please. You see here just a very high-level illustration with some example companies. We have set in our strategy that we are going to focus on the top chronic conditions that are impacting the highest number of individuals on the world. And we have mapped out their journeys to understand where they have the biggest needs and pain points, and also looked at what are the needs we can address with the solutions we have in our portfolio, but also which companies are providing the best-in-class solutions so that we can create the Uber-like experience, seamless experience by bringing all of this together. And you see here the step of treatment where we have our core business, the online pharmacy business, as well as the marketplace bringing brick and mortar pharmacies. And we have decided to acquire Teleclinic because we have seen that there are certain solutions that are extremely relevant for all disease areas. Thank you. And just some words on Teleclinic. Teleclinic is the biggest telemedicine provider. And one fact I would like to also emphasize is that we launched a digital application, DiGA Portal, very recently to make sure that we can enable access to the approved DiGAs in Germany. Next, please. Just to wrap up, this is how we illustrate our strategic pillars, and we call it the Sur Rose Atom. We have in the core the online pharmacy business, and the marketplace business is bringing the brick-and-mortar pharmacies together with online pharmacy to enable convenience models like 2-hour delivery or click and collect. And then the outer layer is bringing the digital solution players into the picture, and combined in the form of health journeys. And then around the atom, you see that we are working very closely with insurances as well as healthcare providers. And we also provide our technology as in the form of platform as a service, as we did recently also in Switzerland with the biggest insurance companies to develop the ecosystem for Switzerland. And last but not the least, data and analytics is playing a critical role as an enabler for our ecosystem, but also provide further insights to enable the next generation of healthcare. Just a couple of facts before I conclude. We as a company are very much focused on enablement of the healthcare with our technology. Our company eHealthTech is working with insurances as well as together now with IBM to enable the technology behind the prescriptions in Germany starting next year and enabling 100% coverage at the beginning of 2022. Next, please. And as I have emphasized, our ecosystem and digital health journeys are focusing on the most important chronic conditions. And as we do that, we are working very closely with the big players, pharma, best-in-class digital solution providers, big tech, insurances, and regulators to bring these journeys to life. And we are about to also announce a big partnership with one big pharma company focusing on one of the biggest chronic diseases on the world. Last but not the least, I would like to also emphasize that we have worked on our branding and positioning, focusing on our biggest brand, DocMorris, to move away from being just an online pharmacy to becoming a healthcare provider and partner. And we have also launched our new branding. And at the time I provided the slide, we were at lower numbers. Currently, we have 8.2 million hits and views on YouTube and more than 30 million views on Facebook, selected as the 7th best campaign across the world and the 2nd best in Germany as of today. And it's quite emotional, and it's very much focusing on health of people, aligned with our ambition of being the health partner of people in Europe. Next, please. Finally, I would like to emphasize that we are very excited about the opportunity with data and digital in the healthcare environment in Europe. And we are moving from being the online pharmacy of Europe to becoming the healthcare platform, and delivering solutions is combination of best treatments and best-in-class digital solutions to make sure that we can improve lives, improve outcomes, and create value for all stakeholders involved in this journey with us. With those words, I would like to end my presentation and hand it over back to Stefan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Betül. Very bold vision of turning an online pharmacy into a real healthcare ecosystem. So looking at both of your presentations, it seems a bit that we have two examples where we see a digital world to be created around a traditional provider business. The one being a hospital, the other being a pharmacy business. So the question to the two of you, and maybe Thierry, you go first, do you need to have a core business, a scaling and robust core business, like the provider business as a hospital or as a pharmacy, to be in the position to actually build such a digital ecosystem, which at this point in time is not yet really generating tons of cash flow?
I believe you have answered somehow the question. yourself. At the end, the digital infrastructure will leverage many physical businesses where you make money. And as you said, it's extremely difficult to build strong and robust cash flow in the first years, at least, and sometimes during many years, just with your digital initiatives. So having both of them, we believe, is an interesting combination. Can you succeed just having a digital infrastructure? Yes, of course, we see some examples. Doctolib, for example, in France is a very nice success. But we also believe that we can be, as an operator, a successful digital players in the future, and at least we can sustain that over time, because we have a very concrete business sustaining that, and that we can leverage with digital.
Thanks, Betul.
Thank you, Stefan, and thanks, Thierry. I agree with Thierry. When we look at the value creation across the different layers that I shared with you, definitely the core business, which is our online pharmacy business and marketplace business, is still going to be the biggest value generator, but boosted by the health journeys that we are developing. And this is quite innovative and new across the world. But I also believe, as Thierry does, that we are going to be able to deliver significant value very soon. And it will be even bigger than the value we create with the core very soon, when we can have the health journeys supported with digital solutions live, up and running. I think it requires a little bit of time. Clearly, we will still rely on the core value generation, but it's going to pick up very soon. And I believe that it's going to be quite significant.
Very good. So I'm getting one question from the audience. So please go ahead and adding them into the chat. So question is, how do you select and prioritize patient journeys? So Thierry, maybe again. So I start with you, and then, because the questions probably fit to both of you.
Actually, on a very, very simple mode, as we do in every part of our business, it's a question of evaluating the size of the segment and the opportunity for us to create value on this segment. So that's the way we select our digital initiatives as well. To give you the concrete example, with Adele, we started with the patients with dehospitalization, which is a significant segment for us, and we talked about the 2 million patients a year of Elsan. This day surgery patients, they represent 800,000 of them, and so it's a significant share of the total. They are usually a bit younger, so a bit more potentially digital. Everything move faster for them, so we believe that probably they would be more interested in digital services to help them around the fastest moving process. When they stay 3, 4, 10 days in hospitals, we have more time to deal with them. When they stay just a few hours, digital can be a very interesting complementary approach for them, where we can bring additional services. And that's the way we selected the segment, the first segment. Now it's spread everywhere, but it was the first one. Mm-hmm. And then for the services, we have some focus group. We try to understand, we observe the patients, we test. We created some services that were useless, and we stopped them, and now we are focusing more and more on services that are used, because we monitor that. Of course, we track everything we do. So we have a team of people tracking what are the screens that are used, what are the services, the pages that are used, the dead hands in terms of services, and so we are improving day after day.
Oh, very good. Can you share the secret about what is actually not working?
Yeah, that's maybe stupid, but we invested at the beginning on 3D videos because we believe that it's very difficult to find your way in an hospital. Because there is not one hospital that is looking like the other one. They were built with different plan and by different engineers and architects. And so we believe that it's very difficult for a new patient to find their way in the hospital. So we invested in videos, 3D, so that on the app, with virtual, you use your camera and you see the reality, and you see some arrows showing you to go on the left or on the right and so on. Well, this was clearly a gadget. This was a gadget. So we tried in a few hospitals. It was not used. We stopped doing that. This is an example, for example.
Okay. Betul, your prioritization of journeys.
Yeah. When we have developed our strategy, we looked at several criteria to come up with the list of the diseases we want to work on. One of them is prevalence, of course. We really want to focus on diseases which impact the highest number of people on the world. The second was to look at the size of the disease in terms of medication cost and overall cost of the disease. Another dimension we looked at was the digital maturity we see for this disease. If we see great solutions around the world addressing needs of patients for these diseases. And also we looked at the CLV from our perspective, what is the customer lifetime value of a patient with that disease, and harmonized all these criteria to select the top 10, now 11 diseases that we want to focus on. And in terms of how we select the services that we would like to include in our ecosystem, we are looking at several criteria as well. What is important is that the experience is the best from this digital solution. And we look at the scores, and another dimension we look at is scale. If you see a high number of users coupled with a good rating, and it doesn't matter which geography, ideally in the geographies we would like to build the first steps of the journey, but we really focus on the quality. And ultimately, what becomes also quite important when we start discussing with the different solution providers is also the mindset and alignment of the purpose, that we are really aligned to bring the best care to people in partnership. So that becomes also quite important when we go deeper into discussions.
So, Betul, you brought already up the point how you do not only select and prioritize patient journeys, but as well how you look at partners. That's another similarity between both your offerings. You're not doing everything on your own. And there's one question coming in specifically to Thierry. To what extent does Adel has a different IT team from Elsan?
Oh, that's a good question. Actually, that's a question that I think every organization is asking itself. I mean, you need to split the team, and today at Elsan we have split the team. So we have a kind of traditional ISIT team, and I mentioned that we are working extensively on the foundations, on the ISIT foundations for the company. We had some legacies, I think, like every company, and we wanted to really standardize fast in a clever mode using partners. So we said, okay, the ISIT team, you are focused on that, and you do that. And we created the Adel team, and actually Adel is a business line for us. It's not only a digital initiative. They have a plan to deliver revenues, margin, and it's not marginal. So it's really like a small business within the company, and it's not so many. We have 15 employees working on that, plus our partners at DocaPost. So we are partnering with them, and DocaPost is really in charge of the back end it's a kind of super AI managing the request on our database, and this is very interesting. So at the end, it's like a business line, you know.
Very good. Okay, I see we have 2 minutes left. Maybe one quick question to conclude. As we noted already, what you are doing, building a digital health ecosystem around your core business, very comparable, driven from the provider side. However, we know that many payer organizations like CNAM, as well as private health insurance companies, are aiming to build health ecosystems as well. So how would you see your competitive position versus traditional insurance or payers? Maybe Betül first, and then Thierry in the next 2 minutes.
Yeah. I believe that as a company, we don't necessarily consider the insurance companies' efforts as competition, but we like to see these efforts as partners, potential partners. And as I mentioned, we are already partnering in Switzerland, and as well as on the technology side in Germany with the biggest insurances. I believe we can achieve more together. But at the same time, we believe that we also have a big advantage with the number of consumers we have and the trust we build around health topics with them. And by joining the forces, we can create the best experience for the customer bases of insurances as well. And we provide on top the technology, as I have mentioned, this is another dimension we look at when we talk to insurance companies.
Thank you.
To complete, in France, I believe they have chosen a very pragmatic mode, and with a team led by a private guy, so which is very uncommon. And the first thing we did is that I'm personally a member of the board of the initiative at the national level, so I know exactly what happens there, and I can influence. And the second thing is that we are candidating to put Adele, that Adele is becoming one of the 30 apps in the national store. And so it's right now, and the tender is right now. And so we are competing to become one of the 31st app in the store, so that we can be very visible and leverage as well the national store to push Adele.
Very good. So I just learned that we have two more minutes, and I would love to have one more question to be answered by the two of you. And this is, you have, of course, the opportunity to steer patients once you have them as customers already. Yeah? So you both have already a strong customer base. So how do you actually can start to attract patients, for example, patients with chronic conditions, before they actually become your initial customers? Yeah, so before they go to the hospital or before they become a customer of your traditional pharmacy business. So Thierry, maybe you start.
Clearly, we decided not to invest in communication and to push our tools through communication. It's very heavy investment, and we are not ready for that. I mean, we don't think that's the right investment for us. But you understood that the way we do is we leverage our patient, and we have many. We try to have them leave our hospitals with Adele in their phone, and then to keep contact with them, so that there will be some repeat business with the patient coming back to us for another stay, or telling their peers or their family. That's a very good and practical way to connect with hospitals. But we clearly decided not to invest in classical communication, which is extremely expensive, and not our way.
So
thank you.
Just a quick comment on my side. I see that we need to wrap up. The 10 million customers we have, they come to our platforms not because they get sick. They are coming also for beauty products and OTC products. We are becoming part of their lives before they start maybe experiencing some symptoms and they get sick. So that's why we believe that our role is to help them by providing the best information when they start experiencing symptoms, so that we can help them and guide them by giving access to best medications and best possible journey that they can select from. Again, it's guidance, and it is providing them with the best possible and make sure that they can have the choice and they can have the best experience. But this is how we approach it, and also broader marketing outreach that we plan for certain diseases.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Thierry. Thank you, Betül, for the great presentations and the good discussions. And maybe on a personal note, I strongly recommend have a look at the video from Doc Morris. It's really something that is super emotional, and it fits nicely into the Christmas, the upcoming Christmas time. So thanks for being here today, and wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Stefan. Now we'll move straight on to the last set of roundtables covering labs and imaging and implementing digital health. And then we'll be back here at 4:30 for a regional focus on the UK.
Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can.
Hello. In this short video, I'll be showing you how to get the most out of the HBI 365 platform. This is the only way you'll be able to participate in all of our HBI 365 events, including HBI 2020, which begins on December 14th. It's available online, but also as an app in the Apple and Google stores. To begin, you click the link or you visit login.swapcard.com and you enter your email address that you registered for the event with. In most cases, this will be your business email. If you are logging in for the first time, it will ask you to create your password. Once you have done this, the first thing that you should do when entering the event is to update your profile. You can do this by finding your name in the top right corner and clicking on My Profile. You should add a photograph of yourself and check that all of your details are correct. And then you can move on to start adding various other details about yourself. Add a bio. You can also click to request to join any of the communities that we have started. You can make sure that your sector is correct, that you tell us a bit more information about your organization type, that you update the country that you're based in, and you can also add details about who you are looking to meet and the topics of interest there, and your topics of interest. If you then want to, you can add your social media links and further contact details about yourself and more details about your company. Once you've set your profile and completed your profile, you can then begin to start making connections with other delegates. To do this, visit the networking section of the platform. Here, the platform will make recommendations based on various criteria as to who you should connect with. So take a look at that. You can also see who is currently online in this section and wherever you might see a green dot on somebody's profile. You can search more specifically to refine the list of people that you would like to meet, either using keyword searches or by any of the filters which I've shown you just previously. So you can look for people in a specific sector. You can look for people in a specific subsector, for example, looking at all the dentists. And you can then drill down further to look at people based on their country, who they are looking to meet, and also shared topics of interest. So for example, if AI is a topic that interests you and you want to meet other people to talk about this with, click AI and you'll find a list of everybody who is also interested in AI as a subject. Once you find somebody that you would like to connect with, this works a little bit like LinkedIn. You simply click on the person and you can find out more details about the person. You can find more details about the company they work for and also which other sessions they are planning on attending at the event. If you decide you want to connect with that person, simply send a message and send a connection request. Once that person has accepted your connection request, visit your contact section of the platform and you will be able to then start a conversation with that person. To do this is quite simple. You send a message here, and what you can also do is, if you agree that you would also like to have a one-to-one video conversation with that person, you can do this by clicking on the camera icon here at the top of the chat. And this will allow you to have a video conversation within the platform without having to use external software like Skype or Zoom. You can also add notes to that person. You can score them, tag them, depending on how you want to organize your contacts. And you will also be able to export all of your contacts at a later date. From here, I will show you how to look at the schedule of upcoming events. To do this, if you are joining this and you know that a session is about to begin, or during the actual event between the 14th and 17th of December, for example, you can click on Live and Upcoming Sessions. This will show you the sessions which are currently running, and it will also tell you how long is left in that session. The session will begin to automatically play, and the recordings will all be added later on to the platform. So if you miss a session, these will all be housed in the platform for you to watch at a later date. You can find more information about the session. You can find more information about the speakers here. And you can also participate in the chat to ask questions and participate in any polls, all on the right-hand side here. If you wanted to watch a session whilst also exploring other areas of the app, such as networking, once the video has begun to play, you can click through different parts of the platform and the video will continue playing in the right-hand corner. You can move this around the screen if you would like, and then if you would no longer like to listen, you can also remove this. The Live and Upcoming Sessions tab will show you everything which is coming up next, and it will always place the current session in the top left corner. So if you wish to always view everything, to know what is coming next, then you just click this tab and this page will be the page which keeps updating throughout the virtual event. If you want to register for future events and add things to your schedule and also take a look at all of the other sessions which are coming up throughout the entire agenda, you can do this by navigating to the different agenda options along the top. And you can scroll through to find out more information about all of the different sessions. And you can also then begin to register for these sessions and add them to your schedule. So to do this, there are two ways. You can simply click this button here, this calendar icon in the right-hand side of the session, and it will add it to your schedule. Or once inside a session, viewing more details, you can click register in the top right-hand corner here. This will allow you to go through the entire agenda and take a look at the sessions which you are most interested in. And you can export this all at a later time so that you can add it to your calendar and you won't forget any of the sessions which are upcoming. For the majority of sessions, these will be live streamed through the platform and the video will play as I previously showed you. But for certain sessions, such as interactive sessions, where you will be using the Zoom platform during our roundtable discussions, you register for these sessions in the same way, but the link to join that session will appear in the description of the session. So when you come to join one of the roundtable discussions, this is where you will also find the Zoom link. So as I said, once you have set up all of the sessions that you would like to participate in during any of our events, you can visit My Event Agenda, and from here, you will be able to export all of those sessions into your calendar on the right-hand side here. Or you can also download these all into a PDF as more of a program guide for you to follow along. As well as participating with the Q&A and the discussions during the sessions, you can also join our community discussions or find any other discussions such as the help and support discussion or the chat here in the Communities and Discussions tab. These will allow you to post and share messages and content, and you can do this by sending messages, you can send hyperlinks, and you can also upload documents such as PDFs if you would like to. So please make sure you visit this page and also contribute to our conversations on our communities, which are open all year round. So those are communities looking at AI and digital healthcare, innovation in hospitals and outpatient care, investing in health services, labs and diagnostics, and elderly care. To connect with and to find more information about any of our sponsors, there are various ways that you can view their profiles. You can click on them from the homepage, or you can visit our sponsors tab here, and you can find more information about them. So if you click into one of the platforms, you will be able to find the details to contact any of our sponsors. You will find access to any white papers and any documents they've uploaded, which you might find useful. So for example, if you're interested in remote work for healthcare professionals, you can click on this platform and it will download a PDF for you. You can connect directly here with any of the people from that organization, or you can also send a message in this chat box on the side, and it will send that message to any of that organization's team to respond to. Finally, if at any point you wish to contact any of our team for help or support, then you can do this by visiting the Contact HBI team here, and you will be able to send messages and connect and requests to any of our team who will be monitoring this throughout the entire event. If you have any questions or any issues at all accessing the platform, then you can contact me, or you can send a message to our team or view any of the relevant documents. There'll be an accompanying PDF guide, which will show you all the different elements of the platform in the link beneath this video or in the email in which this video was originally sent to you. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy this platform throughout the course of the year.
On-demand glucose monitoring, because they're always on. Another life-changing technology from Abbott. So you don't wait for life, you live it.
In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare.
To begin, you click the link or you visit login.swapcard.com and you enter your email address that you registered for the event with. In most cases, this will be your business email. If you are logging in for the first time, it will ask you to create your password. Once you have done this, the first thing that you should do when entering the event is to update your profile. You can do this by finding your name in the top right corner and clicking on My Profile. You should add a photograph of yourself and check that all of your details are correct. And then you can move on to start adding various other details about yourself. Add a bio. You can also click to request to join any of the communities that we have started. You can make sure that your sector is correct, that you tell us a bit more information about your organization type, that you update the country that you're based in, and you can also add details about who you are looking to meet and the topics of interest there, and your topics of interest. If you then want to, you can add your social media links and further contact details about yourself and more details about your company.
Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can. Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some.
Welcome back. In November, HBI ran a special summit looking at investment opportunities in different regions. If you missed that, you can now see all of the content in State of the Regions Recorded tab. But one region not covered was the UK itself, because we've saved that for this audience. Here's the UK session, moderated by Max.
Welcome to the session on the opportunities and threats facing the for-profit healthcare services sector here in the United Kingdom. We live in an age of paradox. COVID has devastated electives, smashed up sectors like dentistry, and had a drastic effect on occupancy in the nursing home sector. It's piled on extra costs. On the other hand, the government is prepared to spend £10 billion over the next 4 years on further treatments in the acute care in the private sector alone. There is huge uncertainty then over the future relationship between the NHS and the private sector, and about the willingness of local authorities and the government to spend heavily on social care. All this, of course, is amplified by Brexit. Put it another way, we have the longest waiting lists in living memory and huge labour shortages. So what does this really mean for the sector? I'm joined by a great panel here today to look at these issues. First, we've got Dr. Andy Jones. He's the Chief Executive of Ramsay Health Care UK and was formerly Chief Operating Officer at Nuffield Health. Keith Crockett is the Director of Corporate Development at Avery Health, in a top 10 UK nursing home group, with a background in property at the Reeds Welltower and in private equity of Lydian. Adrian Stevenson is Chief Executive of Independent Care, which offers consultancy and looks at investment opportunities in the acute care sector, and was formerly the Chief Executive of One Health, which brought innovative outpatient models to the UK. Last but by no means least, we're joined by a real expert, Sharon Lamb, a partner at law firm McDermott, Will and Emery, with a 20-year track record in advising on private healthcare and looking at the sector. I guess perhaps we should start off by looking then at the current state of play in each of the major sectors. So let's start with the hospital sector then. Andy, I mean, looking back, we don't want to look back too far in terms of COVID, but obviously electives were very hard hit in the first half, I guess, second quarter of 2020. I was wondering really, what's been the effect this time round of the most recent lockdown? And are you seeing a gradual easing or not really?
Thanks, Max, and great to be part of this panel. I think you need to take a step back and realise the impact that COVID's had on the hospital industry, not just in the private sector or in the UK, but you need to look across continental Europe and indeed the whole world. So the impact's been profound over the last 9 months in terms of just coping with patients. You have to think about staffing, you have to think about supply chain. Across Ramsay, we pledged to do the right thing by governments around the world, providing support in Australia, France, Sweden and the UK to do whatever it takes to get through this. So our operating model for 9 months, and it'll be 12 months easily before we get out of this, has just been to support urgent patients locally, whatever the need has been. So in Australia, that was the cruise ship that landed in Western Australia. In France, that was all about intensive care units. In Sweden, it's increasingly become about urgency of care. And in the UK, it's been about infrastructure, providing the support from the hospital assets that the private sector has to support the NHS. So I don't see very much difference between where we were in March and April and where we are now. It's very uncertain, and the number one thing is to support patients, and in the UK to support the NHS.
Right, yes. So basically, you've got this model where essentially all of your hospital beds are effectively now been set aside for the NHS, or are you keeping some elective capacity over the lockdown and over the last quarter, for example?
Yeah, your question's directionally correct. So the crisis has transitioned. You know, in March, April time, everyone was very worried that acute capacity was going to be overwhelmed, and it was about critical care and high dependency support for patients that needed treatment for COVID. I mean, the NHS did an incredible job with the Nightingale hospitals, expanding capacity, and that opened up a window for both the NHS and independents to start treating cancer and urgent patients. And across the summer and into autumn in the UK, that's really been the drumbeat. So in Ramsay, for every month for the last 6 months, we've been doing about 3,000 urgent cancer scans, and we've been doing about 2,000 a month cancer procedures, which are obviously time limited and critical. There hasn't been a lot of space to do anything else because the volume of acute demand has been very high. And as you know, from your background, that we've still got a big bulge of activity in terms of waiting list activity, patients that have been waiting for more than 12 months. But right here, right now, the Ramsay team in the UK are just focused on supporting the NHS, and cancer and cancer diagnostics are our number one aim.
So historically, you're about 70% focused on the 70% of your revenue, I think, comes from the NHS. And over this period, it's been more like 95, 100%, has it?
Yeah, well, at the moment, you know, it's well published. We put out an Australian stock exchange release back out in June, I believe. Moved to an infrastructure deal to support the NHS. It's a not-for-profit deal. So there's no, you know, it's a cash flow zero, and it's all about supporting the NHS. Our board supported those kind of deals in Australia, in France, in the UK. I think the revenue split question probably doesn't really apply. It's been an uncertain period. The companies wanted to do the right thing. We've had massive support from our shareholders, which we appreciate, and we're going to continue to do the right thing into the next quarter ahead as well.
And you've got really very little forward visibility. It's very hard to say when this situation will end. I mean, I suppose it depends on the vaccines ultimately, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's very different in every market, and it, you know, really depends on the incidence of the disease, the local control measures. I'm very excited about the vaccine, not least because the UK pharmaceutical industry and academic sector has been at the forefront of that. So, you know, that could really give us some assistance. But as you know, Max, in the UK, the winter is a time of high pressure and high demand. And right here, right now, my hospitals face a very uncertain future, but that uncertain future will be maximally directed to supporting the NHS. And for us, this is going to be about a quarter of delivering cancer treatment.
Right. Okay. Delivering on cancer treatments. Okay. Sharon, how do you see the acute sector in the UK?
Yeah. Thanks, Max, and pleasure to be here with everybody.
I can't hear you, Sharon.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes. I was saying pleasure to be here, and thank you for the invitation. Well, Andy's obviously described that very well, and he is at the front line of care. I think the key question, having heard the challenges facing hospital care, is how the UK market will clear the backlog of patients who've been affected. Now, the estimates for that run at about 10 million by the end of the year. That's 10 million people waiting for care, and significant reductions in overall capacity. So whilst there's a huge amount of optimism about the vaccine, we still estimate it's going to take several months for that to be rolled out across the country. And in the meanwhile, we've got a reduction in the capacity, both at NHS and private care. So over the pandemic, privately insured care broadly became unavailable. That is now accessible again, but together with the kind of NHS waiting lists within private care, there will be a huge kind of demand overall for provision in the sector.
Yes.
And I think there's a question there about balancing how patients access clearly gives rise to quite important questions about equity. So how do you prioritize who gets the care and when? I mean, is it on length of wait? Is it on acuity of need? I mean, these are very big kind of fundamental questions, not only facing our country, but others.
So there's a whole questions that are here around social equity, aren't there? Who would you give priority to? Do you give it to the NHS patients in need, or how much do you allow the private medical insured to get treatment early? There's a whole series of social and political issues which we don't know the answers to, and which the government hasn't really addressed yet. Would that be fair?
Yeah, and I think, it's interesting, interesting questions there, because typically pure private provision has hovered around the kind of 9-10% mark, excluding private provision of NHS care in the UK. It's a question about whether those increased waiting lists will lead to more and more people self-paying for their treatment. Self-pay revenue was already up in 2019, and that's before the pandemic. So we can anticipate that there will be increases in those people who perhaps don't have insurance but are prepared to pay, not to wait in pain.
Yes. Anecdotally, one knows that people are like that doesn't one. I mean, Adrian, this speaks to what you've been looking at, doesn't it, really, in terms of better outpatient capacity for the private medically insured and that kind of thing, doesn't it? I mean, what's your impression there about demand and how that's growing?
I think the key thing is patient fear. Patients are extremely frightened about coming into a hospital, and they need that confidence and assurance that that pathway will be safe and it will be COVID-free to the best of the hospital provider's ability. So fear and translating into patient confidence is, in my view, the critical factor to managing and predicting demand in both sectors, both NHS and independent sector. But what we have seen through the pandemic is a transformational game changer relationship between the independent healthcare sector, brokered by the IHPN, and the NHS. That is radical and cements a long-founded relationship with the NHS, but obviously formalizes that to a level never seen before the sectors. So they become co-joined in a common approach to improving patient care and trying to manage extraordinary demand, because at the peak of the pandemic, there were 100,000 operations being cancelled a week in the NHS. And for anywhere in the world, that is a staggering number. And what that translates, as Sharon was saying, into longer waiting lists. So what Andy is doing and other providers are doing is obviously responding to that and doing the very best we can to offer capacity on an equity basis to both NHS but also private patients. Slightly ironically, at the moment, the private patient is actually waiting significantly long periods of time to go and receive either a diagnostic test or to actually know and have certainty that they can get a slot on the consultant surgeon's operating list. So a number of consultants have approached Independent Care Company over recent months about how to actually find operating capacity in the market and access that on behalf of their patients. So it's common.
They just can't get it to the moment. They just can't find it.
They can't find it. And so brokering that access, and then obviously the related governance issue, is extremely complex, but they literally will have hundreds of patients waiting. So there's a hidden waiting list, which there isn't a system to count at the moment, of private patients' access. Obviously, the fact that we now have potentially 3 viable vaccines, what could be better than pre-Christmas? It's an astonishing achievement. And that will help hugely affect patient confidence and remove some of the uncertainty about patients can get care in the future. But now it's really huge pressure on the system. There isn't enough capacity, but obviously the independent sector has offered up its capacity to the NHS. But critically, we have to get the patient to have the confidence to come in for their care.
Yes. So essentially, in a way, what has happened has been, is it fair to talk about the quasi-nationalisation of the private and the healthcare sector and its capacity over the last period? I mean, you were talking, Andy, about working on a not-for-profit basis. I mean, you know, I guess the question is how long will that stay the case, and what will happen after that? Are we going to go, you know, is the private sector in the long term going to be given equality with the NHS or not? So yes, Adrian.
I think it's the sustainability of that revenue stream, because politicians say what is present at the moment. The key thing is that relationship sustainable? We believe very strongly it is, and it's a fantastic foundation upon which to build patient care in the future. And so that is, we see it as a sustainable long way forward. But NHS commissioners enter January in the final quarter of the NHS year, and that's the time when the commissioners will be commissioning care for at least the next year. So what we need to see is that whether the commissioning process will include the independent sector, and for to what degree and for what specialties. That will be absolutely fundamental to try and determine how services are planned and how we manage capacity within the hospital. And whether that focuses, as Andy says, obviously on cancer at the moment, how will that relate, for example, to cardiology and musculoskeletal services, which are the 3 most waited for procedures in the UK.
Yes. So I detect, Andy, when you were talking about it earlier, that in a sense, there's just a huge lack of certainty. You just don't know what's going to happen in the new year, apart from the fact that you're determined to go on supporting and working with the NHS. And I know Ramsay has historically had that very strong relationship and business model focused very much on that. But nonetheless, you're facing what, unprecedented uncertainty over what happens next? It's like a fog, or is that unfair?
Well, it's not just us, Max. Everybody in the independent sector in the UK is in the same position. So it's not just the Ramsay operating model. You're absolutely right. Our reputation, local relationships, conversations, planning of the patient pathway has been very, very, very strong, and a lot, has improved through the crisis. We've had ventilators on army trucks, patients that have been transferred left and right, moving kits, moving services. We've had nearly 900 NHS doctors working out of our facilities in the last few months. So, these are not normal times. So it's difficult to make a prediction on the future. In terms of the go forward and the equity to access, so patients are being prioritised in the UK on need, and that's absolutely right. And then going forward, it's really going to be an issue in relation to productivity and different providers' operating models. But I'm very, very proud of the team in the UK. It's been a great privilege to have lessons learned with my colleagues in France, particularly, and to share those lessons with some of our other territories. So, we've got a lot of shareholder support. So you're right, the uncertainties are huge at the moment. But I'm very proud we've done the right thing. We supported the NHS. It's built relationships. It's probably not been the greatest model this year in terms of a financial performance, but so be it. And Ramsay Health Care will emerge globally from this stronger for sure.
Right. Yes. Okay. Keith has been very patient for the last 20 minutes. Hi, Keith. Hello. So shall we look at the nursing home sector then? I mean, I know that you saw a very big drop in occupancy. I mean, as a sector, what it was down, I think 8 points, wasn't it, in the second quarter roughly? And how's that gone? Have you now? How far has the sector gone and you gone in terms of regaining that occupancy?
Sure. Thank you, Max, and pleasure to be here. Yes, as you rightly pointed out, we had the certain nursing home and care home sector certainly had a big impact overall, about 8.5%. I know Knight Frank recently reported sector-wide. We at Avery were at the peak about 7.5% down, so we're a large group, hence why we did track the sector. That was largely through the 8 months of April and May, when the death rate roughly tripled and admissions were broadly flat during that period, picking up in May. We first started to see occupancy start to recover in early June. We actually had quite a strong period in July and August. I think there was a bit of pent-up demand from people coming out of lockdown and making decisions about where they would place their care. Interestingly enough, we also had August. I think the death rate was lower than it normally is in August. Perhaps some of the incidents that happened in April and May sort of brought forward some of the frail and frail residents in terms of their leaving the homes. And we've continued with recovery. I mean, we've had a second wave now, but and occupancy went back. It was broadly flat from sort of mid-September to mid-October. But actually during the second wave, which has really spiked nationally, we've continued to add occupancy, and we're now back around 1.5% to 2% from our from the peak 7.5% trough at the end of May.
Right. So yes. Okay. So still an impact on profitability, obviously, from that.
Yeah. Well, interestingly enough, I mean, strangely, positively enough, we've been able to flex our labor force. Obviously, we have less residents. Also, the activities taking place in nursing homes in terms of events and trips and travel, the level of service is much more at sort of an essential level. So we've managed to flex our hours, and importantly, we've been focused on agency hours, which we virtually managed to slash to zero. So net, we have had a profitability impact, but broadly, it has certainly been mitigated by the activities that we've taken. And in fact, our margins have overall increased due to some of the impacts that we've put in place to deal with the occupancy reduction. So I think, we've managed to deal with the crisis in terms of flexing hours and certainly approach agency staff, which I think the homes themselves have realized that agency staff that may travel between different homes should be the first to go, and we've been very successful at driving that out. We didn't have a large agency at Avery usage, but we've been very successful at dropping that to virtually zero.
I mean, what you're talking about how it's another example, isn't it, of how larger groups and larger chains have been able to benefit through the period and to rationalise. And I think, that's also, if you look across Europe, that also certainly applies to the hospital sector and the lab sector. Everywhere, really, it's had a huge impact on consolidation, I think. But I mean, so are you saying really that your EBITDA profit margin in percentage terms is going to be several points lower? I mean, are you going to make an EBITDA profit, do you think, in 2020?
Well, I mean, obviously, with a reduction in revenue of, as you said, it was 7.5% down for the first quarter of the year, and we've since put back about 1.5%. So we're significantly down, but due to the changes that we've made to our operating model in terms of reducing the number of hours, has mitigated that. So what we're only several points down on an EBITDA basis, and overall, it's we're managing. So we're looking to recover in terms of occupancy, and we've been doing what we can to protect cash flow. Obviously,
so you're looking at something
cost items like.
So, as from what you're saying that the larger nursing home groups in the UK might see a 10% or 15% drop in EBITDA in 2020, but they'll still be making money. Yeah.
I think so. Yes. I think if they've been able to put in place some of the operating measures that we have, then that would follow through. I do think that for some of the smaller operators, though, that have we've been able to do things like, because we have a very modern estate, so our flexibility with utilizing certain areas of the home to deal with certain patients, to enable staff to congregate in certain other areas has helped us in terms of implementing the operations in our homes. So I think some of the smaller scale operators that perhaps don't have access to PP&E or aren't able to flex the way that they operate have probably encountered some more difficulties than larger operators.
Sharon, what's your impression? Do you get that impression? Are you seeing a lot of smaller groups basically throwing in the towel, or what's your impression on care?
I think on the care side, one of the big differences that has been shown, we know the funding differences between local authority and NHS funded care, but I think the pandemic has really shone a light on the nature by which funding reaches the front line. And there's a big question about how the sector as a whole, not necessarily care homes, but other kind of domiciliary type care, should be funded moving forward, and whether we will see a better integration of health and social, publicly funded health and social care into the future. And you'll have seen that there have been some proposals published in the UK about changing health services legislation next year or the year afterwards, if our government is not too busy with Brexit next year. These are quite phenomenal changes that have been proposed, big significant amendments to the entire commissioning structure. And it'll be for those providers of care funded by local authorities. I think there will be a keen interest in whether there'll be a change to the funding model of social care moving forward. So it's been relatively easy for the additional government money announced for NHS services to reach the front line, but probably not as quickly reached where it's been local authority funding. And I think that's become remains.
Which was promised to which local authorities were given, and it's not clear that they've spent it actually on social care, is it? It's not clear that it's actually all gone in.
It's not as brilliantly clear as with NHS commissioners who ultimately fund NHS care, where all that money. There are other priorities on local authorities naturally, but it's therefore tempting to deal with wider pandemic disruption. And I think that remains a big question for the sector, particularly where there isn't privately funded social care services. And I think that might segue onto the kind of question of mental health. Some of these are hidden impacts of the pandemic. So if we move to mental health, I'm sure you will do, is that, talking about a third of people saying that they're unable to access mental health services through the pandemic, but vastly increased numbers of people reporting mental health effects as a consequence. And we are only just going to be starting to see, as we move off the furlough schemes, waves of second kind of lockdowns, third lockdowns, what that means for the nation's mental health as a whole. And we're not alone in the UK on that. The World Health Organization says that 93% of countries have either disrupted or halted mental health services entirely, and at the same time demand has increased. But I think there's these other services, typically the kind of what would have been described as Cinderella services across the NHS are those ones which are going to have the greatest demand for their care. And this, at the same time, both the social care and mental health sector likely affected by what should be an imminent Supreme Court judgment on sleep-in costs for care workers, which has been awaited for over a year.
Yes.
Still not on the Supreme Court website this morning, when I checked.
So this question of whether you should be paying for people when they're doing sleep-ins and how much you pay, and does that worry you, Keith?
In terms of sleep-ins and staff, no. Well, we don't have that in our sector. But staffing is always a bit of an issue. I think, if anything, in COVID, obviously the wider economy has been hit, so perhaps that may provide some more staff, especially on the unskilled part of care workers. So that could be a benefit. Obviously, we've got Brexit around the corner, but fortunately for the care sector, we have about less than 10% of our staff are from the European Union. So we're not expecting Brexit to have a very significant impact on how we see. Yes.
Good. And then I guess dentistry, Sharon, has been and other outpatient services of that nature being incredibly badly hit, haven't they? I mean, dentistry was really devastated by COVID, and my impression is that in the UK it's still a long way off returning to any level of normality.
Yeah, we spoke earlier about patients' reluctance to access care. Now, patients are typically reluctant to access their dentist in the first instance, so any encouragement of the pandemic to see a dentist, I think, has been a feature. But of course, just the nature of dentistry services means that it's more difficult to move to telehealth models, which we saw in other sectors.
Yes.
And the consequence of some of the procedures has meant that the availability of dental chairs has been significantly impacted. Some say, the kind of an impact of kind of 40% on actual capacity. So if you have to deep clean as between patients, if you have to circulate and keep a chair free in a dental surgery, and the very nature of the PPE that can be worn during procedures has a serious impact. So on the whole, as a consequence of some of the Cabinet Office guidance issued around April, NHS dentistry has been sustained through some of the contract support measures, together with kind of the other government support, but private dentistry has been particularly poorly hit. So at the same time, we've got now a kind of a period of 3 or 4 months at least this year where there was very little dentistry being provided at all across the country. And as we move now into a period where there's reduced capacity in dental services, you've got a huge backlog of patients. I mean, this affects people kind of midway through a course of treatment, if it's orthodontic care, but it also kind of changes the acuity of the patients accessing care. So
yes,
almost a different model entirely for those dentists. And dentistry has, had kind of well-documented challenges, including with respect to kind of the retirement of dentists and the ability to recruit from foreign countries. There have been some proposals to change the accreditation of doctors who come into the UK under proposals issued by the NHS last week. Not clear yet if that also covers dentists.
What does that? What were the proposals, Karen? What were the proposals?
So simplifying some of the entry requirements on the colleges for doctors qualifying and being able to work in the UK. Yes. That is quite an onerous process for those of who
so I suppose one answer to all of this, of course, is telehealth. Let's do more telehealth, particularly with mental health, for example, for less acute people or in the adoption of telehealth in primary care. Does increased telehealth have any real impact on what you're doing at the moment, Andy, or not really? Do you see it as an important weapon? So do you see telehealth as having a serious impact on how you run your business, or not really?
Oh yeah, absolutely. So during COVID, patients have been very keen to stay away from institutions and hospitals. So yeah, our telehealth plans were massively accelerated. About a third of our patients are consulting online for their initial consultation at the moment. And at the end of our pathways, all of our patients speak to our discharge nurses online to make sure those arrangements are supported. Yeah, so there's lots of things that are accelerating at this time, Max, and discharge, pre-admission and discharge are really key to that, and it's changing the pathway. So 7 of our hospitals are now doing day case hip surgery and knee surgery in line with our colleagues in Paris and Sweden, and that's only possible because you can provide the support before and afterwards. The hospital pathway bit hasn't really changed a lot, but the ability to do the pre-care and aftercare really effectively has made that a bit of a game changer.
So you're seeing big efficiency gains essentially in the way you operate in some ways.
We're seeing big changes in consumer
ways in which you can become much more efficient.
Yeah, so we're seeing big changes in consumer preferences. Initially, nobody wanted to come into a private hospital. Every hospital was close on empty in the 3rd week of March. Suddenly, if you've got an urgent condition or you're in pain, digital became very attractive. And so what nobody knows is what the future index is going forward. So does the index go back to below or above 100? And what percentage of patients want to carry on with a digital front end and a digital back end, as opposed to seeing a face-to-face nurse or doctor? So it's big shifts in the right direction. It's accelerated many of the existing industry trends, which I think is welcome in every regard. But you'd need a big crystal ball to guess where this lands out.
Where it's going, yes. Okay, well, let's look quickly at workforce then, and where we are on workforce. I mean, I remember your predecessor, Andy, telling me that if we had a Brexit, and if we had a no-deal Brexit, it would be disastrous. That the whole everything would turn on its head, and all bets would be off because it would become incredibly difficult to get staffing right. I mean, what's happened to you in workforce? And I mean, has it become much harder anyway? I mean, or not?
Well, that's a great question. This year is the International Year of the Nurse, as you'll know. And we've been very proud to celebrate the contributions of our nursing staff globally. And in fact, on the Ramsay Global website, we profile every week a nurse from one of the 11 countries that we operate in, which really highlights, and I'm very proud of the UK participants in that, highlights the great work. My predecessor did an amazing job in the UK. And obviously, as you know, since he went back to Australia, we made an acquisition into Scandinavia, bringing Capio into the Ramsay family. So in a sense, we've got a hub of cooperation between Paris, London and Stockholm, and that's really helped us. About 7% of my workforce are from continental Europe, and we've paid the fees for all the government websites and all of that paperwork stuff. I'm very proud of our European colleagues. So if there's any nurse that wants to work in the UK, we're very happy to sponsor their application. And equally, if colleagues want to go and work in Saint Goran in Stockholm, or one of our big clinics in Paris, that's also fine by us. We're a global multinational workforce, so we're happy to see colleagues move to build their expertise.
So you're pushing the ability of moving around the globe as a good way of, yes. So I mean, are you seeing? I mean, like, is it harder now than it was a year ago, for example, to recruit nurses? Is it much tougher now than it was a year ago? Do you think? Are you getting far fewer applications, or has it changed dramatically, or not really?
It's been a tough year for everyone. So, you know, I think we should be very proud of nurses everywhere around the globe. You know, my job title says UK, so I'm very proud of our 3,000 nurses in the UK. We had over 200 nurses that left our hospitals to go and work in intensive care units in adjacent NHS units. We've had nurses, if you remember, when the pandemic was at its peak, and PPE and the episodes in nursing homes. So we had infection prevention nurses leave to go and work in care homes. So our nurses have done an amazing job. We've done our very best to support the workforce, recognise their achievements, do the right thing. So I'm happy to leave it there. I'm very proud of our nurses, and they have simply been amazing.
Yes, and Keith, how's it been for you? Are you seeing changes in workforce in terms of being able to recruit, or because at one level you've got more people now who are unemployed, presumably, and willing to work in nursing homes?
Yes, and I think in a way that has probably benefited us in terms of unskilled care, just the care workers, so not in terms of nurses, but in terms of the care workers. I think it's very local, of course, in terms of where your home is situated in the different local market. But I think I can, as a generality, say that the availability of care staff has probably gone up. So that's a potential benefit. But the nursing markets are still very difficult. And I think as a business at Avery, we have moved away. We've even taken nursing services out of certain care homes because we just feel that the availability of nursing staff is so difficult that it makes it a challenge to run that service profitably. So overall, that's the availability of nurses. I mean, we're very proud of ours, just like Andy, and we do whatever we can to help them keep their qualifications current. Sure.
So finally, in terms of, all this work, the question, I suppose, is what is going to happen to the long-term relationship between government and the sector? And there are moves, aren't there, at the moment to enable the NHS procurement to change in ways which may not favour the private sector and may mean that you can reduce the payments that you get. So how confident we should, you're doing all this work, you're building much stronger relationships with people in the NHS, Andy, but I guess the question is, one doesn't really know what's going to play out longer term, does one, in terms of the approach? Or what do you think?
Thanks, Max. The relationship's going to be strong, whatever happens. The whole issue of PPE has been massive. If you'd asked me as a CEO, was I very scared in the third or fourth week of March? The answer is yes. But we've got colleagues in Ramsey, Malaysia, Ramsey, Singapore, and our manufacturing plants in China. I breathed a sigh of relief when the air freight started moving. So, as you probably heard, Ramsey started flying essential PPE into Paris and London and Stockholm. We've built a warehouse in the UK. The Ramsey board mandated the building up of kit. And our relationship has worked two ways in the UK. So we've been bailed out locally in shortages. And similarly, we've been able to back supply the NHS when they were struggling a little bit. So I just wanted to say thank you to the NHS Trust that supported us during the really difficult weeks.
So you feel much
stronger. It was my privilege to be able to reciprocate. In terms of patient volumes, activity, what happens next, it's still an active conversation, so I'm not quite sure what happens next, but I think our local teams will figure it out. There's big demand in patients, but the difficult thing is working out how that pathway moves forward. So I'm afraid I can't help you with the message of uncertainty, Max. Your guess is as good as mine as what happens.
Sharon, can I turn very last? Let you have the last. What do you think? Do you think the government? Do you think you would amplify the message of uncertainty? Would you really at the moment?
Well, what I would say is that I mean, it's fair to say that there has been some kind of, in the past and pre-pandemic, there had been some, you know, kind of a policy that appeared to look like it was moving in the direction of an NHS as preferred provider into NHS legislative change. So a move away from procurement, a move to integrated care systems. Now, what the proposals are to remove procurement and kind of the tendering exercises for NHS care, where the private provider is a provider of NHS care. What will replace that is very unclear. So it looks like it might be some kind of policy document that could change. Clearly that leads to some uncertainty. But having heard all of the support that the private sector has provided to the NHS through the pandemic, when there's been greater demonstration of partnership, where there's been provision of care where it's really been needed. And there's a question mark about whether or not that's reset some of the balance and the partnering relationships between NHS and private providers, and have to wonder that won't affect where that policy ultimately ends up.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much, Sharon. Well, that brings us to the end of our 45 minutes, and thank you very much, panel, for all your help. I think we can say that we are still in a state of some uncertainty, but we have shone much light in many corners. So I'd like to thank Andy, Adrian, Keith, and Sharon very much. Thank you very much, and goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Max, for that. Now, we're going to a short break before we run our last session of the conference. Max in an interview with Chinta Bhagat, Managing Director of El Catterton. See you after the break.
Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can. Health is a universal language, understood by everyone. That's why at GE Healthcare, we're creating what doctors, researchers, and scientists need to pursue a healthy future. Not just for the first world, for the whole world. For us, healthcare is more than just a business. It's a mission. Whether it's clear imagery that provides confidence, tools and therapies that make medicine truly personal, or ideas that work just as well in a remote village as they do in major cities. We make the complex feel simple. We start with the best outcome imaginable and then invent, partner, and build towards our aspirations. Our machines, our software, our solutions, and our people make a genuine difference because we never lose sight of what healthcare really needs: the human touch. We're committed to improving lives in moments that matter. Some of those moments are personal, some are shared, some are small, and some change our lives. We're privileged to be present for all of them, and we're committed to making the outcome better every time for every person in every way we can.
In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare. In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. 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 See the sunrise. Oh, fire in your eyes. Oh, it's about time we all saw you shine. It's a brand new day. 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 It's a brand new day.
In the decades ahead, healthcare will undergo dramatic transformations. Expanding precision medicine will enable radiologists to make highly specific diagnoses for Stephen without unwarranted variations. Healthcare will become anticipatory, organized around Paula's medical conditions, and available around the clock, transforming care delivery. All interactions with John will become convenient, personalized, and compassionate, improving patient experience. At Siemens Healthineers, we are enabling healthcare providers to increase value, shaping the future of healthcare.
We all fall down, we get banged up, but the scars show what we're made of. Don't you look back, lift your head up, shake the dust off, tell me what you're made of. I can't hear you breathing, our lungs beating, our heart. Lift up the voice, you got something to say. It's It's a brand new day. 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 When the rain falls, when the ground shakes, when the wind blows, when your heart breaks, show me sorrow, show me laughter, show me starlight, show me what you have to. I can't hear you breath in our lungs, beat in our heart. That's the voice, you got something to say. It's a brand new day. It's a brand new day.
Welcome back. Now for our final session of the day, we have an interview with Chinta Bhagat. I'd like to remind you there are two excellent problem-solving workshops tomorrow on two key topics: delivering digital excellence and getting the workforce monkey off your back. Please register for these via the app. So, over to Max and Chinta.
This conference has been all about the impact of digital health on healthcare services. This is really the subject which the chief executives you've heard from over the last 3 days have really been focusing on more than anything else. With COVID, it really has become top of everyone's mind. I wanted to bring in Chinta Bhagat from El Catetum today because Chinta really has, in a way, a incredibly deep knowledge of this area. He has spent 14 years, first of all, at McKinsey, doing a lot of work in healthcare services and ending up running the Singapore office before he joined Khasana Nasional, where he was intimately involved in the rollouts and acquisition strategies followed by IHH, the Pan-Asian Hospital Group. So he has an extraordinarily detailed and in-depth knowledge of how healthcare services actually works. Yet over the last 18 months, since he joined El Catetum, he has really been focusing on digital health and looking at digital health as an investor alongside how this is going to affect healthcare services in general. So he really has this unique view. So Chinta, I think why don't we start with how you see healthcare services and the impact of digital health? I know you've got a couple of slides, so shall we have a look at them, please? Over to you.
Sure. So Max, let me start by saying firstly, hello, thank you for having me. And I wish we could have done this in person. Just before I get to the slides, every year I've been coming to your conference for the last few years. And together with a few of my buddies from around the world, we'd have a conversation about the theme of the year, right? I remember 3 years ago, we talked a lot about oncology. A couple of years ago, it was a lot about genomics. And this year, coming out of JP Morgan, I had been looking forward to coming to London and seeing all of you again in person. And even before COVID, health tech was already on our minds, myself and together with a bunch of my investing colleagues. And lo and behold, we then had COVID, and of course, health tech is now on everyone's minds, but it already was on our minds. But before we get into digital health per se, let me just give you a bit of a framing of how I think about this topic. Right? I use a couple of slides to do that. Can you put up the first slide, please? So, healthcare really for me is a spectrum, and particularly from my new vantage point where I work for and run the Asian operations of the world's largest consumer investor. The consumer really is one end of the spectrum, the way I've depicted it. And on the other end of the spectrum is the doctor, the hospital, the clinical end of the spectrum. Right? And it is of some amusement to my colleagues on the consumer side. They describe healthcare as probably the only B2C industry in the world which treats its customers so badly, where you can basically interact with a health system. And I quote, by the way, I won't name the individual, who says you enter a hospital, you have no idea how much you're going to pay. You have some idea that you're going to get better, but you're not really sure. you're probably going to have a terrible service experience. And yet you can't wait to get in. You're like knocking on the door. Right? There's almost no B2C industry that treats customers this badly and gets away with it. Right? That's the vantage point that I'm in right now. That's what my colleagues say. Right? So that's kind of the spectrum. But along that spectrum, there is a line somewhere in the middle. Next slide, please. And that line is what I call the gray zone, where on one side of the line, which is where most healthcare practitioners and healthcare investors sit, the right side of this page, is really about curing the sick, which is why it's called healthcare, right? As opposed to not getting sick in the first place. And the other side of that line is it's what I call upgrading the healthy or keeping people well. Right? And that gray zone really is defined by regulation for the most part. Bunch of other stuff, the ability to build a brand, etc., but by regulation. And most businesses, the way we investors look at them, the stuff that's on the right side of the line is blocked by regulation. The stuff that's on the left side of the line is where you don't need a regulator getting involved. Next slide, please. So let's talk about digital health, right? So even before we talk about digital, let's just talk a little bit about the 2 or 3 technological forces that are underway here. So the top of the page is the product side, the bottom of the page is the services side. So if you think products, and I know we're not going to talk much about products today, but products are really what are moving from what are called mass manufacturing, where you come up with a stent design, or you come up with a pharmaceutical product, and then you mass manufacture it in a factory, and then you pump it through distribution channel around the world. Right? That's been the world of products. But that's shifting towards mass personalization, where at some point of time in the future, I don't know whether it's 10 years, 20 years, 30 years out, where you will literally come down to having a product bespoke designed for a single customer. We are very far from that world yet, but it's getting there very quickly. And it's mostly driven by genomics, by our ability to understand the unique human body and to be able to tailor every product and every medical product and pharmaceutical product around it. Let's put that aside. Today is not about genomics. The second equally important one is what pivots around diagnosis. Because at the end of the day, your first point of contact with any kind of healthcare system is to figure out what's happening to you, whether something's going to happen to you and what that is, right? And that's been mostly what I would call experience-based, where you talk to a senior physician for the most part, or you consult a specialist group. And what you're given is what I call an experience-based diagnosis, saying, don't worry, we've seen this before. We know what's happening to you. We're looking at your test results. We've seen 10,000 of these kinds of patients, and it's most likely A, B, or C. And today, you're moving to much more data-driven diagnosis, where whether it's something simple, where Cure.ai will read a chest X-ray or a head CT scan, and to be able to spout out a better answer than the physician who's talking to you will. And this is again an inexorable trend. And then let's talk about digital health, which is particularly on the services side, the last one, which I think is moving from hospital-based to home-based. And these are just glib words, right? So what does hospital-based to home-based actually mean? So Max, I think I've probably said this to you before in previous conferences. The general hospital as the be-all and end-all of specialized care hasn't changed very much for a few hundred years. I haven't done the research. I don't know whether it's been a 500 or 200, but I know it's in centuries. And where the model of care was really going to a sterile facility, a large monolithic sterile facility, and you walk in there with any kind of complication, and you're supposed to get better. And obviously that model has probably outlived its usefulness, but it's like democracy, right? Until something better comes along, that's what we're all stuck with. And so what is that better that's coming along, and where is digital health actually making a difference, which is sliver by sliver, condition by condition. Patients are getting now treated like customers by attacker brands and attacker companies that are telling us, open your phone, open this app, feed in your data, take a photograph of the wound on your arm or whatever. We'll tell you what's going on, and we'll tell you precisely what you need to do. And by the way, we'll minimize your contact with this big monolithic thing called the hospital, because we know it's frightening, we know it's expensive, and we know, you know what, it's probably not going to make you better. And so that's really what I call the digitalization of healthcare. And this has been an inexorable trend that's been around for a while. COVID has only accelerated it. So in fact, much of what we're going to talk about today and the companies that are doing well, these businesses existed for the last 5 or 10 years. I think what's happened with COVID is people have woken up to it, because now for the first time you have a push factor called a pandemic that's actually keeping you locked up at home, and you certainly want to be as far away from a hospital as possible. That's kind of my framing, right? So let's use that as a way to take it forward.
Okay, fine. So really, you see digital health as something which basically is going to unpackage that hospital and move it into the home in quite a radical way. So you're really, in a way, forecasting the death of the general hospital or its demise.
Well, look, I've been forecasting its demise for a while, and I think anyone who has experienced a hospital as a patient probably doesn't want something better anyway. I spend a lot of my time studying and investing in hospitals, and I'm still, in a sense, vested in their success. But I don't think they're going to disappear anytime overnight. This is a multi-decade phenomenon. I do think the coming decade is going to be pretty critical, where stuff is going to pivot.
So you'll end up with companies which are oncology specialists or specialists at treating diabetes. I mean, some people, of course, will have a wide range of different conditions, won't they? So in those circumstances, isn't a hospital going to be the natural place to go?
Certainly. So, if you would just roll all of this out and imagine a world which has, let's just say, I'm making this up, there's typically something like 30 to 40 subspecializations in a large academic medical center, give or take. There's 10 big specialties. There's somewhere between 30 and 40 by the time you get to serious subspecialization. And let's imagine for a moment that over a decade or two, every one of these 30 has a winner and a bunch of others, right? And so those pathways have played out. That doesn't mean there isn't a place for the seriously sick patient with lots of comorbidity and lots going on in the body who are going to land up in a facility where all of this can come together. So which is what I'm saying. I don't think the hospital is going to disappear in its entirety. I still think that a lot of this can get and will get over time delivered at home. I think the two interventions that a hospital takes care of that are very hard to deliver in a home. One is a sterile facility, so something where you need to actually perform an intervention. I can't see a home-based operating room anytime soon. And the other thing I think that's going to be very difficult is convalescence, right? So if you want an ICU level facility at home, there are companies that are doing this. Healthcare at Home in the UK, there's one in India as well. But I think that's not going to happen anytime soon. So, but I do think that there will be a place for a general hospital for quite a while. What we can debate country by country, system by system, is how big and how much.
Right. Okay. Fine. Well, let's come back to that interesting point. So, you also looked at sort of scoping the kind of size and of these different sectors and what they look like. I know you've got a slide on that. Shall we have a quick look at that?
Sure. Now this, next page, please. Now, I'll preface this by saying this data is put together by our teams and it uses various data sets. So, I won't vouch for perfect accuracy, but I will tell you it's directionally right? Which is, and why this is interesting is this is much more here and now. I'm looking at this as an investor and saying, if I want to put capital behind digital health, what are the biggest addressable markets where we want to put capital and what's actually going on? So in a sense, this cut on this page represents my areas of interest more than necessarily a comprehensive view of digital health. And so surprise, surprise, the three that stand out are ones that are at the customer end of the spectrum, this previous spectrum that I showed you, much less on the hospital end of the spectrum. And so what are the most obvious areas? The first is pharmacy. Now, pharmacies, this is an e-commerce business, right? This is not even strictly digital health. It's almost a surprise to me. I'm sure there's some very specific country and market specific reasons. It's almost a surprise to me that it took a full 2 decades for Amazon to start taking pharmacy delivery seriously in the US. I mean, they only bought PillPack, I think, roughly a couple of years ago. And it's after they've gone through pretty much every other major vertical that they've taken on the CVS Caremarks of the world in the US and are now taking pharmacy delivery seriously. This particular category has been, I wouldn't call it disrupted, but certainly attacked by e-pharmacy specialists in places like India, China, and probably in parts of Europe much earlier. It is quite easy because at the end of the day, this is simply a retail distribution business. But because there is a patient or a customer relationship there involved, which mostly is associated with either chain pharmacies, the likes of Watson and others in various parts of the world, or in more fragmented geographies like in developing markets where I currently reside. It's very much with your kind of pharmacist around the corner who does a little bit of diagnosis before they kind of dispense a medication, the over-the-counter stuff. But this is always ripe for e-commerce disruption. And no, it's no surprises that this is the part that's growing probably among the fastest. So over the next 5 years, we expect this to become like $100 billion market. It is yet, by the way, this game is much less about healthcare and much more about retail and distribution and e-commerce. So we don't, even I don't particularly as a complex healthcare business. The second is telehealth and remote monitoring, and I bucket the two together for a reason, right? Because these are, in a sense, two sides of the same coin. And this is what probably the area that's growing the fastest during COVID. So if you look at Insight 2020, both telehealth and remote monitoring have jumped. Telehealth for the obvious reasons, because you don't want to get to a physical place. You want to get a teleconsult done for the first time on the phone or on the device. But at the same time, that's not enough, because you do want to be monitored, and monitoring technologies have gone up, both economically, but technologically they've improved dramatically. So whether it's simple monitoring, like simply kind of tracking what's going on inside your body that's being picked up by either the phone or the watch, the Apple Watch or the Fitbit or whatever, or it's more complex stuff like glucose monitoring, the likes of Dexcom, the Panasonic healthcare people who are monitoring what's going on inside the body, whether it's glucose monitoring, it's cardiac rhythm, it's thyroid monitoring, so some kind of hormonal order or disorder monitoring. All of this we believe is a big market, and it's not. This is not about care as such. It's simply about figuring out what's going on. It's diagnosis, continuous diagnosis. Again, a very large market. And the third area is what I loosely call disease management. And honestly, Max, disease management is more of a catch-all for all of the various specialties we were talking about earlier, and the digitization of these specialties. I think where that's already a well-known phenomenon is in diabetes. I think that's been the one area which took off quite a while ago, and you had the likes of Livongo and Omada in the US. And there are several such cases around the world, because it's probably the most obvious case where, horrible things happen if you don't monitor it and manage it much more aggressively. But this is already, well-known. It's already become a trend in mental health. Alzheimer's, dementia monitoring, other forms of mental health. And over time, I'm now seeing more and more businesses that I wouldn't have imagined them as being clinical pathways, but becoming clinical pathways. So I've seen musculoskeletal businesses in 2020, where people are now again being attracted to an app, and where the app will monitor your gait, the way in which you walk, the way in which you sit, and to be able to advise you to try to make sure that all of that is being taken care of, to try and prevent a hip replacement or a knee replacement or a spine surgery, for example. So that's all in the disease. These three are what I would call the largest trend. And there are
when you talk about consumer health tech markets, what do you actually mean by that? Because I mean, is this saying that the consumer is the purchaser, or how do you define what's consumer and what's B2B? It sounds a silly question, but I'm confused.
It's not a silly question at all, Max. It's an important question. Healthcare is complicated by that, right? It is one of the B2C businesses which isn't actually designed around the C.
Yeah.
Because most health systems emerged not. Yes, they're at the end of the day care of patients. We all know that. That's all. That's just the line. But if you look at system design has almost never been done patient back or customer back. It's been done with either top-down governmental infrastructure policy plans being implemented, or it's been done around money flow, which is really where do payments come from. But I think it's becoming much more of a consumer industry in a sense, where age-old business models are essentially being put aside by a lot of the new businesses that we're seeing, and they're all starting with the customer first. There is the added complexity. So when I say customer, it's consumer health tech. What I mean by consumer health tech is it's new businesses designed first and foremost for the consumer, and where the consumer is making the choice of which provider to use whether it's to get a pharmaceutical product delivered, whether it's to monitor health or to treat a disease. The customer's making the choice, and the customer's largely deciding how to pay for it, right?
So the consumer is the driver of demand. The consumer in these cases is to some extent in the driving seat, even if the insurer says you've got to use this app. That would still be a consumer market, because the consumer could say, I'm not going to do that. Is that what you mean?
Correct. Absolutely. Now, again, there's some tension there, because I haven't spoken to Sean Duffy in a while, and I don't know what it took for Omada and Livongo to actually get on the formulary of so many of these insurance companies. But I have to believe that it would have been reams and reams of customer data saying, we want this stuff, we value this stuff, we'd like you to be able to pay for this stuff.
Yes, I mean, one of the things which you hear over and over again over COVID has been people telling me that once somebody has had experience of telehealth and the ability of having a remote session with a doctor, they're won over. 80%, 90% of the people who Aetna are dealing with, or United Family Health in China are dealing with, the constant thing you hear is they want this stuff. Once they've had it once, they want it again. I guess.
Well, in a way, Max, the pandemic has had, lots of horrible things have happened, right, because of the pandemic. But had the same pandemic arrived a decade ago, which is nothing, right? If you think about the Spanish flu being the last major pandemic in the world, over a 100-year period, this virus could have erupted in 1970, 1990, or 2030. It just so happened that it came about in 2020, late 2019, early 2020. And it just so happened that right now, technology that allows us to interface like this, you and I are speaking on an electronic link, is good enough to be able to hit that bar, to be able to deliver a good enough consult to be able to make that customer feel comfortable, the patient feel comfortable. 10 years ago, I don't think it would have had as big an impact on digital health. Maybe 10 years from now, this would have been a commonplace phenomenon as well. So I think in a way, digital health has gotten lucky.
Yes.
Good timing.
So what things haven't worked in digital health? I mean, if we look back over the previous decade, there has been a lot of talk about it, and a lot of that talk didn't actually lead to very much, did it? If you look at, so why has it been so slow to take off, if you like?
So I think one of the things is just to do with healthcare, right? I mean, healthcare is at once an industry, a social good, and a pretty complex ecosystem. So I think I think it's The Economist. Digital health was on everyone's mind. So there's an Economist article out this week, which I was glancing through, which talked about how banking and healthcare were 2 decades ago, were the last two industries left to not embrace digital technology. And then 2 decades later, healthcare is the only one that's left. Even banking has caved. But so I think healthcare just is, in general, moves a little slow. And you know what? I don't mind it, because for all of the inefficiency, when something goes wrong in digital banking, somebody loses a few bucks, maybe they get a bad customer experience. Things going wrong in healthcare, bad things happen. So, I'm a little bit conservative when it comes to all of this disruption. I'm actually okay with a slower pace of change. But on the flip side, I would argue that this is how most innovation happens. For the first 10 years, people talk about it a lot and nothing's working. So there's some degree of frustration saying, you know what, nothing's changing. People are just talking about it. Yes. And then someday it starts to work. And at that point, you don't get the sticker shock of like an aha moment, because the only thing you're saying, well, it wasn't working all this time, now it's working, what's the big deal? Right?
Yeah. So you suddenly see.
You
suddenly see consumer behaviour change, don't you? I remember in the computer industry, it was when people said, well, people will start downloading software off the internet, and I thought, well, what about the manuals? What about the support? People aren't going to want to buy software without manuals. Do you remember the manuals? So you had this question as and within 2 or 3 years, it was quite clear which way it was going. But I suppose the difference is that this is a a unionized profession in the way that and regulated profession in the way that as industry in a way that of course IT isn't. So let's go on then. I mean, you've got another slide, haven't you, on where you're seeing on examples of contenders by areas, I think, haven't you?
Yeah, I do.
Quick look at that.
We can flash up the page, and I can also tell you where I'm spending most of my time, because there's a lot on that page. Can you pull up the next page as well?
Let's have a look. I'm going to put my glasses on. Oh, guys, incidentally, you've got this complete slide pack and a few extra slides within Swapcard. So if you're watching this, you can download it. You can look at this at leisure or alongside this. So don't worry if you can't read everything, because you've got it. You've got to download. Thank you. Okay.
So, you know, I've forgotten my McKinsey discipline. So this slide is not what I would consider MECE, which only an ex-consultant will recognize what that word means. Mutually exclusive and collectively exhaustive. So it's not a perfect framing, but it's more of a mental model of how to think about what's going on in healthcare relative to that spectrum that I talked about, right? So if I just run my way from the top to the bottom and areas of interest, I continue to be fascinated by genomics. It has less to do with digital health, but I think that's going to change everything. And shame on me that I haven't actually put enough capital behind genomics businesses, but I continue to talk to all of these people who, for the most part, have been focused on building databases, improving genomics technology, obviously, and continue to bring down the cost of sequencing, but to be able to build up databases for ultimately targeted clinical treatments. And they're all ultimately going to go into the drug discovery channel, which is what's happened with the likes of the folks in the US, including people like Flatiron Health and Foundation Medicine, but also some of the other specialist genomics players. What's more interesting for us, which is some of the middle blocks, right? So stock disease management. It's probably the area that I'm most interested in, and although it doesn't occupy much real estate on this page, I could put a 30-page deck together behind disease management, where we're looking at the diseases that have already been quote unquote cracked. They're not been fully cracked, but the clinical pathway and the digitization of that clinical pathway to be able to either prevent bad outcomes or to be able to address them when they arrive have been figured out. Right? And diabetes is the best example of that. But there's a whole bunch of others. You know, we've come across a business in China more recently, which is all about monitoring fertility productivity cycles. And again, there's a specialized app for it. There's a specialized thermometer for it. There's a specialized set of tests which can all be conducted by the customer directly and uploaded in the app, all as a way of monitoring fertility cycles in a way where we can improve fertility outcomes. Very new business, relatively new space. There's probably less than 10 players in the world doing stuff like this. And no surprises, the companies are themselves quite small. I think the best player in that category is in Sweden. There's one in the US, there's one in Sweden, there's a couple in China. There's always a couple of these in China. China's doing particularly well in digital health, you know. Again, an interesting area. Under disease management, again, another area that I'm particularly keen on is musculoskeletal and mobility. I think as people age, staying mobile and staying mobile with dignity is going to become more and more important. And so this isn't going to be as simple as an intervention-based pathway anymore, where you kind of wait till the age of somewhere between 50 and 60, and you have your first ligament tear and you get one intervention or a staple, and then at some point between that and old age, you land up with either a knee or a hip replaced. That's kind of the old world. It's a very profitable world, by the way, for general hospitals and for specialist providers like hospitals for special surgery. But I've seen clinical specialists in orthopedics thinking about prevention for the first time, right? I mean, with all respect to my orthopod friends, they're much more interventionist, like the cardiologists are relative to the rest of the gang. When the orthopedists start talking about prevention of hip replacements, you know something's changed right? in clinical mindset. And they're now talking about building apps that are able to, as I talked about, monitoring gait, monitoring posture, monitoring, supplying products so that, designing specific kinds of footwear, designing belts to be able to prevent orthopedic incidents. And then over time to be able to make those incidents fewer and less painful experiences. Again, there are businesses getting built there. that are again quite interesting. And it's a big spend area. Right? So again, as an investor, I'm quite interested because if you look at orthopedics as a specialty, it's pretty big. Right? And then I'll touch on a couple of other areas and move further down the page. Cardiology has obviously always been a big one. And cardiology also lends itself to easier remote monitoring because, besides the heart rhythm, which you can pick up off your wrist, there's also quite a lot of device innovation now on stuff that you can do outside the body. So you don't actually have to have a pacemaker before you're dependent on an external device for cardiac rhythm, but you can actually have it external to you to be able to monitor the heart and circulation overall. And then the final area under disease management that I'm spending some time on is hormones, because hormonal disorders, particularly the thyroid gland, again, Max, horrible things happen, right? Because if you don't manage hyperthyroid, particularly in the female gender, but this is gender independent, you typically land up with an autoimmune disease of some kind. And again, that's a big spend area. That's not an area that's been scientifically cracked yet. I haven't seen that many businesses. But let's just say, long-winded way of saying disease management, big area I intend to continue to investigate and hopefully invest behind it. And then there's a couple of other areas on the page worth mention. Telehealth and remote monitoring I already talked about. I don't have to say very much about telehealth here. It's you have Babylon down the street. You were among the earliest, I think, to talk to Ali on an HPI stage a few years ago. Fascinating progress, I think, at Babylon. Earlier in the year, El Capitan invested in a company called 98.6. It's a telehealth business in the US. We like that business because it's one of the few that actually has doctors and panels that are accredited across all 50 states, which is very difficult otherwise in the US. So unlike some of the other players in the US, this is an area we like quite a lot. Telehealth is now exploding in Asia, as you would imagine. There's a lot of capital chasing it, but pretty simple business, right? There's not a lot of clinical difficulty there. Remote monitoring is an area I'm quite excited about. It plays to the disease management area, but I think in general, both from big tech, take the Apples, Amazons, Googles of the world, which are going to use any and all forms of data streams to be able to try and figure out what's going on with you, right? Whether it's a camera, you have security camera in your house, or it's Alexa picking up the intonations in your voice, or it's actually a device you're wearing on your wrist. You're basically spewing out data. And the data is over time going to become more and more usable for health reasons. So I expect a lot of stuff in remote monitoring from big tech. But there's also a lot of remote monitoring happening at the specialized healthcare company level. And that's, again, an area I'm very, 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 very interested in. Dexcom, I think Dexcom and Zetsen are excellent examples of this. Zetsen is actually a small company down the street from where you are, Max. It's in the UK, which is actually talking about a sensor which allows you to actually be able to pick up blood glucose reads without penetrating the skin, right? So quite important technological improvements happening there. And then, of course, this e-pharmacy, which I mentioned earlier, which is really an e-commerce business. So busy page, a lot going on, $300 billion opportunity. I'm quite excited about putting some capital to work here.
Yes, and this, of course, I think you've got one more slide, haven't you, which looks at how global this sector is. Shall we show that briefly?
Yeah. So even on this earlier page, I talked about global and APAC, and this isn't even the most recent page, but this, in fact, is what's quite interesting about this, because health tech was really a technological thing which came out of the US for the most part. And you had some of it in Europe and very little in Asia until China woke up. Right? And I'd say today, just like in the e-commerce side, I'd say digital health is far more advanced in China than it is in any other part of the world. So there's a little bit of leapfrogging that's happened there. As you know, China doesn't have a particularly good primary care system. So when you get sick, you go to a hospital. And which is why the big local technology players, whether it's Ping An or it's Ping An Good Doctor, it's WeDoctor from the Tencent guys, and it's every one of the JD.com has its own health, and so is Ali Health. So all of big tech in China have grown its own healthcare businesses, and there's also a lot of specialization, and all of it is happening in the kind of greater Bay Area, particularly in Shenzhen. And then, of course, it's spread. There's a lot of it going on in Israel, quite a lot in Europe, quite a lot in India. So the digital health opportunity isn't a market-specific one. It truly is global. And it also traverses multi-tier across borders. You have many more multinationals in this business that are getting built relative to typical physical health services, which are much more local in nature.
So do you think we're going to see the development of, I mean, if you're looking at disease management or, one would have thought that one would see the development of large platforms which quite rapidly are going to add extra conditions and then monopolize the market, because many people will have several conditions. So there's always going to be a strength in having a few very large platforms, isn't there, rather than a huge diversity. So yeah, I would think that you're going to end up pretty rapidly within several years with this market dominated by a few large platforms. But you disagree?
Well, no, I don't disagree. I agree with you, but I think there's just going to be a lot going on here, right? Because the pace at which you're seeing innovation and new entrants at the bottom, I think currently outpaces the pace of consolidation. At some point that will flip. Yeah? But today what we're seeing is there is consolidation at the top. But if you were to take a series of snapshots of whether it's by customer, by consolidation by number of patients or number of customers, or consolidation by revenue, you'll probably see that the overall picture looks like it's getting more fragmented rather than more consolidated right now, even though the larger players at the top are actually growing quicker. So will there be let's just put it like this, will there be a healthcare super app, which will be a be-all, end-all on your phone, under which you have 10 disease states all being managed in an integrated fashion? Yes. Call it a digital hospital, right, on your phone, which is multi-specialty in nature. I think the answer is yes. I think you'll have some of that. But you'll also have big tech in and of itself, which will do some of this. And then I still think there will be room for single specialty players on the digital side growing for quite a while. So I'm not that worried about consolidation yet. I can't think of anyone other than big tech players in China and the US, which have already begun to consolidate, other than folks like Teladoc. And that's still very, very early days, Max.
So when you look at healthcare service businesses, I mean, to what extent do they, I mean, if you're a specialist outpatient business in fertility, yeah, you're going to be deploying all of this digital stuff as well, aren't you? So the kind of businesses, I guess, that you're really interested in investing in are those which actually integrate digital with really smart healthcare services. Is that
Absolutely.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, think about the firm I'm in right now, where healthcare is an important but a relatively small part of what we do. Right? El Capital is a large global consumer investor, and in fact, parts of the world we're known as a retail investor, and it's retail of all kinds of other stuff. Right? Health is also, in a sense, a retail business, the distributed kind. But we do, we bought fashion businesses and restaurants, etc., etc. Every one of these verticals is facing exactly the same question and same challenge, which is if you don't have digital embedded as part of your service proposition, and where you don't offer the customer a range of different ways to interact with your company, whether it's through a pure digital channel or some kind of omni-channel route or a physical channel route, over time you're not going to exist. So even when I think about single specialty specialist clinic chains or diagnostic chains, if they don't have digital embedded in them as a way of offering a range of outcomes, and also as a back end, over time you are going to find yourself disrupted or attacked by a new player. So it's become a precursor to the right to exist.
Right. Yes. And do you see a very big difference in terms of digital uptake when you look at healthcare service businesses? You can look at several different healthcare services and realize that the management in one company has got it, and that management in maybe some of the larger, more traditional hospital groups haven't got it. Or is that
that is unfortunately almost always true, Max. The incumbents almost never get it quickly enough. I don't know why it is, but large companies struggle with decision making of this kind. I think honestly the incumbents in the healthcare side have gotten away with it for very long. And the reason is because healthcare is complex, it's risky, and so disrupting it is much less easy than it is disrupting what Mr. Bezos started with disrupting a bookstore chain. the risks are high. So if you're a young entrepreneur in your late 20s or early 30s and saying, I'm going to improve cancer care, and I'm going to go to a venture capitalist, raise $100 million and disrupt an oncology chain, you better know what you're doing, right? Because people can die. And I think that creates a barrier to entry that's quite high. And it also means that there are more, there's just much more failure cases from young entrepreneurs attacking the space. But they're getting better because people are learning this space. There are more and more serious entrepreneurs who are attacking it. So there's much less frivolous attempts being made to disrupt the sector, despite all of the capital that's going into it. So the quality of health tech startups I'm seeing today relative to 5 years ago are night and day, significantly better.
Really? Much different, much more aware of the need to integrate services really into what they're doing, essentially.
And to make sure that they manage risk well.
Yeah. So, I mean, I suppose the final area, I guess, is the consumer, the idea of the consumer buying a subscription service and going into wellness with digital, which I guess would be the sort of sweet spot for you at El Catistan, wouldn't it, really? You know, the idea of people actually buying stuff and paying the subscription and getting stuff would be nice for you guys. But I think you were saying to me in an earlier call, you'd never really come across anyone who'd done that successfully.
Well, you know, if you go back to we don't have to go back to the slide, but if you just go back to where my firm is at, which is we start with the consumer first, right? We were involved in the build out and over a period of quite heavily involved in the build out of a business called Peloton. Those of you who know the fitness industry will know Peloton as a digitally native fitness company. We have, internet-enabled exercise equipment and a whole bunch of services designed entirely digitally friendly and delivered entirely digitally. So you have fitness programs, health advice, food advice, as well as all of the cohort-based stuff that Omada Health today and Livongo are doing for diabetes. All of that done for the fitness industry. And that's an entirely subscription model. And Max, you wouldn't believe how well that business is done through COVID. Right? It got listed earlier this year. It's done phenomenally well on the public markets, but not just that. Even just usage rates are up quite a lot. So long story short, people are taking health and wellness seriously. They are willing to subscribe for it. And if they're able to do this on the fitness side, it's only a matter of time before this drifts from that end of the spectrum, the consumer end of the spectrum, more and more to the clinical side. So subscription-based services are here to stay.
Are here to stay. Okay, Chinta. Well, thank you very much for your time and your thoughts and the content, which was fantastic as ever. And I hope very much to meet you in London in 2021. We're looking at the end of June. So I hope we can meet there in person. Okay. Thanks very much.
Thank you for having me. Stay safe, and the vaccine is around the corner. Yeah, so be well now.
Yes.
Take care.
Let's get the vaccine. Okay. Thanks very much. Bye. So here we are at the end of day 3 of HBI 2020. I want to thank everyone who took the leap with us and participated in this event, whether as a speaker, a sponsor, a delegate, and to all the technical crew that have made this possible. You have all shown us that we can indeed find new ways of working, and despite the obstacles, we can still come together and share and learn from each other, which ultimately is what this is all about. I'd also like to thank Sharon here for stepping in at the last minute and doing such a great job. Thank you, Sharon.
Pleasure. Thank you so much for having me, and congrats to you and to all the team, actually, for running a great show virtually. It's been with its challenges, obviously, but everyone's done a terrific job. And Merry Christmas to you and to everybody. Thank you.
It's certainly been a memorable 3 days, hasn't it?
It has.
So this has been HBI 2020. Next year, we will see you in London in the summer, June 28th to 30th at Imperial College London. And London in June can be almost as beautiful as this fantastic Van Gogh picture shows it to be. And we will be able to explore new vistas and new opportunities in a hopefully post-COVID world. Thank you.